Mount Daluo, one of the sacred mountains of the Divine Continent, which are located in the extreme north of the Imperial Court of Jailan. The mountains are filled with frost and fog, and treasures are everywhere. At the same time, monsters are violent and dangerous. Just the same, a team of 3 people made their way here. The man asked Tao Lao that there really are bloody mushrooms here. Tao Lao said that they should be around the pond, and they are on their way to it. This mountain is inaccessible not only because of the high mountains and centuries, but also because of the hotels on the top of the mountain. The guy asked what hotels. Tao Lao said that they say that there are 6 old monsters living there, each of which has a cruel temper. People here know that these cruel people often do not let people who have entered the mountain back out, so they have to be very careful on this hike. And especially on the tops of mountains, you need to be extremely careful. The guy told him he was too careful. After all, he is the elder of their Divine Moon School, Xing Wan. What kind of person would want to go against him? He turned to a girl named Mo Dai and told her that even if he was in danger, he would still protect her. Then the girl looked into the distance and asked if they were already there. They just came to the pond where these bloody mushrooms should be. Mr. Tao was surprised and said that here they are, bloody mushrooms. Ishin immediately rushed to them. He was very happy and said that up to priceless and bloody mushrooms, there are so many of them here. Did Mr. Tao tell him to stop? But Yishin did not listen to anyone and immediately began to collect them. He was so involved in this case that he did not notice the danger. Mr. Tao ran up to him and told him to come back. He should be wary of the demonic beasts here. And then, just the same, a monster got out of this reservoir with a huge one. He looked like a snake with a huge mouth. Yishin screamed in fear. Mr. Tao told Mo Dai to go and take care of him, and he would take care of the monster. Mo Dai said it was fine. Yishin, no fear, could not move. He was screaming for help. Mr. Tao came to his aid and hit this monster on the back with a sword. The monster immediately paid attention to him. He put the sword as his shield and thought that his breath. After that, this monster released its fire into him. Mr. Tao understood that this black dragon was stronger than him. He called out to Yishin, and I wanted to shout to them to run away. But he didn't have time to finish the sentence, as the black dragon hit him with its tail. When the black dragon dealt with their master, he immediately rushed to them. But then some mysterious man came to their aid, and with one blow, he dealt with the black dragon. This guy landed on the ground and, looking at his hand, said that Kang Yan's body is really powerful. He really overcame the level in order to hit the black dragon. But then he noticed these 2 and asked who they were. Only then, just the same, Mr. Mao got out. The man in Kang Yan's body asked the 2 that who were they. Yishin blocked Mo Dai with himself and asked him what, and who is he. The guy said he was a resident of Mount Daluo. But what are they doing here? Then Yishin told him to be careful, because the beast had woken up. Kang Yan sighed and said that the difference in strength is so great that even if he tries his best, he can give it up for a while. But do not panic, because his grandfather is very reliable. After which, his grandfather cut this black dragon in half, and all the blue blood of this dragon gushed out on this guy. Grandpa landed next to him and Kang Yan told him that he had splattered him with blood. Grandpa asked him that wasn't he the one who helped him. He should go pull out his teeth, because they will be useful to them. If he's finished, then he should go back to the hotel, because it's not very comfortable here. But then I noticed these 2 and asked, what are 2 little jerks? Mr. Tao shouted at Yishin to stay away from them. Mr. Tao finally got to them and, drawing attention to the adult man, said that he had no left arm, as well as a blind eye. This is a definite he. He's one of those 6 old monsters from the Endless Inn. A lone swordsman who kills without batting an eye. He turned to his students and told them to leave here and he would take care of it. He's going to risk his life. But that grandfather hit him again and told him to close up. Mo Dai was very angry at them and wanted to say something to them. But then she was tied up. This old man said that one is the king of martial arts and barely half a martial artist. Do they really think they can do what they want here? And squeezed with such force that blood flowed from the girl's mouth. Yishin shouted to the old man to let Mo Dai go. If he wants, then let him kill him. Kang Yan stopped his grandfather and told him not to kill again. Grandpa looked at him and told him not to panic. He just grabbed her. Vomiting blood has nothing to do with it. If he's not mistaken, then she has an extremely rare 9 yin body. But she is too weak to supply the yin energy generated by her 9 yin body. The mountain is a very cold place. She didn't know her body type and dared to activate her fighting spirit, which caused a sudden release of cold poison. The 9 yin body is a rarity, so this girl is his now, and threw it right at Kang Yan. Yishin, who was still being told, asked them what they were doing. They have to let her go. The old man asked him what he was doing here. Yishin called him an evil old demon and said he wouldn't tell him even if he beat him to death. Then the old man began to beat him. Yishin couldn't stand it and, crying, said that they were from the Divine Moon Academy of Jialan Imperial City. There are bloody mushrooms here, so they decided to take a chance. The old man hit him so that he flew into a tree to Master Tao and called him a noisy jerk. After which, he turned around and said that these 3 people were not spies outside the mountain, and therefore he would spare their lives. And Kang Yan has to go back to the hotel. Kang Yan picked up Mo Dai and asked what they should do with this girl. The old man said that the body of Nine Yin is one of the 9 sacred bodies that complement his work. So is he a debt. Take this girl with you. She's his wife now. In fact, his name is Chu Xin Chen. He is a follower of Buddhism. Unlike the others, he has been on the Divine Continent for 18 years and all he can boast of is the frozen Da Luo mountain with 6 old psychopaths. One of these old men handed him a cockroach and told him not to be so picky and try it. These old men have been sealed in Da Luo mountain with an inn as guards of the mountain for almost 100 years. They found him, raised him, and he became the hope of lifting the seal. If he had awakened the fighting spirit, then he could have gone down the mountain and found a way to save them. But he is still a suicide bomber who has no spiritual roots. As a former programmer who was just killed, he is very happy with this quiet life. He planned everything even for his retirement. However, a shining window suddenly appeared. She said that the strongest morale system was at his service. Gold, harem, power and strength, he will help him achieve this. Then she looked at him and asked why he had such a disgusting look. Chu Xin Chen hit himself on the head with a cabbage and said he needed to rest. This is his true life. Why was he given just such a system? Why not the system of the best cook or farmer? The system asked him if he really didn't like her. After he grabbed us and began to suck him into himself. She told him that he really thinks he can change the system whenever he wants. Today and forever, he has a system, so let it connect to his body. Chu Xin Chen sent this system to hell and told her to stay out of his life. Then she connected to it. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange space and the one who looked around asked where he was. The system would greet him and tell him that he had completed his awakening. Here is the Jiachong Heavenly Palace for comprehending the soul of martial arts. However, due to the low level of the carrier at this stage, it can only concentrate the fighting spirit in the sky of Q. Fighting spirits are divided into animal fighting spirits, plant fighting spirits, weapons, star fighting spirits and special fighting spirits. So now he has to choose his fighting spirit. Chu Xin Chen said he didn't want to choose. The system said it was fine. The system automatically selected the most suitable fighting spirit for him. So she congratulates him on his successful choice. Now the fusion of fighting spirit has begun. Is this the eye that sees everything? When he woke up, all 6 old men crowded over him. The woman asked him that he was awake. The old man said it scared them to death. He was passed out when they entered the house. His grandfather said that it is clear that this is his grandson. From the awakening of the spirit, such a strong surge of energy. So let grandpa see his fighting spirit. His level should be very high. After that, he put his hand on his head and began to scan him. But after, when he scanned, he asked that his fighting spirit is a spiritual type. The weakest type is spiritual. One of the old men asked what? Such a wave from such low morale has extremely low potential and can only be cultivated to the level of a martial artist. After 18 years of waiting, he finally woke up, but it turned out to be a spiritual type. Another old man hugged his grandfathers and, starting to cry, asked why God had punished them so. The system congratulated Xing Chen on successfully merging the host's fighting spirits and obtaining a skill called Bluff. This allows you to hit targets as much as possible harder per level for a moment, causing dizziness, but without causing real damage. The cooldown time of a skill decreases as it gets stronger. Also, although the golden window is currently a spirit level fighting spirit, it can be infinitely improved with various materials. Now he has to go to Dalu Mountain in order to collect materials to improve the Black Dragon Tooth and Demon Beast Spirit Blood. Xing Chen lay down on the bed again, covered with a blanket, asked the system that why would he listen to her. The system electrocuted him and told him to collect the materials and work hard. Xing Chen jumped out of bed and told his grandfather to take him to the mountain. Grandpa said it was fine, and he asked what was wrong with him. Then he hit the black dragon, and now he seems to be in some kind of strange game. Why is she his wife? This old man brought them together without asking his opinion. The system asked him, why does he refuse such a beautiful woman? Xing Chen said she was too old. After all, they marry for love. He won't marry her. He needs a woman with normal breasts. This is very important to him. The system asked him so what is he going to do? Xing Chen said she was injured, so he needed to help her. He would take off her clothes first. And also the system forgot to mention the nickname of all the old monsters. His grandfather was called the Ghost of the Sword. The woman was called the Bloody Beauty. The old man with glasses was called Mysterious. A man with a long tail and 2 strands was called a Poisonous Devil. A man with a short haircut was called a Blacksmith. And the latter was called the Smoker. Modai woke up just as Xing Chen was about to take off her clothes. She wanted to hit him between the legs and called him a slut. He pinned her hands to the bed so she wouldn't hit him, and she kept calling him names and told him to let her go. Xing Chen told her not to move, and she behaved well if she wants to live. Modai called him again and used her force, which caused him to cough up blood again. Xing Chen turned her on her side and said that a flash of cold poison also sets the soul of martial arts in motion. It's really deadly. He bit his finger until it bled and said he would only do it because she had to live. Then he drew a hieroglyph on her chest, after which he wiped the sweat from his forehead, said that, fortunately, she has a body of 9 yang, and this bloody amulet can temporarily restrain her cold poison. Then the girl suddenly woke up, called him a pervert, but Xing Chen shouted to her that it was enough, and shutting himself away from her, he began to cry. Modai did not expect this and asked what. Xing Chen, wiping his tears, asked her what. Did she really think he wanted to take off her clothes? And it was only to save her. He's a young man, and she's the one flirting with him. Just let him see what's wrong with his finger. He saved her life, and she kicked him, so she should apologize. Modai was so shocked that she somehow asked him for forgiveness. Xing Chen, poking her with a bloody finger, said that he had saved her, so she should thank him. The girl said thank you. Xing Chen turned his back to her, and started wiping away his tears. The girl told him not to cry. In fact, he was giggling and thought that the best defense was an attack. He's not going to be responsible for looking at her body, and she won't do anything to him. The girl thought, what just happened? Xing Chen got up and told her that he was a good person. He didn't want to bother her. He would lead her down the path and out of here. All the other old men were standing outside the door, listening the whole time. The Bloody Beauty knocked and asked how he was doing. As he finished, he must act, because it depends on him whether they will have a grandson. Xing Chen grabbed his head and said that these old men. He opened the window and told the girl not to pay any attention to them. They'll just leave here, but then someone wouldn't let them do it. He said what a powerful soul aura. Who is there? It was Master Tao. He said they had visitors. His granddaughter Mo ran away, disturbing them. He would like to apologize for her and ask them to let her go. Otherwise, he will level their hotel with the ground. The girl pushed Xing Chen away and asked if it was really Grandpa. The Jiang family is one of the 4 families of the imperial city of Jialan. The family has existed for more than 100 years and has a deep heritage. They are considered the strongest with 4 families. The system told Xing Chen that the head of the family, Zhu Zhenchuan, is the peak of the martial emperor. If you look at the entire royal court, she took it. There are only a few people who can compete with him. Xing Chen said it was fun. And looking at the girl, he said that this was a big problem. The young one said that it was Yishin and the teacher who came back and told everything to grandfather. Grandpa and 3 other battle kings from their family came. She turned to Xing Chen and told him that he was not a bad person, so he should run away first. She is afraid that her diets will then kill him. Xing Chen grinned and asked, what really? The old men all said in chorus that he did not have enough strength. The Bloody Beauty said that the old people had shattered the hotel, and she asked who had just lost a game. Do they have to go down? Her grandfather's brother told him that as he sees there is no answer. After which, all 3 old men rushed to this hotel. Well, one of the residents of this hotel hit Grandpa Modai. It was an old man nicknamed Mysterious. Did he call them petty kings, who does not know the limit of his powers? Grandfather Zhu asked that how is this possible? This is power. Who lived like that? The old man nicknamed Mysterious maliciously asked who he was. Why tell it to a dead man? But then Modai stood up for her grandfather and, covering him with her body, told them not to kill. The Bloody Beauty asked what the mother of her grandchildren was doing there. Well, then they all coughed and said that it was Dusty. Xing Chen tied up the mysterious old man and pulled him towards her. He apologized to him. He turned to the girl and told her to take her family and run. After everything was over, all the old men summoned him to their place. Xing Chen was covered in sweat and thought that he was unlucky. Initially, he watched the play. The girl then told him that the difference in strength was too great, her grandfather would be killed. She asked him to save her grandfather. Xing Chen was about to refuse, but then an alert came from the system, in which it was said that he had received a request from Modai with a request to complete the task, to save his grandfather. She also told him that grief is a prerequisite for every owner of a fighting soul like his, and the system is ready to help him with this. He must work hard in order to win the favor of female characters and strive for a life surrounded by beautiful women. Xing Chen called the system. The system told him that if he refused the task, he would get a lucky electric shock for the whole day. after which he told Mo Dai that yes, her grandfather is his grandfather, so they will save him. And now he was sitting in the interrogation and thought that this is how it turned out. That's the system. It's all because of her, so she has to help him. The bloody beauty looked at him and said what was needed. Why did he let them go? He had to tell her. The poisonous devil told her not to scare the child. And I told him that this time he had gone too far. What if they take revenge on him if he comes down the mountain? Without their protection outside the mountain, he would be left with his weak strength. Xing Chen asked the system if he could improve his morale. Now that he has all the materials, then he wants to boost it. The system said it was fine. The poison devil said that this woman, they were a good match for each other, and they both got a lot of benefits, and he let her go. He's just a kid. Xing Chen called out to the grandfathers and said that his in the fighting spirit, he seems to have become stronger. After that, he really rose. The system told him that it congratulates him on his successful improvement. Now he has reached the 3-star martial arts realm, and the martial soul has evolved to the Xuan level. The ghost of the sword said that his spirit, after which everyone began to hug him and say that what a good fellow he was. The old man nicknamed Mysterious said that in all the years of his life, he had never seen a fighting soul that could develop on its own. If the fighting spirit can develop on its own, then Xing Chen will have a great future. He is sent with him to eat in order to save them. The ghost of the sword hugged him tightly and said that it was clear that he was his grandson. Xing Chen exhaled and thought, well, this is a good distraction. But the only one who did not succumb to joy was the bloody beauty. She asked him that why did he let them go. After that, he was punished. He had to kneel for a very long time. The system told him not to get upset, because after that he would win the heart of Mo Dai. Xing Chen said he didn't need her heart, and he told the system that it was a murderous system. The system said that, however, the Jia family is very powerful, so he should avoid them when he is out of the mountain. Xing Chen said that's not the case at all. The old people spent a lot when they let them go. They're afraid to touch him. Meanwhile, there was a meeting in the Jia family. Master Tao said that yes, all 3 of their brothers were cursed when a ray of light fell on them. It was a very ancient poison, and it has its own conditions. The conditions, spells and the method of its removal are determined by the caster himself. Another old man said that although he was saved by luck, but it was a shame. Master Tao said that they are very strong. The one who attacked them and is probably above the level of combat control. Yishin jumped up and asked, what is higher than the king of martial arts? Isn't it the emperor of martial arts? Some old man said that martial arts emperors appeared in China almost 100 years ago, and many great powers fell in the war in order to kill this evil. He asked that when would his emperor have had time to appear on the mountain. Master Tao said to make him and the old man's spirit seem familiar to him. 100 years ago, it seems, there was such a person from the Tani Jai Pavilion. One the brother called out to him and said that his name should not be called, not to mention that he should be dead. The old man said that the origin of these people is a mystery. Perhaps the poison spell is also connected with this. He will not discuss this matter with anyone else, but he will discuss it with His Majesty when he returns. He called out to Mo Dai and asked her what she said, that there is a young man on Daluo Mountain who has just awakened his fighting spirit. Isn't that right? The girl said yes. Her grandfather said he could become an equal point. They should monitor the area around the mountain and report any movement. Everyone said they understood. Meanwhile, on Mount Daluo, Xing Chen sat by the waterfall and meditated. The water was pouring right on him, and he thought it was so cold. When the old men found out that his fighting spirit could be improved, they began to train him as a gladiator. Their strength decreases every year, because of the seal, and their removal is inevitable. He was devastated by it. He hasn't worked so hard since he came to this world, and his strength is growing fast. He was only one step away from becoming a martial artist. After meditating at the waterfall, he burst into the house and said that he had returned because he was cold. But all the old people were already there. Xing Chen asked that why is everyone here? Venomous and the devil said they were discussing. He's coming down from today. Xing Chen was shaking all over from the cold and asked them what, wasn't he supposed to wait for martial arts status before coming down the mountain? He was thrown back out on the street and told that they had taught him everything he needed to know, so it was useless for him to stay on the mountain. He has to go back and pack his things. There are many high-level demonic beasts in Daluo Mountain. It's very dangerous for him. It's very dangerous for him to go out alone. The farther the old men are from the hotel, the weaker they are, the less they can safely escort him down the mountain. So they teleport him. Xing Chen stood inside the circle and thought, why does it look like a cult ritual? The poison devil told him that they would take him directly to Jialan City. After descending from the mountain, he needs to find 6 broken seal stones, and as far as he knows, one of them is assembled by the Jialan royal family, so they won't let him go to the Jialan imperial city. The clues for the other 5 are in this ring, but the gift from the 6 of them he must accept it. He must be careful so that outsiders do not find out where he comes from. Then he was interrupted by a swordsman and said that the teleportation array wouldn't last long, so they should stop with it. Will he leave the removal of the seal on it? And he asked Xing Chen that he wouldn't let him down, right? Xing Chen said that of course. Should they wait for him? Then he teleported away. The mysterious old man said that was it and coughed up blood. Everyone immediately ran up to him and asked what was wrong with him. The mysterious old man said that nothing like that. Just the teleportation array consumes too much energy. If only his emperor could open teleportation with the power of the seal. But luckily, Xing Chen woke up in time, so he can still send it. He's getting weaker from year to year, especially the recent fight. When he thinks that he is the last one left in the realm of the martial emperor, he gets much better, and they are all weaklings. The poison devil was very worried about Xing Chen and asked that he would return safely, right? He's a good boy and he wants him to break the seal, save them, but he also wants him to stay away from these dangerous things. They didn't tell him about their past. They just hope he doesn't get involved in it. The ghost of the sword told him not to worry, because their boy is a smart ass. He can handle it. The new year of dots is now. He is already enjoying the fireworks in the imperial city. Meanwhile, Xing Chen got into the girl's house. They started touching him everywhere and asked why he was just sitting there. What kind of girl does he want? One of them called him a cutie, and the other one asked that he came to see her sister, didn't she? Xing Chen cringed and wondered where he was. In his first life, Xing Chen was a devoted programmer, and from birth until his sudden death, he did not taste love. 18 years of farming changed his desire. Even if such things happen, he has to act like a real monk. But now, he thinks he's still too young. He was surrounded by as many as 4 girls and told him that they would look after him well. The system told him to take them all to his harem. Xing Chen said she's a fucking system. Does not really want to be killed. He is not an easy person from this world. Then he took to his heels, but the girls ran after him and told him to wait. In fact, Xing Chen hid in the nearest room and waited for the girls to run through. The system told him he was so weak. Xing Chen said that he could not tolerate such sexual harassment. Didn't Grandpa want to move him to the imperial city? Why is he in some kind of brothel? The system told him that they were indeed in the imperial city. Xing Chen pouted and said that he would send his grandson to such a place. What a bad old man he is. There's someone outside of this room asking if the demon is hiding here. Is he sure? Xing Chen tensed and thought what a familiar voice. After that, with the help of his power, he scanned the entire building. And I thought it was him, the old man from the mountain. Mo Dai called him Tao Lao. The man told Master Tao that he had been tracking the remaining foxes for a long time. He is sure that this beast is hiding in this building. It's just very difficult for him to determine when she is disguised, so he asks him to help him. Master Tao said that the fox can change and cheat. It won't be easy for him to track her down, but he will help him. The man thanked Master Tao. Xing Chen, eavesdropping on their conversation, asked, "What is a beautiful fox?" Beautiful foxes have been living in the western part of China for about 1,000 years. They have beautiful fur. That's why they call themselves beautiful foxes. These foxes are incompatible with humans. They often started a war on the border 100 years ago when they were caught by the immortals. Currently, they have long been extinct. The system said it thought they were extinct. Xing Chen remembered his grandmother and said that she was a fox. He's not sure, but one New Year's Eve she drank too much and showed her face. And Grandpa told him she was a fox. He does not know where the old people came from, although they have lived together for 18 years. They rarely talk about their past and always keep it to themselves. Xing Chen looked out and saw someone coming. Did someone tell Master Tao that he was coming in? Xing Chen tensed up and thought, is this really Mo Dao? He looked out and thought, yes, it's definitely her. The world is too small. He hid his face behind a rag and thought, how come everyone here is familiar? He can't let him see his beautiful face. Master Tao told the man that he was introducing him to his best students. There were too many people in the restaurant, so he asked them to help him find her. With one technique, he made a dome from which only a person whose level is higher than him can get out. Nation said that then let them start searching already. But Master Tao noticed something and hit the ball at the place where Xin Chen was hiding. He almost hit Xing Chen himself. It was good that he pressed himself against the wall in time. Master Tao said that so, they would start with this little eavesdropping thief. Some girl asked what the hell was going on here. A woman burst in crying and asked them to stop the fight. After all, the House of Spring Sense is about to collapse soon. Master Tao turned to Xing Chen and asked him that if he had the courage to eavesdrop, then why didn't he have the courage to fight? Xing Chen said in the system that he wanted to use a bluff. The system told the lion to be used during the battle with the Black Dragon. It is currently in recharge mode. The remaining recharge time is 10 years. Xing Chen he was shocked and asked that 10 years. The system said that the cooldown time decreases as his level increases, so he has to work on himself. And what's the point of staring at her? Xing Chen told her that she was useless. After that, he applied the immortal step technique. Master Tao was surprised and asked, "What is this technique?" Xing Chen he said he didn't think so. This is the best way to escape, which his aunt gave him. It is not similar to what he called. Master Tao has already stepped in and said that, unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all techniques seem to be just tricks. After that, he shot down Xing Chen. He fell to the floor and started coughing up blood. He somehow got up and said that there was no need to be so heartless when the king of martial arts was against him. But fortunately, he had mastered the Kang Yam body technique, so he was more resistant to blows. But then he grabbed someone by the red tail. Looking around, he saw a man and asked what, and everyone realized that it was a fox. Master Tao said they needed to catch them both. He ordered Mo Dai to follow the thief. Xing Chen asked her why she was chasing him if she came for a fox. Then the system told him that he had received a task to increase his strength. He must collect the item, the fox's blood. Xing Chen asked her what, why didn't she tell him about it earlier? The system told him that the task is randomly generated. Xing Chen told her that sooner or later she would kill him. And I thought I had to get rid of her first. After that, he used a distraction maneuver and was about to escape. He hid in another room and thought that he didn't stand a chance against them, let alone that he couldn't escape. His aunt gave him a Ying 11 pill that can change his body. This is enough for him to deceive them. He took out a pill and swallowed it, thinking that it should turn him into an old man. After that, he felt a lot of pain. He needs to change quickly. After that, Mo Dai broke in here. She called him a mean rat and told him to get out. He wouldn't run away anyway. Xing Chen turned into a girl. They looked at each other but didn't say anything. Xing Chen thought it was very close, but luckily he dressed quickly. She didn't reveal it, did she? Mo Dai said that this girl, and I asked her if she had seen a man in blue. He was supposed to be passing through here. He suddenly disappeared. Xing Chen wanted to say something, but realized that his voice hadn't changed. Mo Dai didn't waste any more time and said that then she asks for forgiveness and goodbye. She picked up the broken door and was about to leave. Xing Chen thought what? She shouldn't leave. In his, he undertook to pretend to be an elder of God and mix with their group in order to find an opportunity to collect the blood of a fox. But what should he do in this case? But then something came up and grabbed her hand. He asked her that she was a student of the God Moon Academy. Mo Dai, wasn't she? The girl asked if they had already met. Xing Chen hugged her and said that yes, she should help him. He started crying, said that he was also a disciple of the Divine Moon Academy, and she was returning home to visit her family on New Year's Eve, but she was surprised to meet an evil man. She was abducted to this den of wolves. They locked her up and ruined her voice. She was lucky to meet her here, and asked her to take her out. Mo Dai said that someone dared to kidnap a student of the Divine Moon Academy. She has to get up now, because as a student she cannot sit idly by. And she asked what her name was. Xing Chen told her to call her Chu Kai. The system told him he was disgusting. Then they heard a loud sound. Master Tao caught a fox. He called her a sinful fox. Did he ask her that she was still alive? This fox was already bleeding all over. Master Tao told them to tie her up first and they would take her to the Valley of Repentance. Then Mo Dai came running and told him that he had caught the demon so quickly. Master Tao said not to flatter, and I asked her if she had caught a thief. The girl said that the student was incompetent. The smell of the thief suddenly disappeared and she missed it. Master Tao said he didn't blame her wind. This little thief was very strange. Although he didn't use much strength, he was only a martial artist, and yet he could take a blow from him. Was he able to get out of its dome? He turned to the girl behind her and asked her what? Who is this? Mo Dai said that she was also one of the students of the academy. She was abducted by criminals, and she accidentally saw her, so she wanted to deal with her. Master Tao was furious and asked that someone dared to lay hands on someone from his Divine Moon Academy. Let her take her dreams first, and he will inform the academy. They grabbed that fox, and Master Tao said they had to get out of here. Xing Chen was brought into the room. Mo Dai told him to stay here overnight, and here are her change of clothes. In the morning, the master will send her back to the Divine Moon Academy. Xing Chen asked if the elders would take her back. What about her? Modai said she was escorting a fox. She shouldn't worry so much because he will ensure her safety. Xing Chen hugged her again and said she couldn't. She doesn't want to leave her, she's afraid of men. And he himself thought that she was really joking. If he returned to the academy, he would be exposed. He needs to escort this girl along with them. Modai said that she should accompany it anyway. Xing Chen told her not to leave her, she wants to be with her. The girl grabbed her head and said that then tomorrow she would take her home. Xing Chen thanked her, but I was very unhappy about it myself. The girl said it was getting late, so it was time to rest. Xing Chen clutched his head and thought that finally, he doesn't like it. This girl has already started to undress. Sin Black blushed all over and asked what. The girl asked what happened. They haven't booked a spare room, so she can stay at her place today. It's okay, she's going to wash up. Xing Chen thought that he just looks like a woman, but he has all the parts of a man. Then they lay down together on the same bed. Xing Chen couldn't fall asleep in any way and thought, why did everything happen like this? Xing Chen was lying on the bed and trying to calm himself down as he couldn't fall asleep. He said about himself that everything is fine. You need to calm down already. Why worry if he doesn't do anything? Nothing she can do can break his mind. Modai asked her if she couldn't fall asleep. Xing Chen was scared because he thought she had already fallen asleep and told her that she had scared her to death. Modai told her that why was she so nervous? She won't eat it. Xing Chen said he was the one thinking about Chanterelle. She looked like a little girl. It's not like she did anything wrong, is it? Modai asked if she really felt sorry for her. There is no need to sympathize with them, because foxes often pretend to be weak. They use their beauty in order to use. Countless people were killed by them. 100 years ago, a fox entered fake China. Official Shenzhong has repeatedly defected between the sect and the immortals and the black demons, which few people treat kindly and well to them. It should not be conducted on their appearance and not be so kind. She shouldn't think about it too much, she has a long trip tomorrow, she needs to sleep already. Xing Chen used the drowsiness powder to make Modai fall asleep faster. He thought it worked with her level, she wouldn't sleep for a long time. He got up and stroked her face, wished her good night. And when he left the room, he thought that it was time to do the task now. He leaned over the roof and saw that the fox was being guarded by Ishan. He applied the powder again and jumped off the roof. He thought, what's the point of keeping him at the entrance? Then he entered the room where the fox was kept. She was completely chained to the wall. Xing Chen thought that the demon binding formation. No wonder the defenses at the entrance are so weak. This formation makes him suffer and bring pain. And he even feels sorry for this fox. He took the bottle and, bending down to her bloody hand, asked for forgiveness and said that he would borrow some blood from her. Then this fox opened her eyes and grabbed his hand. She asked him to help her. She can't go there, she'll do anything to get her out of here. Xing Chen gagged her and told her that was enough. But then the system told him that he had received a request from a female character. He must complete a quest called Save the Forest and include her in his harem. Xing Chen asked what? The system said that it's like a great dragon without a harem. She doesn't have huge breasts and an aesthetic body that he would prefer. Without thinking, Xing Chen said that he agreed, but then, when he came to his senses, he said that he did not. Saving her is a real hassle. The system electrocuted him and said that in case of failure, he would be electrocuted for the whole day. Xin Chen, falling to his knees, grabbed the fox by the shoulder. He told her that he helps people because it makes her laugh, and he himself thought that this system, sooner or later it would fall under him. Her name is Ju 11 and she is a fox on the run. She was safe in the crowd, but when she was hit by a man and then she was discovered. But when she was completely desperate, a girl appeared, but she didn't look very smart. She is not in league with the Divine Moon Academy, but she can use it to escape. Then she saw how she was electrocuted and thought, what is it? Is she normal? Then Xing Chen told her that he would save her. Ju 11 thought that it was over, maybe she wouldn't live long. Xing Chen said that if he wanted to save her, then he needed to remove the demonic formation on the old man would notice it. It is very difficult to hide from the eyes of the king of martial arts, but this is the only way. Then he used his ring. He said that Grandpa made a fighting doll that can fight based on the strength of its owner, but can also fight stronger opponents. But the energy consumption of the soul is simply huge. With his current level, he can barely control it, so he has to use a higher quality soul crystal in order to control it. He held out the crystal and said it was the best soul crystal. The crystal mine can produce up to 5 pieces per year. He can't give it away. but he was told that he needed to get down to business. After that, this crystal dissolved. Xing Chen said that he should be at the level of the Battle King and ordered the puppet to remove the formation. After that, the puppet released Ju 11. Xing Chen said that they should leave while there is such an opportunity. But then Master Tao arrived and asked what it was, who destroyed it. Xing Chen thought that he seemed to have noticed. He told Jai Zai to hold on to the doll. He'd get her out of here first. But when the doll, along with the fox, got out, she was immediately chained up by Master Tao and said that this was who. Xing Chen thought that fucking old man. He was aiming at the fox. Should they escape? Master Tao chained her up and told her not to leave. After that, he used his true power of the king, and he pierced this puppet along with the fox with his huge sword. Ju 11 was very badly injured. Xing Chen was obviously very worried about her and thought that the little fox and the other students of the academy caught themselves. They ran out and asked the girl what happened. Did someone really come to free the fox? Xing Chen was surrounded from all sides. Master Tao said not to panic. She happened to be here because someone broke his array. He looked at the fox and said that he didn't think anyone would want to save her in her condition. It's a pity they won't be able to send her to the Valley of Repentance. She has very little left, and there is nothing to help her. He had thought that this spirit was a protector, but now he realized that it was a golem. Did one of the students say that golems? Maybe it's a puppeteer, a pavilion, a misty flower. Master Tao decided to take a closer look at this golem and said that such a complex and bizarre puppet is not like the work of the Mist Flower Pavilion. It looks like the work of a genius puppeteer a century ago. This is not something to worry about right now. She needs to be picked up first. But then this golem got up and ran off with the fox. Master Tao immediately followed them. Xing Chen said they were being attacked again. And turning to all the young men, he told them to go and help the master. The guys said that then let her stay here and they will come back right away. The system asked him if he was alright. Xing Chen seemed like he had just leveled up and was controlling a combat puppet. He was a little dizzy. The system told him that he was already bleeding. He was already consuming a lot of spiritual powers, and he was forcing himself to control the puppet. While they were all standing, he was recovering. Xing Chen said it was worth it, as the power of the battle puppet had greatly increased after entering the martial master realm. And that's enough to slow them down for a while. But first we need to save her. He leaned over to the fox and decided to listen to what she was saying. He leaned very close and asked what she was saying. He couldn't hear anything. After that, he turned to the system and asked what he should do. He doesn't have the elixir for the demonic beast. She's already dying. The system told him that it recommends making blood contact with her. A demonic beast with a contract will be very tenacious, and this wound should heal by itself. Xing Chen bit his finger until it bled again and said they would try, but he needed blood again. After that, he began to draw hieroglyphs in Ju 11. He said he also wanted to ask this girl about his aunt. After the contract was concluded, Xing Chen exhaled. He thought that the contract consumes a lot of energy, and he does not have the strength to avoid it. Then, he recognized the golem again. He spent his last spiritual strength on this. He will spend it to get this fox out of here. The golem immediately rushed over and grabbed the fox, taking it with him. Morning came. Xing Chen opened his eyes and immediately stood up. He thought, is he really in the room? Then Mo Dai came and asked him that he had already woken up. She brought breakfast and told her to come and eat. She brought it in last night when she saw that she had fainted in the yard. The fox was taken away, but they have a big commotion. Master Tao destroyed part of the puppet, and it injured him. They are still discussing this matter and they should return to the academy in order to report it. It's time to go back soon. The annual meeting of the admissions committee will be held in a few days, and she should help them. Xing Chen thought that the admissions conference. This is the equivalent of a college entrance exam in the immortal world, where all the major universities are gathered. All high school students who have distinguished themselves in the competition will be able to take part in the event. If someone wants to meet the royal family, then a good way to do it is to sneak through the competition. Xing Chen thought that he already wanted to get there through the competition. However, he saw her last night before he lost consciousness. She should have known that he had saved the fox. But why doesn't she tell him anything? Maybe she didn't see it or is hiding it. But he doesn't care anymore because he's going to leave soon anyway. He started eating and thought, why is she looking at him like that? His body hurt so much. Had she poisoned him? He realized that the pill had exhausted its effect. Mo Dai asked what happened. Xing Chen told her that she suddenly had a fever. The girl asked, what's the fever? Xin Chen, pushing her out of the room, said that yes, she has had this since childhood. Suddenly it will split to 100 degrees and burn. She should also leave here. He'll sleep and come out. Then he closed the door behind him. He collapsed on the floor and thought how hot it was. He needs to get out of here as soon as possible. Modai started knocking on the room and asked her if she was sure she didn't need her help. Without waiting for an answer, she opened the door and saw that she was turning in completely without clothes. Out of fright, she closed the door and rubbed her eyes. Then I opened it again and saw a naked man climbing out through the window. And she closed the door again. She was terrified. Xing Chen ran naked across the rooftops. He tied his hair in a ponytail and said he told her not to come in. But it doesn't matter anymore, he needs to find the fox first. If you believe the words of Modai, then she is in the mountains. Juzai was dreaming now. Nightmare. Her friend was running after her and calling her by name. After catching her, she said she was wandering around here again. People are coming again, but Na will distract them, and she needs to hide. She should hide well. Then her friend died. At that moment, Xiao Zai woke up. She got up and wondered where she was. She remembers being hit by an old man, and it was her sister who brought her back with a blood counterattack. The bet was right. She didn't look smart, but she was a nice and gentle person. In the future, she should repay her with kindness. He came to Xing Chen and said that she had already woken up. She woke up right after the military puppet was removed. She will recover quickly. And I asked her, how is she feeling? Xiao Zai slapped him in the face out of fright. Xing Chen called her names and asked her what was she doing. Xiao Zai was very angry at him and said she remembered him. He's the moron that got her caught. Xing Chen asked her why was it his fault? He had saved her. Xiao Zai said it was nonsense and he was shameless. That's how she was saved. It was a sweet and stupid sister. Xing Chen said she was him. Xiao Zai said she wouldn't buy it. He should stay away from her. Xing Chen said it was fine. He took out that bottle of those pills again, told her to look carefully. After he was reincarnated, he asked, what? Let her see what he can be like. If she still doesn't believe him, then she can check it again with the blood contract. He's a man. Xiao Zai thought that a man. Then she said that he was a perverted female transvestite. He's a fool who plays with love. He must give her back her gentle older sister. Disgusting smelly man. Xing Chen asked what does she really like about women. Xiao 11 was still very angry and said it was none of his business. Xing Chen couldn't stand it and started shouting that she had no manners. He is her savior and master. She didn't even say thank you, hit him and started yelling at him. She's a pathetic vixen and deserves to go to the Valley of Repentance. He's so guilty of saving her. Hearing all these words, Xiao Zai became very upset and started crying. The system told him she was a girl and he was talking too much. He must say something gentle to her in order to persuade her. After that, Xing Chen also started crying and told Xiao Zai that she was screaming like that, as if it was his fault for everything. He is also offended that she ran over him. He worked hard to save her just because she loves women. You need to be treated like this. Xiao 11 felt guilty and told him not to cry and started asking for forgiveness. Xing Chen thought she had fallen for it. It's not his fault, so why should he persuade her? No tears will make him bow down. Xiao Zai said she was rude. Maybe stop crying. After that, Xing Chen wiped away all his tears and said that it was fine. Xiao Zai saw through him and, shaking with anger, thought that this man. Did she just realize? She was defeated by the fact that he could use weakness and tears more than she could. It's not that simple. After that, Xing Chen said that they needed to get down to business. He asked her what her plans were for the future. First of all, his name is Chu Xin Chen, and he wants to enter the Divine Moon Academy through the admission process. He wants her to be with him. She can help him through the blood contract. He needs her strength. In the meantime, he would conceal her identity and protect her. Xiao 11 asked him that she was a beautiful girl. Did he think she would bite him back if he took her with him? Xing Chen asked her why she would do that. There are good and bad people in any race, and he won't blame her for being a fox. They will have enough time to get to know each other, what kind of person she is, and he will see with his eyes, not with his ears. But if she doesn't want to, Xiao Zai did not listen to him, said she would go with him. Anyway, she has nowhere else to go. She just has a request. She asked him if he could stay in the image of his sister. Xing Chen told her to only dream about it. After the conversation, Xing Chen was kicked out of the cave. He said it was a fox that was so smart-ass. She thinks he's transgender. No way. The system told him that he had a great girlfriend. He should get this fox. Xing Chen told the system to leave, because it was all her fault. She's just a terrible robot and a terrible system. The system asked what? Who said she was a robot? She's human. Before he became a system, he used to be a man. His world somehow collapsed at this time. Someone found him and made a deal with him. He was asked what about rebuilding his world and letting him go back. Only he will become a system, will help to grow a warrior who surpasses all warriors. And he agreed. Although the memory was sealed before becoming a system, He forgot his own name, but he remembers that someone very important was waiting for him. He would do anything to get back to this person, and he said that it was a pity that they met. Xin Chen asked if he didn't like him. Would he not help him anymore? Does he hate him? The system told him that his help is very weak, but that's not his problem. As a rule, when a system stays in a new world, it connects to the heavenly path, the rules of this world, as soon as possible. The system can enhance the aura of the protagonist by interfering with the heavens and presenting various system rewards. But he's been here for so long, but he doesn't feel the heavenly way at all. It's like he's disappeared. The world of rules would be chaos, but this world is arranged very strangely. Xin Chen told the system that so, let him ask the god who signed the contract with him. The system said he reported it and should get a response soon. You can become the strongest without special rewards. If he tries hard, then everything will work out. Xin Chen said that, and thought about it. He thought that his world had fallen, and he still needed to be a system and live on without a reason to live, without a person dear to him. After that, he said that it was fine. They would complete his mission as soon as possible before he returned home. The system thanked him. Xin Chen said that we need to go free the fox, and then they will work. Modai had been eavesdropping on them all this time. After that, she returned back to the house. Ishan greeted her there. He asked her where she had just gone. And where is sister Chu? Chu girl said she wanted to go home first and she sent her out of town. Ishan excitedly asked, what is she herself? Is it safe? Modai said it didn't matter because she had given her protection. Ishan told her that she was so kind to her sister, she liked her in any way. Modai said she was just returning the favor. A few days later in the royal city of Kalan, Xin Chen arrived there with Xiao Zai. Xin Chen said it's so busy here. Then they saw two people performing acrobatic tricks. He told Xiao Zai to look at it, because it's acrobatics. Xiao 11 asked him that he was really in the city for the first time. Wasn't he? Why all this fuss? Xin Chen said yes, one time. And I asked her why is she dressed so tightly? Xiao 11 said she's used to it, but she doesn't feel safe showing her face in such places. Is she afraid of being discovered? Xin Chen tore off her hood and said that he would give her a pill that would change her a little, so don't let her piss. He asked her if she had forgotten what he was talking about. Even if someone discovered that she was a fox, she was still his blood creature. She must not forget that he will become even stronger. No one will touch her. From now on, she can walk on the ground with her head held high. Does she understand this? Xiao 11 was very embarrassed and said that she did not need protection from such a man. He grabbed her by the hood and pulling her behind him, said that there was a registration desk. They walked over there and Xin Chen greeted everyone, saying that they would like to register. A form was handed to him. Xin Chen asked that you just need to fill out a form, right? The man, without saying a word, showed him a leaflet on which the requirements for applicants were written. There were written requirements for the rank of strength. He must be a martial artist and above. The requirements for the level of fighting spirit were also written. It must be of Xuan level or higher. Xin Chen said they fit the requirements. The man told him that if he filled out the questionnaire, then let him come in. After that, he entered the portal behind these men. There were already a lot of people on the other side who were chatting among themselves. Xin Chen said there were so many people, and there were some squares and rectangles scattered around the circle. They were everywhere, even hanging in space. He asked, what are these things? The system said that this is a mysterious place, which is equivalent to their exam topic as well. They randomly choose a theme and a world. The mysterious zones are basically ancient battlefields with harsh conditions and lots of demons, testing the general abilities of the candidates. Then a man appeared and said that all candidates were asked to behave quietly. There are a lot of applications today. They have to prepare, because exams will begin soon. He is their Divine Moon Coincidence instructor, and then the basic rules of the exam will be announced. Food and pills are not allowed when evaluating the mysterious zone, and there are no restrictions on the rest. They must pass the prohibited items and they will be returned to them after the exam. Xin Chen exhaled and thought that fortunately, he had finished all the sugar pumpkin. The guy who was standing in front of them, choking on buns, said that the big buns that his mom made him. The instructor informed them that the longer they lasted in the secret world, the more points they would get. 7 days of survival is considered a pass, and there are no restrictions on what candidates can do. Xiao Zai quietly asked that there are no restrictions. So you can kill, right? Xin Chen whispered to her, what? Why is she so fearless? After that, all the candidates were surrounded by strange spirits. The instructor said it was a spirit. They should choose one at random, and he would decide which secret place they would go to. They will also receive information about additional bonuses and meetings in the secret world. If their lives are in danger, the spirit will keep them alive and take them away from the secret place. Xin Chen grabbed one spirit, and I heard that two guys were talking next to him. One of them said that he had heard that this year the secret world is very complicated. If they are assigned to the same secret zone, then he hopes that they will take care of them.
The guy who was standing next to him said he didn't deserve it.
Xiao Zai told Xin Chen that it was Shizuo Wu. He is the second son of the Shi family, one of the 4 great families of their country. Xin Chen asked her if she really knew him. Xiao Zai asked him that didn't he know who he was. He's a very famous man. When he awakened, his soul power was able to form a solid sword known as the Sword of Light. Xin Chen asked, what is the soul force that condensed into a solid state? Right. Isn't that something that can only be done after a certain level of strength? Xiao Zai said that you can't judge a genius by rumors. He is now a 4-star martial artist and a candidate this year. Xin Chen said that's strong, but then the system told him that it was nonsense.
After all, he is the strongest. He cannot lose to him.
He must complete a task called Take the Initiative and Win. Historical record of survival in the secret world. He will cope, because he is a dragon warrior. Xin Chen grabbed his head and said that he knew this would happen. And I asked the system what was the record. The system said 17 days.
Xin Chen told the system to let him pass the exam calmly.
The system said that time passes quickly in the secret realm. 15 days is half an hour outside, so there are no delays. Xiao Zai said that the secret world will open soon. And I asked him that they lead to a secret place, didn't I? If they find out who she is. Xin Chen said that everything would be fine, because if they found out, they would kill them or run away. Then he took her by the hair and she took him by the belt. The instructor called out to all the candidates and said that 100 years ago, at the end of the Dharma era, evil spirits invaded and the world of cultivation was on the verge of destruction. But the ancestors persisted, both becoming stronger and fighting evil so that today they could flourish again. These secret places remained as they were at the time of the disaster, and he really hopes that they will continue the will of their ancestors and break through there. And now they have to get started. After that, their exam began. Xiao Zai woke up. She thought it hurt her hair. They held each other so tightly, but they broke up anyway. Then the girl said that they should be in the crypt of still water in the swamp of black earth magic countries. After all, she had heard from leading students that candidates would be moved to a certain part of the secret zone, then decide where to go. But everyone was separated as soon as they entered. Then everyone paid attention to Xiao Zai. The girl came up to her and asked her that she had already woken up. She looks a little weak, is she alright? And asked what, maybe they will survive together. Xiao 11 was very scared and mentally asked for help, asking that why did she run into them. It will definitely be revealed. Where is Xin Chen? Meanwhile, Xin Chen woke up in another place with his pants down, as Xiao Zai was holding his belt. He looked his hand to where Xiao Zai's hair was deciding, and clutching his head, he said that his belt. But then someone decided to attack him from behind. Xin Chen and Xiao Zai were quite far from each other. Xiao Zai was on the ridge of a mountain, and Xin Che was on a swampy plain with fog, and there was a huge black field between them. Xin Chen was just reaching out to put his pants back on. At that moment, a troll attacked him, and the guy used his foot to hit him on the head, and then trampled his head into the ground. Xin Chen asked what kind of sneaky attack was also so weak. The system said it was a swamp demon. This is called the Black Earth and the Big Swamp, and the terrain suggests that it is a swampy plain with fog. The fog is poisonous here, but it has full immunity. Xin Chen said that the fox had also entered this secret world. He feels her, but why are they scattered? Shouldn't they have moved to the same place? The system said that maybe the rules have been changed. You must first check the area for danger. He must first find food in order to ensure survival time. And I asked him what is it. Xin Chen was very happy to say that the land is so fertile. Has he never seen such a good land? It's much better than in the mountains. It's a shame not to grow here. The system asked him that he wanted to do farming. What a genius he is farming in the secret world. But now he has to calm down. If he plants now, he will starve to death while the new one grows. Xin Chen had already prepared to dig the ground and said that everything was fine. He has grown fast-growing seeds and fertilizers. With spiritual power, they will bear fruit in 3 days. He can grow food that will last for a year, not to mention 17 days. The system stopped him and told him not to. He is here to take the exam. They are engaged in agriculture. Meanwhile, Xiao Zai and her new team were doing some digging. She was sitting next to Zuo Wu. That girl came up to them and asked how their excavations were progressing. Zuo Wu showed her a whole basket of mushrooms and said that's how. Xiao 11 looked at him carefully and thought that he was different from what she had imagined him to be. She expected to see a proud guy, but he turned out to be very talkative, and especially listens to this sister named Shui Xiao Ling. Shui Xiao Ling said that the further they advance into the misty plains, the less food there is, so they should collect more mushrooms while they have the opportunity. A guy came up to them and asked how much they had already mined, but after looking into the basket, he said that this was not enough and told them to follow him. He is a regular candidate and knows where to find food. After that, everyone followed him. One sensed something was wrong with Xiao Zai, who thought that where was he leading them. Then she got into something. She started wiping her foot on a tree and said she stepped on a turd. Shuya Xiao Ling said there was a lot of feces on the floor, and I asked the guy that where did it lead them. The guy smiled slyly and said that you had a good deal to remove them from the exam in return for something. Xiao Ling said it was a swamp demon lair. After the exam, they will find out where he got so much courage from. She told Zhu Wu that he is so popular so much that they want to merge. Zhu Wu proudly agreed with her. He said that the famous will always be envied. He was prepared for such a trap. Just let them let his sword. But then one of the swamp demons hit him in the face, and he fell. He got angry and told them to let him finish his sentence. Xiao Zai wondered if this was the sword of light. Xiao Ling got angry and said that these fucking swamp demons have no honor. She created a barrier around them that these swamp creatures could not come to them. She told Zhu Wu that he had reread the books. In a fight, you don't have to talk, but do. Meanwhile, Xin Chen was busy with the housework. He had already created a whole vegetable garden for himself and was very passionate about this business. Right now, Xin Chen really looked very happy. He had already planted a lot of seeds and was very pleased and proud of himself. He had already planted a whole bed and watered it with water that was intended for him to drink. But Xin Chen was not going to spare her. He carefully watered everything he had already planted. The system told him that he was just pouring out the water he managed to get. Xin Chen was very happy right now and said that it was a fast-growing watermelon that he had already bred once, so he didn't need a lot of water. He will make a stream there and point it in the direction where he is going to do it, and there is a cabbage. And here he will plant a pumpkin, and there a carrot. Apparently he already had a whole plan. The system said that calling vegetables like that is just foo. Xin Chen told him that he just didn't understand about his romance. He is a man of the cultivation world, and he himself is from a completely different world, and he did not have one. After that, he began to chop down a tree. The system asked why he was chopping down a tree. Xin Chen said he would build a house and a fence. Build houses, go hunting, what kind of life is this? The system told him he couldn't do it anymore. He wanted to go home. Meanwhile, some strange black bird flew by, which apparently was watching him. Meanwhile, in the village of the Black Swamp, it was a bird that flew in and, turning into a man, bowed to its king. The king asked Crow how things were going. Crow said he found out that there are 57 human beings who have reached the Misty Plain, and most of them are isolated and poisoned. They won't last long. But there is one person who does not seem to have suffered from the swamp poison, and he is now on the border of the secret world. And that's it. The king said that he thought that people who in previous years came to dig for treasures, ask for food and shoot guns. He wasn't expecting an ellipsis. This year, another capable person came to this land. But they should forget about it, because it's just a bunch of little guys. However, he must take a team of advanced swamp demons and clear the territory of people. After all, their goal is. Meanwhile, the swamp demons that surrounded the dome that Xiao Ling had created were calling for Mr. Shi. The girl was surprised and thought that how did these swamp demons know the name Zhu Wu? After that, she said that this was her spiritual field. It is unstable and can only hold for a short time. Xiao Zai was surprised and thought that the spiritual field. Isn't this a skill that only a great martial artist can unlock? This sister is already a great martial artist. Xiao Ling said that but these swamp demons are of a low level. That's why they will be able to escape. She is a doctor, so if anything, she will help them. And I told Zoe Wu to clear the road. The man got up and said that it was fine. He will no longer preach to them the morality that is not spoken about military virtue. And he took out his sword of light. This sword was very long, and therefore the man began to spin around his axis to exterminate all the swamp demons. And the rest of the team started jumping so that they wouldn't be hit by this sword. Xiao Ling told him to leave. No need to linger here. Zhu Wu put away his sword and said that was fine. Then he rushed into a fight. Xiao Ling told everyone else to keep up. Xiao Zai was very surprised and thought that this was too much. After that, everyone followed that man. In the end, Xiao Ling grabbed his cloak and told him that it was good. He should be finishing by now. He's a great guy. Zhu Wu finally stopped and said okay. He's very hungry anyway. This person underestimated him, thinking that a bunch of swamp demons could destroy him. No respect. Xiao Ling tensed up and thought it was very strange how smoothly everything turned out. How does the swamp demon in the secret world know Zhu Wu? Is it possible that the one who framed them is cooperating with the swamp demon? But that's just not possible. Just then, all the swamp demons reached Xin Chen's new home. One of these swamp demons asked that this was it, wasn't it? A man who is engaged in farming. Meanwhile, Xin Chen created a trap in order to catch mice, and having already caught one mouse, he said that it was meat. He was very pleased with himself and said that he had caught a baby vole and taken it home to cook soup, and said, "Brother Jiang, who is the system?" so that he would not be sad. It's okay, because he will understand it someday if he lives on Earth, working constantly. Now they will see how his cabbage has ripened. But then he turned pale all over. He was very angry now. All these swamp creatures destroyed his entire vegetable garden and sat down on chairs, waiting for him. When they saw Xin Chen, they asked what about he had already returned, right? Why did he freeze as if stunned? He laughed and told his demons to look at him. He was scared to death. Xin Chen called them names and started crying. The swamp demon laughed and said that the boy was crying. They liked his vegetables very much. They were beautiful. But then Xin Chen, without letting him finish, hit him. The demon got angry and asked him how dare he do it, and he ordered his brothers to kill him. But Xin Chen dealt with all his brothers with dexterity. Then their leader was already shaking with fear and said that it was impossible. He's just a master. But Xin Chen didn't let him finish and asked why they had ruined his food. Then he began to trample it into the ground and told him to answer. The demon was so scared that he began to beg him for mercy. He said that the king of the Black Swamp asked him to kill him. If anyone is to blame, it's only him. Xin Chen was so angry that he trampled this monster so that only his head was sticking out of the ground. After that, he summoned the golem and said that he would destroy this king. He'll kill him too. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wu easily dealt with all the creatures. He said that the number of swamp demons that have attacked them has been increasing over the past few days. This is already the 5th wave. Xiao Ling thought that they were not too strong yet, and their killing intent was not strong, as if they were deliberately exhausting them. And they don't have enough supplies anymore. It won't be good to continue in the same spirit. Zhuo Wu asked her if they had any more food left. Xiao Ling said that there were only a few rakes left, but she would try to hunt. Thank you, I thought that fortunately she used to starve often, so this is not a big problem for her. With a bloody contract, she can go without food and drink for a long time. The closer to the swamp plain, the stronger the blood ties. It turns out that Xin Chen is there, isn't it? If it's so dangerous here, it must be even worse there. What is going on? It turns out that her soul power is quickly depleted through the contract. Is he in danger? Meanwhile, Xin Chen had already reached their lair. Otherwise, we have to deal with all these monsters. One of them said that the human race be damned. He jumped on him and, biting his shoulder, said that he would fight him. Xin Chen looked at him menacingly and asked him if he really thought that he alone could do this and bit him on the head. Then their king came out. He laughed and fired his punch at him. But the guy beat him off. The king told him that he must be at the level of a martial artist if they react so quickly. The king became an intermediate heavenly monster. It is the equivalent of a 2-star martial artist. He wanted to say something else, but Xin Chen didn't let him say a word, slapping him in the face. The king was scared and thought that how could this happen? This speed and strength. Is it really the ancestor of martial arts? Xin Chen walked up to him and grabbed his head and asked him that he was the king of the Black Swamp, wasn't he? This punch is dedicated to him. Then he started beating him, saying that it was for his stream and for his house. How good he feels now, and this is for cabbage. Then he stopped and, grabbing him by the collar, told him to wake up. Was it really just a couple of punches and he had already fallen back? He must remember that he is terribly angry. Did he ruin his food? He lowered his bag, in which there were leftovers from vegetables, and told him to apologize to the leftovers. This king was both surprised and very scared. He thought apologizing was rotten. Then he began to bow and ask for forgiveness. Xin Chen waved his hand and said that it was insincere. He does not respect the fruits of his labor and has instructed others to maliciously destroy agricultural land and spoil his vegetables. And now he's also apologizing with a favor. He didn't get enough along the way, did he? The Demon King was scared so much that he started bowing, hitting anyone on the stone ground, and says that he was mistaken when calling him Master Chu. He asked for forgiveness from both him and his vegetables. Xin Chen looked at the others and asked, what are they worth? They should all come up and apologize too. After that, everyone started bowing and begging for forgiveness. Xin Chen, referring to his vegetables and his work, thought that he had avenged them. So why does he feel a faint wave of spiritual energy under the fortress? He took the king by the hair and asked what was under the fortress. The king looked away and said there was nothing there. But Xin Chen didn't believe him and slapped him in the face again. The king grabbed his cheek and said that the basement was there. Grain is stored inside and nothing else. Xin Chen said it was true, but he didn't believe him. He told him to take him down so that he could see everything for himself. He asked him if they were gophers or swamp demons. Did the king say he was joking? Well, whether he sees it's just food, he's not hiding anything. And he asked that maybe they would already rise. Xin Chen asked that he was not hiding anything, but he doesn't think so. After that, he hit the floor hard and the wall in front of them collapsed. And he told the king that he wanted to hide something from him, but he could not be deceived so easily. What is he hiding from him? He broke in there and saw the girls who were tied up. Xin Chen was very surprised and thought that kick-ass. One of the girls asked him that he was also a candidate, wasn't he? Can he help them? They started on the plane and got poisoned with the mist, after which groups of swamp demons were attacked. They killed all the male candidates, but dragged them here. Then the system called out to the owner, but Xin Chen interrupted him, said that he already knows everything. Save her from the harem, right? He would help her. But the system said no, why wouldn't he make his own harem? Xin Chen asked him if he was definitely human. The girl called out to him and asked if he could save her sister first. Her name is Bu Kui. She is the third princess of the Jia Allen royal family. After being poisoned, she has a high fever and cannot save her without the elixir. If he can help her, she will be very grateful. Xin Chen thought that the royal family. After all this, Xin Chen hung up one of these swamp demons and hung a sign around his neck that said that, sorry, he was a terrible leader of swamp demons. He did not respect the work of others. After that, he told this girl that he couldn't find a clean bed, so they would just put it on the table. The girl put her sister on the table and thanked him. Xin Chen assessed her condition and said that his temperature is so high that the princess is in a coma. The girl said that she wanted to use spiritual power in order to heal her, but it seems that it failed. How could the princess be so poisoned if she had been in good health since childhood? But why is she in poor health now? Xin Chen thought for a moment and said that perhaps it had something to do with the ingredients of the swamp poison. He analyzed the swamp poison and found that it was formed from the poo of swamp demons. All the girls were terrified. Xin Chen continued that swamp demons like to defecate outdoors and their excrement, although not very smelly, can easily emit methane gas. The methane gas then dissolves in the mist on the plains and mixes to form methane poison. The princess has probably never been in such harsh conditions before, which is why she has a fever. The girls thought, what kind of nonsense is this? But it makes sense. Sister Bu Kui clutched her head and thought that it meant that her highness had fallen into a coma from shit. She said that so what is the cure for this swamp poison? Xin Chen said it wasn't difficult to cure her, but in this environment, even if they cured her, she would be poisoned again. Treating the symptoms is not the root of the problem. The girl asked that maybe they should leave this place. Xin Chen said there was no need to go to all this trouble. He had a way to clear the swamp of poisons, and that was farming. The girls fell into a stupor again and asked what. Xin Chen said that he had been farming since he entered the secret world and discovered that crops absorb methane and emit an aura as they grow. If it is a miracle herb, the cleansing effect doubles. So, it turned out that he has this secret weapon. These are fast-growing seeds that bear fruit in 2 days. His duty is to help people, and he wants to cure the poison and purify the methane. Return the blue sky to the secret world. And he really hopes that they will help him in this. So it's time to plant. Then the system called out to him, and he told him that he asked to take them into his harem, and not force them to plant. And given his negative attitudes towards harems, a new harem mechanism was introduced. Once he reaches the target proximity level, then they will participate in a prize draw with excellent rewards. Xin Chen asked what kind of excellent reward he could get. The system told him that, for example, some gardening tools. When Xin heard this, Chen immediately changed his mind and told the system that he was like a brother to him. And now everything will be at its best. Then the girl called out to him, calling him a cultivator friend, and asked him if they could do without it. They've never farmed before, and they won't be able to grow much if there are only a few of them, will they? Xin Chen said that there are no problems with these. Farming is not difficult. Here are his books about agriculture, they should read them. And tomorrow they will be able to see for themselves how he plants. And this is the most important thing. And as for the workforce, after 10 days already, Zuo Wu's team kept coming. He said they finally came. This village of swamp demons. Xiao Ling said that it is in much better shape than she thought. There is almost no swamp poison, and demons are not visible here. Strange, isn't this the most difficult territory? Zuo Wu said that anomalies are always accompanied by demons. It is said that the head of this village is at the level of the king of martial arts. They need to go, just let them be careful. You would like to see how well the village of Swamp is surrounded. The most difficult in this secret world. But when they got closer, they saw a clean sign that said welcome. Everyone looked at it with bewilderment. Did they think that Black Swamp Cottage? Then one of these demons appeared and asked that they were going to the cottage, wasn't it? He greeted them and said welcome to the cottage. He is secretary number 10 and his name is Numa Aiden. Then he saw this guy and asked that he was Zuo Wu, wasn't he? He had seen his portrait. He grabbed his arm and said they all knew him. They should come in, because Instructor Chu is waiting for them too. Zuo Wu began to resist. Then Aiden began to pull with all his might and said that he would not harm them. While they are working, they will have something to eat, and many candidates go to their farm. Zuo Wu told him to let him go. Then a girl passed by them. She saw her sister and Zuo Wu. She was very happy and said that it really was them. Xiao Ling asked, "What is Hao Jing?" She looked at her in bewilderment and said that her clothes. Hao Kaiyang said that Mr. Chu said it was a form of researcher. It's a very long story, they'd better talk inside, it's safe here. Xiao Osi thought that this Chun is not the one she knows, is he? After that, everyone went inside. They saw huge vegetable gardens, like these monsters, all working. Then Aiden saw one of them and asked why he was pissing here again. He went up to him and said what a shame. This is a violation of the social environment. Obviously, a public toilet is nearby. Had he forgotten what Instructor Chu had taught him? The monster told him that he couldn't hold on anymore. Aiden asked what, and because of this you need to write everywhere. It seems that he does not have a high enough level of awareness. Today there is, he won't. He will rewrite the swamp conservation code 100 times. The demon said no, he just made a mistake. He won't write everywhere anymore. Everyone looked at this picture with bewilderment. Only Zuo Wu was in awe and thought what a noble swamp demon. Hao Jen asked that it was unexpected, wasn't it? At first, she didn't believe and didn't think it was a good idea when Mr. Chu said he would start raising demons. But it turns out they can't discriminate against swamp demons and any races can unite. Because they all strive for the blue sky in this world. Under the guidance of Mr. Chu, who has a genius mind, intelligence and charisma, the magical swamp of the Black Earth will be reborn. So now everyone go ahead, she will take them to the great teacher, Chu. Now they will all work together on the cottage. Meanwhile, Xin Chen called a meeting. He gave the girls manicures and said that the color would be brighter if he used a few more dyes. It will come off in a few days. The girl looked at her nails and said what a beauty. She told Master Chu that he was amazing. She can't even pick the right color. Xin Chen said that it's not worth it, because it's all easy. The system told him that he knows a lot. Did he ask them to fall in love with him, and not to be their sister? He is the king of the harem, not a friend of women. Xin Chen told him that the progress, that is, let him see. The system told him that he was just a smart ass and was using a loophole. Then Hao Jen came and brought everyone else and told them that this was Mr. Chu Xin Chen. Xin Chen was scared and asked the system what was wrong with him, what happened. The system said it was wrong. He directed his forces at Zhu Wu. He pierced through it and took out some kind of ball. He told Xin Chen that it was an advanced element of the system called Kai transformation. Xin Chen asked what is the element of the system. Xin Chen asked the system, what is Kai transformation? What is it? The system told him that it was an advanced item that could only be created with the help of the heavenly Tao. With it, you can become stronger. Xin Chen looked at Zuo Wu and asked his system, what does it mean that he has a system that is better than him? The system told him that it couldn't be, because he doesn't feel the system in him. If there are other systems, then with his manifestation he would not be able to appear in this world. Moreover, this guy is not a Kai transformation user. Most likely, with the help of this artifact, he is being watched. Xin Chen looked at him and whispered that he was being followed. Did he notice anything unusual about him before the exam? He had to receive a Kai transformation after entering the secret world. The system agreed with him and said it was possible. Xin Chen thought that he needed to ask him first. He approached Mr. Shi and said that he was very pleased to meet him. Mr. Shi said that he was also very pleased to meet you. On the way here, he heard from his sister that she admired him. In order to save all the creatures in the swamp, he is guided by the process of greening the earth in order to cleanse it of poison. On the contrary, he only cares about passing the exams, and he is not as generous as he is. Xin Chen was very surprised and thought, what is wrong with him, with this Shizuo Wu? He told Master Chu that he is a real knight, and he admires him a lot. Xin Chen looked at Xiao Zai and read from her lips that she had told him that he had read a few books. Then Xin Chen was very happy and thought that he could be easily deceived. Idiots are just the best. after which he told him that he was too modest, he just did what every knight would do. And I asked him how about calling each other brothers from now on? Zuo Wu said it couldn't be better. Xin Chen asked Brother Shi what happened to him before he came here, can he tell him more about it? He has captured the king of the Black Swamp and wants to know his goals and plans. And then he found out that Zuo Wu was his main target. After that, they gathered in the building, where they were greeted by the king himself. He said he was Numkin Chod, the former king of the Black Swamp. Xin Chen told him that there was no need to be polite, he just had to tell them what he had been through. The former king said it was good. After that, he began to tell the story, said that as they all already know, the secret world will be open for transmitting information only during exams, and then there is no contact with the outside world. But 2 months before the start of the exams, someone entered the secret world. He couldn't see his face, but he could feel his extraordinary strength. This man wanted him to work for him in the secret world. He was only in favor, but he instantly upgraded his rank to a great martial artist. He also promised to release them from the secret world when the work was finished. But if they fail the task, they will destroy all the swamp demons. The temptation was so great that he agreed with it. At first, he wanted him to take some noble women and lock them up. But it was easy, they were poisoned, and it was very easy to take them. And then he said, catch all of Mr. Shi. He said that we would make Mr. Xin suffer, but he would not take his life, that he would make his life worse than death. Xiao Ling said that how brave. The former demon king continued that he was so off topic that he thought he would get out if he finished the job. Xin Chen whispered to the system that he was such a jerk who was being cheated by others. The system said that now it seems that his level has jumped, and this is the result of some system or system artifact. The weaker the host, the better the effect of Kai transformation. The mysterious man wanted to speed up the robbery of Mr. Shi's fate through the swamp demon. Where the hell did he get the system element? Obviously, he is the only system in this world. Xin Chen smiled at the system and said that he was just very bad at his job. And he asked the others that maybe it was the candidate who wanted to kill them. The candidate who wanted to kill them, didn't he? Xiao Ling thought for a while and said that yes, she remembers. His face was covered with spots. Meanwhile, when a mysterious man crept up to their cottage, he looked and asked what was going on there. As soon as he entered, he lost touch with the Kai transformation. He thought that he would let the swamp demon kidnap the princess and then go and save her, and he would have all the luck and glory in this world. But now if you look at the cottage, he turned to the scroll and told him to give him a cloaking artifact. He needs to get there and see for himself. Xiao Ling drew a portrait. She said that this is the candidate. Mr. Shi said what a beautiful drawing. Xin Chen looked at Xiao Ling and thought that he would call her the Picasso of the cultivation world. Then he was informed that new candidates had arrived. He's very resistant to stress, so let him drop by to talk to them. Aiden told the girl that they had all improved. There will be no harm to them. The girl told them not to touch her and called them evil demons. Would she not believe his nonsense? Her companion was killed by a swamp demon. He's crazy if he wants them to work with swamp demons. There must be a conspiracy in this fortress of the Black Swamp. They are trying to catch them all in the net. Then Xin Chen appeared and asked, where is the conspiracy? This is called mutual benefit. They have to pass if they want to farm. The cottage offers free food and blood, and they can all work together in order to clear the swamp and survive for a long time. If they don't want to live, then let them go, and the swamp demons won't bother them. They should not block the entrance to the cottage and not talk nonsense, violating their inner unity. Of course, if there is a conflict between them, they can inform him about it in time. The man said that there are no conflicts, they get along great. The guy who was standing next to this girl was very hungry and beaten. He asked if he could enter and cultivate the land. Just let them give him something to eat. He's not with this girl, he wants to come in. Aiden took his hands and said that, of course, welcome. Then this girl changed her mind and said that she misunderstood, and asked if it was okay if she wanted to join now. Xin Chen said let her come in if she wanted to. There's a system here. He was informed that he was a man of mystery. Now it is disguised with an artifact, and he can't strip him of his disguise yet. Xin Chen told him not to do it because he might scare him off. He is the only one who has been lacking energy since the candidates appeared here. It seems that with the help of the system, he makes a good living. He will let him in and then follow him. He'd like to see what he's up to. Aiden took the girl and said that this was the female bedroom of the human race. Here they can rest for now. The swamp demons in the fortress were put on the right path by Instructor Chu, so let them trust them. Together they can make the sky better. After which he ran with and told her to rest. This girl thought that everyone in the cottage was sick here. She went behind the building and opened the scroll, told him who this Chu Xin Chen was. Can he find out anything about him? The scroll told her that this guy was unidentified. He's nobody. The girl asked if he had any items for charm. If she wanted to control the situation, then he had to control him first. It's a good disguise plus charm. Night came. Xing Chen visited the princess and after examining her, said that the concentration of swamp poison had decreased significantly. The princess will recover in a couple of days, judging by the pulse. Hao Zhen thanked him for that. Xing Chen came out of the buildings and said it was late, so he would go home. The girl wished him good night. This new girl was already waiting for him there. She told him he was already back 2 minutes ago. The system informed Xing Chen that there was someone in his house. This is the guy. He's wearing camouflage and he's trying to seduce him. Xing Chen grinned and said that it was ridiculous for such an old woman to try to seduce him. The system said that as a precaution he was giving him a system buff. It is not affected by objects, and it can even counteract it. After that, Xing Chen burst into his house and thought that now they would get to know each other. This girl was already waiting for him there, but Xing Chen saw him in his true form. He was terrified, he even threw up. The guy was confused and thought, what's wrong with him? And I asked him if he was alright. Xing Chen started vomiting again and told her not to come near him, to stay away from him. His vomit even got on him, and he said that his eyes hurt. The system told him that with the buff, he had to notice the differences. He had to help him in exposing. The guy who changed clothes thought what was wrong with him. Was he sick of the sight of a beautiful woman? Maybe he has a disease. But he won't get away from it. The charm should work. After which he hugged him. He told him that he was hurting his heart. Doesn't he want her? Xing Chen's eyes were even bleeding from this horror. He started screaming in terror. Xiao Zai heard this, and she came closer to the door. The guy dressed up told him to stop pouring, and he asked if something had really happened. Should he look her in the eye? What is it with her that can help him? That day Xiao Zai entered his house. Then she slammed the door and said she was gone. Xing Chen told her to stop and help him. He's going to be sick. Then he grabbed her leg. Xiao Zai told him not to touch her, and called him a dirty human being. Xing Chen clung to her more tightly and said that he was so unhappy. She's a pervert, and she wants to seduce him. He's going to rip out his eyes. Others came to this sound. Hao Zhen asked, what is that noise? And she told Mr. Chu that they had prepared a soothing soup for him. And what's going on here? Xing Chen shouted to everyone that this is not what they think. He is not guilty here. Did she want to rape him? Everyone said in unison that this was a violation. How dare she try to defile Mr. Chu? Now they have to arrest her. Hao Gang ordered her arrested. This guy thought that it seemed impossible to control this place. Then, he took out some kind of balloon. The system told Xing Chen to be careful. After that, a very strong light began to emanate from this strange guy. Xing Chen hugged Xiao Zai to him. After that, the guy disappeared, leaving behind a strange fog. One of the girls asked if nothing had happened. Xing Chen asked Xiao Zai if she was okay, but the girl flew into a rage and wanted to bite him. But Xing Chen grabbed her and asked if she really wanted to bite him. Let him roll up his lip. Everyone else went berserk. The system informed him that it was the subject of losing his mind. He can make the demons show their true form and go on a rampage, attacking all creatures around indiscriminately. Where did this jerk get all these items from? It's pointless. Then one of the demons wanted to attack Xing Chen himself, but Aiden helped him. Aiden asked the instructor if he was okay. Xing Chen was very happy to see him, and he asked if it really didn't work on him. Aiden said that he had just felt a strong manic excitement. However, his words of wisdom rang in his ears again. He is a new swamp demon who embodies new ideas in a new era. How can he be at the mercy of primitive madness? Therefore, he restrained his restlessness and came to his senses. Xing Chen was very touched, said he didn't expect him to be so conscious. He took him by the hands and said that he would call him the light of the swamp demons. The future of the demon race is in his hands. Aiden told him not to worry. Will it meet his expectations? Then the system told him to stop this shit. This jerk ran away to the east. Xing Chen realized what he needed to do and thought exactly what. He knocked Xiao Zai out and handed her over to Aidon. He told him to look after her. He shouldn't kill her when she goes berserk again. Aiden said he was fine and asked him what he was going to do. Xing Chen said he would thrash this pervert. After that, he headed east. He realized that the princess's house was there. Meanwhile, this guy has already arrived there and said what he found. He took off his disguise and said that since he couldn't control the black swamp, he would destroy it. Now they will not live in harmony and will see the true face of demons. If he saves the princess while the swamp demons are rioting, then everything will be just awesome. If he uses an amulet on her, then the princess will definitely fall in love with him. After that, Xing Chen saw that the princess room had exploded. The system told him that this room was a princess, but why did it explode? He couldn't blow up the princess, it's not in his interests. But then Xin Chen saw that it was a princess. Then Hao Zhen came running. She rushed straight to the princess. The princess landed and called out to Hao Zhen. Hao Gang fell to her knees, hugged her and said that she knew she woke up when she saw the flames. It's great that she's okay. The princess pointed to the man, said that this man. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that he was touching her legs with a depraved face. She blew up the house because she couldn't control her body yet. Hao Zhen, covering the princess with her, told her that she would deal with him herself, and she should stay away from him, because that brat might get her dirty. But then this guy used a dirty trick. Some dirt began to envelop Hao Zhen. Don't let her move. The system informed Xin Chen that his martial soul is dirt, which increases items, and even a great martial artist will find it difficult to break free. Meanwhile, Xin Chen was already crushing this dirt with his fists. This guy turned to the scroll and asked if there was a memory eraser. The scroll should give it to him. Well, at that moment, Xin Chen approached him and hit him in the face. This guy was very surprised when he saw him and asked how he got free. Xin Chen started beating him up and asked that how could he trap him with his little tricks. If he wants to destroy the Black Swamp, he may not even dream about it. Hao Zhen was very happy to see this and told Mr. Chu to kill him. This guy, somehow closing himself off from Xin Chen's attacks, thought that what kind of power rank did he have? Why is this man ruining his life? If he fails the task, won't he find himself in the same situation again? No way. He's not going to come back. He will make them all bow down before him. And opening the scroll, he told him to take 20 years of life and kill him. At the same moment, the scroll engulfed Xin Chen. Hao Kaiyang asked him what had he done with Mr. Chu. This guy chuckled and said he was absorbed. Although it's a bit expensive, but finally no one is standing in his way. He approached the princess, but the princess turned away from him and told him to get out of here because he is disgusting. This guy told her she was so arrogant, but she wouldn't be like that with him. He'll play with her again. But then Mr. Noise came to the rescue. He said that a knight comes when he is needed. Meanwhile, Xin Chen was in some kind of light space. There was nothing there. He looked around and asked, "Where is he?" He saw the system and asked him that he also got here with him. The system asked what is the system space. Mr. She started fighting with this guy. The girls who had been shackled by his filth all this time were now released. Hao Kaiyang asked what he released. Is Mr. Shi really that strong? Then Xiao Ling came and said that the Sword of Light, she has resistance to the power of darkness, and asked the girls that they were both injured. They thought they had come to visit Mr. Chu, when suddenly the swamp demons rebelled. Mr. Aiden told them to go east. Hao Zhen told Mr. Shi to be careful, because he has a magic weapon that can move in space. He swallowed Mr. Chu. This guy thought that that person is really evil. It seems he has a magic weapon that he can't see. It inexplicably deflects all of his attacks. Mr. Shi thought he was being framed by talking about Brother Chu. He shouldn't get into trouble. Meanwhile, Xin Chen decided to sleep in this space. The system told him to wake up. Xin Chen told him that he had just tried. He couldn't get out no matter how hard he tried. What else could he do if he didn't sleep? Isn't this a system space? He has to have a solution, doesn't he? The system said that everything is very strange here. After connecting to the celestial path, the system will form its own system space, and it is used to store information about the system and create items. But there is no system here, like an empty shell without a soul. He contacted this serial number and discovered that it was just a low-level artificial intelligence. This is a terrible system replacement. If it is programmed to work, then the scroll is a robot that provides items. This is a fake system. Xin Chen told him that he was a real system, didn't even have his own space. And she asked what? That is, they seem to be locked in someone else's house. There's only one robot in the house and they don't know how to walk it, do they? The system said that it is possible, and so Xin Chen asked if they could take over his house. The system showed him the class and said he was just a genius. Xin Chen was delighted and said that it was very good. The system said he would try. In any case, this artificial intelligence will invade. It will be easy. Since they dared to let him into this space, then they should be ready. He will show him the strength of the strongest system. Meanwhile, the princess herself came to help Mr. Shi. She attacked this guy, but I couldn't hurt him. She jumped away from this guy, taking Mr. Shi with her, and said that again this trick. It's disgusting. Every time he's about to strike, he either suddenly deflects or this weird shield appears. This guy thought that it took all sorts of means in order to contain the onslaught. He can't pull anymore. After which, he reached for the scroll again, raising the rank. Unlike the one used for the King of the Swamp at the beginning, this one can continuously raise the level until his body can withstand the limit. But it takes a lot of effort. If he wants to completely suppress them, then he must rise above the level of a great martial artist. But even in this case, it's better than turning into a punching bag again. Hao Kaiyang said that what a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. Is he breaking through? Mr. Shi said more than that. He raises his rank. They must be using magic crap for 5. He turned to his sister and said that they could not let him continue to become stronger, and this needs to be done before his sphere stabilizes. Mr. Shi attacked one. After that, this guy released his dirt into him again. But for this, Xiao Ling was needed, who created a barrier so that this dirt would not fall on him. Then Hao Zhen came to the rescue, who tied his neck and pulled him along in order to be attacked by the princess. The apostle dealt another blow to Mr. Shi, after which they stood together again, and the princess asked that they had killed him. Xiao Ling said she didn't know, but then again this dirt began to constrain their movement. After that, they began to drown in it and only their heads were already visible. This guy came up to them and said it wasn't bad. His punch is enough to rival a great martial artist at the peak of his powers, but unfortunately, he broke through even higher. He approached Mr. Xian, hitting him with his foot, said that he hated his strength. His arm hurts a lot. He looked at the princess and said that he could erase their memories anyway, so he could have some fun with them. The princess told him that if he did anything to her, her father would execute him. This guy laughed and said that maybe then she would cry and beg him to have mercy on her. He opened his scroll and began to shout that all the nobles of heaven, the sons of fate, would bow at his feet. After all, he is the chosen one. But then a hand flew out of his scrolls and hit him in the face. After that, Xin Chen got out of there. Everyone was very happy to see him. Xin Chen looked at them and asked, why did they bury themselves in the ground? Is this really performance art? Then someone shouted to him to be careful. A mud dragon flew at him. But Xin Chen, undeterred, hit him and told him to fuck off. He began to wipe his hand and said that again it was rotten dirt that spoils the soil. This guy asked, is it really him again? Why didn't he die? Then he attacked him again. Xin Chen hid behind a rock and asked him that he liked to play with mud, didn't he? So will he play with it? After which, he hit the ground and a stone fist flew out and hit this guy. This guy thought, what kind of monster is this? He hits him so hard when he is in the ancestral martial arts realm. He has to become even stronger. The system told Xin Chen that he should get closer to him. He cannot be allowed to continue using the artifact. He is now weak enough for the system to attach itself to his fist and immediately deprive him of the artifact. His term of life will end soon. And this guy kept telling himself that he had to get stronger. He remembered his childhood. Then he was sitting all beaten up in a corner in the library. He said that these family members who bully others, bullied him since childhood, deprived him of a place in school. Then someone asked him that he wanted to start a new life, didn't they? This guy looked around and asked who's here. The scroll told him that it was him. The guy took it in his hands and the scroll told him that he was the chosen one, and he was sent by heaven to help him. He can give him anything he wants. He will help him take revenge and become number one. It just consumes a little bit of vitality. But then Xin Chen started hitting him again. This guy didn't even have time to come to his senses and thought, why? He's gotten stronger, right? Why is he losing again? Obviously, he is the chosen one. There's this purple sphere that's been in my hands all this time. This guy's got it split into little pieces. Xin Chen asked that why did it break? The system said it was a one-time artifact tied to the user. Then it breaks into pieces. Well, the system still has room to reuse parts, so that's a bonus. This guy was conscious, kept claiming that they were bullying him. They all mock him. Why is it so difficult for him to become a new person? It's all his fault, damn him. Xin Chen came up to him and told him that he was still talking, even though he was going to die soon. He's done a lot of bad things and now he's pretending to be a victim, or what? The guy told him that he was only doing it to get what he deserved. The children of aristocratic families are born in order to enjoy the resources for cultivation and respect of the entire empire. He has no talent. He was bullied from childhood, and 2 years ago he managed to enter school, but he was replaced by another. He worked so hard too. Why does no one see him? It's because they're born noble, isn't it? And he was born cheap. He just wants to get back at them. Play with them, beat them up. What's wrong with him? The scroll is his only hope. Then Xin Chen interrupted him and said that this was not his hope. It's a ghost that dragged him into the abyss. Attacking an innocent person is not revenge, but abominable stupidity. He chose the wrong path in order to start a new life. This guy said he had no choice. After which he died. Until his death, he reluctantly looked at the sky. The soul can withstand various physical damage and damage from techniques, but they can't do anything about the loss of vitality. The system, Xin Chen said, that's it. Xin Chen asked her that he was not the kind of system that worked in his life energy. The system told him that it was a fake system that does this, and he is a real system. He's not going to let the scroll consume his life. He should go with him now. After that, the system moved it to another location. Xin Chen asked that where is he? The system said that this is his system space. He has collected a copy of all the knowledge that is stored in the scroll, and will deal with it later. Xin Chen called him a librarian and said he was a great guy. The system said that in rare cases, the system allows the host to enter the system space, which is extremely secret. But they are the closest partners, so he is honest in everything and hopes that he will trust him. After his investigation, it turned out that the fake system is more like a switch that automatically finds the owner. The owner gives his life and receives artifacts. He tried to figure out where it came from, but as soon as it started self-destructing. His inability to connect to the heavenly path must have something to do with the fake system, and it ruins his reputation. Will he need to decide something? By the way, it also gives him the energy needed to improve his fighting spirit. Now that he has enough energy, he needs to raise Xin Chen's level, so he congratulates him on advancing his fighting spirit to the earthly level. Xin Chen said that he had changed so calmly, he was so formal. Didn't all the improvements have a flash effect before? The system told him that at that time he had just met him. He wanted to create a professional cold image of the system. But since he knows who he is and what he looks like, why does he need all this? As for the artifacts, he still can't create legendary artifacts, but he can retake everyone with these fragments. Without the help of the heavenly way, he has to create all this himself. It requires a lot of knowledge and energy. He should read all the books that are here. Xin Chen was surprised, said he was so hardworking. The system told him that he was a loser now, but he could make up for it with hard work. He won't lose to the fake system. Xin Chen will be the strongest, and he will be the best system. And they conquer this world together. Xin Chen started to dig through the books and asked if he had any books on pig farming here. Other animals are also suitable. He would like to try himself in animal husbandry. The system saw, apparently, took offense at him and pushed him, told him to leave. Then someone called out to him. It was Aiden, who was running towards him as fast as he could. Xin Chen asked him that, well, how is it? Everyone calmed down. Aiden said that they calmed down, but as a result of the riot, most of the agricultural land was destroyed. Then he came to this place. The swamp demons began to apologize to him. They told him that they were so crazy that when they came to their senses, they realized that the ground had been dug up. He can punish them. Xin Chen was still very angry, but he said that they were also victims, so why should he punish them? Then he took out a knife and told them to let him open his throat. He'll come back to reality and kill this asshole. Then Mr. Shi arrived and told him to calm down. He was surrounded by other demons and told him not to do it. Ada started hugging him and crying. He told him not to leave them. Food was already tight, and this time many slow-growing staple crops were destroyed. Now the cottage is getting very crowded and they will run out of food. If he leaves now, it will be completely over. Xin Chen exhaled and apologized to everyone, saying that he was impulsive. He won't leave them. He has never grown many fast-growing seeds for staple foods. However, then he took out the corn from his ring. He told them that fast-growing corn is the fastest-growing of all the major crops. But he hadn't worked with her before. Mr. Shi asked why what. Xin Chen said that because it was tasteless. It tasted like wax, not even close to ordinary corn. But it matures very quickly, which is why they will be able to grow it for some time. He handed this corn to Adon and said that he should count the surplus, inform the whole village in order to plant corn tomorrow. Meanwhile, Xiao Zai was standing somewhere in the crowd. She looked very scared. There was a man standing next to her who whispered that they had heard that she was a fox. And another man asked that how did she get here. Xiao Zai was shaking all over with fear and thought that now she was exposed. Then everyone saw her. What should she do now? The next morning, Aiden came to the princess' house. She said he was joking or something. He wants her to farm too, but she's a princess, right? She had a bowl of potatoes in her hands. She asked what it was. Is this human food? What kind of breakfast is this? Aiden said that it was cooked by raw sweet potatoes. It is very useful to eat it. The princess was very angry and called him a swamp demon. She said they put her in jail as soon as she showed up, and now he wants her to jail for them. She'll blow up his shitty fortress. Hao Zhen came up behind her and grabbed her, telling her to calm down. Then Xin Chen came and said that he had given the order to sow the land. He told the princess that she would plant not for him, but for herself. He turned to Aidon and said that as for the food, he should tell them what he had eaten before his arrival. Aiden hesitated and said that poop. He was too hungry. They are not always with chittens. It was not always that there is. The girls were horrified and thought it was very scary. Aiden said that there was actually a supply of food there, but it was the private property of the Swamp King and ordinary swamp demons could not eat it. After the instructor came, they divided everything equally, they planted, and life got better. Xin Chen turned to the princess and asked her that everything was clear now. The only way to get a good meal is to plant, so she has to go and plant. The princess asked that how can she do such dirty work when only farmers can do agriculture. Xin Chen asked her what does she want? So that they can grow food, or what? The princess asked him that shouldn't he do it for the princess. Xin Chen was already very angry. You told her that this is the same rule for their cottage. How much you work, so much you get. If it doesn't work, then it won't eat either. After that, he turned around and said that they needed to grow good food. Hao Kaiyang turned to the princess and said that Mr. Chu was kind, she shouldn't worry about it. She will do her part of the work, will not let her starve. The princess was very angry and said that it didn't matter. How dare he talk to her like that? She'll remember that. She went into her house and slammed the door loudly, said she wouldn't eat a single piece of his food even if she was starving to death. And she would see if he could afford to starve the princess to death. The system, Xin Chen said, that how could he treat a princess like that? He now has a negative rating. He must rely on her to find the broken stone with the seal. Xin Chen said he understood that, but he was in charge of the swamp. Justice must be respected without compromise. As soon as someone gets something for free, labor will cease to be valued. Therefore, you need to plant a vegetable garden. The system slapped him in the face and said that in the end it was all about farming. He has to think about his main task. He has to increase intimacy, and then you will give him an artifact. Xin Chen thought that his strategy was to deceive them. It's a sham. He's the best at it. Xin Chen began to teach them how to plant properly. He showed the name and explained everything. He said that first you need to sprinkle a uniform manure. Then place 2 or 3 seeds between the manure, keeping them at a distance from it. Otherwise, the seeds will be burned by fertilizers. Then you need to bury and water. Mr. Shi asked, what will the food grow from now on? Xin Chen said yes. Mr. Shi said he really wanted to try it too. Meanwhile, Xin Chen turned his attention to Hao Zhen. She was already very tired. He walked up to her and called out to her. She told him not to worry, because she would finish the work of the princess. And she asked him not to cut her food. Xin Chen said he didn't want to embarrass her, but he had an idea. He hopes that she will cooperate with him. Meanwhile, the princess was sitting in her house and crying. She thought she was so hungry. She's very hungry, and it's all because of this Xin Chen. When they're done, she'll tell her father to lock him up. Then she heard the demons talking to each other in the courtyard. One told the other to come to eat after a hard day working in the fields, to which the other replied that it wasn't hard work, and everyone was very motivated to work together, and asked if he had heard about this morning, when the princess was doing nothing and wanted to eat. It's funny. Another replied that, of course, such fat people always want to eat and do nothing. The princess got very angry and went out through the window, told them how they would change. How dare they talk about her behind her back? Then Hao Gang came again and told the princess to calm down. She shouldn't be like that. Maybe she's hungry. She brought her lunch. The princess said she wouldn't eat. Maybe stop acting like that already. Maybe she'll just be her guard. If this Chu doesn't come, they will kneel down to apologize. She will never forgive him. Then she slammed the door behind her. The next day in the evening, the princess had not eaten for a long time. She lay in her bed and thought only about food. She was thinking, why isn't Hao Kaiyang bringing her food anymore? Did she really not need it anymore? Then she smelled food. She immediately jumped out of bed and ran to the smell. But when I came out of the house, I saw Xin Chen. So she went back into the house and slammed the door. Xin Chen looked at her through the window and told her not to close the door. He's here to apologize to her and give her a little sweet potato. He's really sorry. He really hopes that she will not refuse. After that, the princess could not restrain herself and began to eat these potatoes aggressively. Xin Chen told her to calm down. The princess started crying and thinking that why is she so useless? And why is it so delicious? She wiped her tears and asked for more. Xin Chen said he hadn't baked yet. And I asked her that why shouldn't she bake some more herself? She has to bury the potatoes in the ashes and wait for it to cook. The princess said it was too long. After that, she took out her weapon, which spewed fire, and began to fry potatoes in this way. Xin Chen told her that she could not bake in the fire because she would burn. He bent over the burnt potatoes and thought, what did she do? Aiden was passing by them. He said he was so tired after a long day of planting. Then he saw the instructor and the princess and asked them that they were baking potatoes, right? He came closer and asked, what is the princess potato? It looks crispy on the outside and sweet on the inside, asking if it can be tasted. Xin Chen covered his face with his hands and thought, why is he saying this? Can't he see? Aiden took the potatoes with shaking hands and said that then he would try. And he himself thought that the instructor had told him so. He told him to praise the princess no matter what she baked, in order for it to start working. It doesn't matter even if it's tasteless, but it tastes like him. Apparently, I really liked it. This horrible look hides such a beautiful texture. The sweetness of the fragrance warms the heart as soon as it touches the lip of the tongue. Hades even grew hair from the taste. He said it was delicious. Xin Chen was shocked, told him that his hair had grown. Aiden stuffed potatoes into his mouth and said it was very tasty. The instructor should try it too. Xin Chen bloomed all over and thought that it was very tasty. Other demons came running here. They asked, "What is the potato from which the hair grows? Can they try it too?" After which they started saying that you are really very tasty. Even better than the instructor's food. And they have hair growing. This is his one hair growth on the top of his head. The princess is so good. Xin Chen came up to her and said that it was not bad for a princess after eating sweet potatoes. His hair had grown significantly, spiritual powers fully. 10 acres of land can be sown in one go. The princess said it was so cool. Xin Chen said that yes, just the best food in the world. Such wonderful food should be available to everyone. Let everyone see that there is such a wonderful princess like her in Qin Land, who cooks well and works hard. He wanted to ask her for help in making these potatoes for as many people as possible. She has to become the head chef at the Black Swamp Cottage. The cottage can't exist without her. She should be the head chef. The princess was embarrassed and said that it was fine. If they all want it that way, then fine. After that, everyone started shouting that long live the princess, and they called her a great cook. Xin Chen chuckled and thought he was stupid. He told the system that she has a good talent for cooking, and her fighting spirit is very suitable for frying potatoes, so she should be used and taught. The system was very angry with him and told him that he did not ask him to teach her cooking to make cooks with her. He's just trying to piss him off. Meanwhile, 2 people were watching them from behind a tree. The guy said in a whisper that this jerk had also deceived the princess. The girl said that they had no orders for the young princess, and they would not be able to defeat him. Why not just leave the exams? Tell the examiner that he is in cahoots with the fox. In any case, they survived 17 days, exceeding the bar for admission to the academy. Outside of the exam hall where grades are published, there was a huge crowd on the street, and everyone was watching the grades of their children and relatives. Many have asked that who is Chu Xin Chen, and why does he have such a place? What is going on there? What are they doing there for so long? In first place was Chu Xin Chen. In second place was Shizu Wu. Lu Xingzhai is in third place. And in fourth place is Chun Tang. An examiner named Lu Lion said it had been 17 days since the start. Why are there still so many candidates left? Which family is this Chu Xin Chen from? Another examiner said that, according to the examinees who came out, the spirits of the secret world have problems, and they cannot take the initiative in order to have time to save them. There was also a candidate who died because his souls didn't have time to save him. Lu Lion asked Wu, "Is this an accident in the exam room?" And I thought myself that it is not uncommon for a candidate to die. But every year there are several people who die in the examination hall. But if a child from a great family dies, then a big problem arises. He immediately thought of Zuo Wu and the princess, because their safety is under threat. Will the exam be suspended? Then some guy ran up to them, calling out to the examiners, said that 2 new candidates had come out of the Black Swamp, and they reported something. They said that Chu Xin Chen, who is number 1 on the list, colluded with the fox and took over the Black Swamp. He also made the princess and baked potatoes. He also forced Zuo Wu and the others to do something, or rather farming. All the examiners thought that farming. Lu Lion immediately made a chain. He thought that being forced into public work was humiliating the royal family. Managing swamp demons is collusion with demons. Collusion with a fox demon is collusion with demons. And he shouted that this boy was preparing an uprising. They must close the secret world and arrest Chu Xin Chen. Another guy came running and said he was reporting. I didn't just have a routine checkup. The formation that closes the magical Black Swamp has been declared invalid. Lu Lion was in a stupor. He thought that this array was designed by His Majesty, and for all these years it has always worked. Why does this room have problems with closing and saving the soul? It's all this Chu Xin Chen's doing. And he told them to report to the royal family and ask them to gather martial emperor level practitioners from all major families, those who can modify arrays, because they won't do anything anymore. Xiao Zai wandered around alone, and all the braids were looking at her. A lot of people were whispering about her behind her back. Someone asked if they had heard. 2 people went to report the fox. In any case, they have survived enough in this world, and there may even be a reward for reporting on the fox. Another man asked what she was. Lisa is all alone these days. What does Chu Xin Chen do? He was told that he was teaching the princess to cook. Yes, no one wants to mess with foxes, so they won't either. Meanwhile, the princesses were cooking at full speed. She told Xin Chen that it was boiled cabbage that she had cooked since he had taught her. Xin Chen thanked her for the treat, and when he tasted it, he realized that it was very tasty. He said it was sweet and refreshing, much better than the one he did. She's just a talent. The princess asked what was true. Xin Chen said that of course, it is necessary to add this dish to the dining room menu in order for everyone to see what she is capable of. She really deserves to be the boss. The princess said no, it was thanks to him. He teaches her every day. Hao Zhen was very surprised and proud of the princess. She thought she had learned to be humble. The princess said okay, then she would do it again. Hao Zhen thought that she didn't know that His Highness liked to cook so much. She had never seen her so happy. After that, she thought that there might be love between them. And I was surprised. She thought that although Mr. Chu was charming, this relationship might fail. What should she do as a subordinate? Then the princess told her that he looked like his mother. She watched her cook when she was still alive. But my father didn't like it. He considered cooking. It's a disgraceful job. As for the royal family, after her mother's death, her father and brother were too busy working in the family to spend much time with her. But they took great care of her. No one dared to scold her or encourage her to be as patient gently as her mother did. If only the master were a woman, she would really like him to become her mom. Hao Gang thought what a terrible thought. The system congratulated Xin Chen and said that everyone's relationship had reached a certain point. His mission is accomplished. Xin Chen was very happy about this. He turned to the system and asked what so he know what to do. The system told him not to worry because everything is already ready. He won't be disappointed. Meanwhile, all the demons were now working in the fields. Hayden exhaled and said he was so tired. He still needs to pick corn today. But then they heard a sound. Everyone was very scared. It was Xin Chen on a tractor. Everyone was so scared and thought, what the hell is this? Xin Chen smiled at everyone and wished them good morning. Master, she asked him what was his locomotive. Xin Chen said that this tractor. Let them think that this is one of the varieties of a steam locomotive. Then he noticed Xiao Zai and called out to her, said that lately she has been constantly hiding from him, and he finally caught her. He grabbed her by the collar and told her to go. He's about to show her the power of this technique. Then the two of them went. Xiao Zai said that he was shaking. Xin Chen told her that this tractor is powered by spiritual energy, and I asked her if she felt like her energy was wildly inflamed. Xiao Zai got angry at him and asked Wu what else he dares to waste her spiritual energy for. Xin Chen told her that he hadn't plowed all the land yet, and one person's energy wouldn't be enough here. Xiao 11 thought that it would take a whole week to plow all these lands. Then she began to climb under the seat. Xin Chen asked what it was doing there. It's dangerous out there. She told him to back off, but still he took her by the scruff of the neck. But Xiao Zai told him that she didn't want them to see them together. Xin Chen asked her what, and what would happen if they saw. He told her that in any case, they would cover her. She should trust him at least a little. Even if something happens to her, trouble won't get him. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why hide? He gave her a slap on the head and said that if she was offended, she should tell him about it. And now she should sit down normally. He will help her restore her reputation. After which he cleared his throat and began to announce to everyone. Everyone was very surprised and asked, what is the whole voice of the mentor? From a steam locomotive. Xin Chen said that lately some people have been gossiping too much behind their backs, talking about the fox. He looks like they're living too well, aren't they? What did the fox do to them? If someone dares to despise her further, then he will leave the black swamp. And in order for Xiao Zai to feel a warm attitude towards her, he will arrange events on the farm to protect her. Who will delight and make Xiao Zai laugh the most every day. He will teach him how to drive a tractor. Xiao Zai's mocking rating will be updated every day. She couldn't stand it anymore and hit him. She asked him if he was sick or something. After that, everyone happily started waving at her. They started talking. Then he hadn't said for a long time that she was very nice. They really liked her. Even Hao Kaiang came out and, sticking to the window, told her that she loved her very much, and let her play with the tractor with Teacher Chu. Everyone surrounded the tractor and started saying how much they love her. They said she was mom's treasure. Xin Chen asked them if they were trying to please her or to confess their love. Xiao Zai blushed all over and was shaking. She said that was enough. Meanwhile, on the plantation of medicinal plants, someone asked if they had seen the mentor's tractor, who said that he had heard that by confessing to Miss Zai in love, it would be possible to ride a tractor. The demon asked if it was really true. Then he confesses to her too. Xiao Ling exhaled and thought that it looked like Mr. Chu's handiwork. Great. A few days ago, the whole Axis was hiding even from her, because she was afraid of causing trouble to others. She has endured a lot of suffering during all this time. Then she was called out and told that maybe they would all go together. Xiao Ling didn't refuse and said they were coming. After that, everyone started running after Xiao 11, confessing their love to her. Meanwhile, the deputy mentor was sitting in his office and writing something in a book. Then a demon came to him and said that the mentor was calling him. The deputy said he would be right there. After that, he left the book open and went to the mentor. In the book, he wrote that it had been 6 months since the mentor came to the Black Swamp. People asked if there were still those who did not show up from the exam. Someone said that the exam had already started 14 hours ago, and half a year had already passed in the measurement of this place. Isn't that overkill? To which he was told that it seems that he was threatened by that Chu Xin Chen. They are all locked inside. The managers have already gathered cultivators in the highest level. He had heard that 4 great clans had come here. The head of the Shi family, whose name is Bai Jin, hit the table and asked that how their manager controls the exam. What kind of jerk could find a loophole? It's already 14 o'clock, and they can't get in. Her son is working there now, and I thought that he was also stupid, but skillful. He is definitely used there as a working bull. Lu Lion said that the examiners could not be blamed for this. In order to cross the fraud during the exam, no one can go inside. These rules were developed by the ruler of the sacred state, and he has the level of a divine master. They cannot disobey him. They have already asked the Lord Ruler for help, although it is impossible to enter there now. But every 24 hours the valley automatically opens before the start of a new stage of the exam. Therefore, he asks them not to worry, because in 10 hours the valley will open. Then they began to reproach him, saying that, of course, it was easy for him, and not to worry, because there are no children of the Lu family there. The woman said it was 10 o'clock. It's 5 months. What will her daughter experience during this time? She heard that she was forced to wear a white coat and experience something by being locked in a room. It's Chu Xin Chen mocking her. Then the head of the Shui family intervened. She struck with her cane and said she was asking for silence. The ruler's response will follow after a while. Now the situation is unclear, so she asks everyone to calm down. She knows one way to observe the exam. Maybe they should try it. Meanwhile, in the secret world, an eye appeared instead of the sun. The demons were frightened and, cursing, told them to look at the sky at the sun. An eye appeared. One of them ordered them to call the mentor. The head of the Shui family said that the surveillance seal would not last long, but at least they could see the condition of the children. The head of the Shi family said that there are so many people, she can't find her son. Someone asked her that didn't he have thick red hair. They said they could see it. It was red hair and asked to bring it closer. His mother said that he was stupider than his father and really worked. But she didn't recognize him and asked who he was so tanned. He just looked up at the sky and was a little scared. Mom asked why he was so scared. She was his mother. Then someone asked to stop and said that a crowd had gathered around the blue-haired man. The match recognized her daughter and said that it was her girl. She is being attacked from all sides. Someone asked what, or are they guarding? What is she wearing? Lu Lion asked to move to the right, and he asked, what is it that is moving so fast? Is it really a steam locomotive? How fast he is. Then they saw that a child had come out. It was Xiao Zai. She took off her glasses and gave them the middle finger. The mentor really dislikes Miss Zai's cowardice. In addition to protecting her, he tries another way to reason with her. He slapped her on the back of the head again and told her that if she was being bullied, then she should resist. When she argued with him, she was very brave. Where is her courage? And called her a domestic tyrant. Xiao Zai said that she is not a domestic tyrant. Xin Chen told her to be bolder then. She should scold the one who offends her. He can even teach her to show a fact. Xiao Zai asked, what does this mean? But under his guidance, she gradually began to grow bolder. But it became too bold. Idon ran up to her and told her to run away from here. She doesn't know yet that this is why she might get hurt. Xiao Zai said it was unlikely that this one would hurt her. Then Xiao Ling ran up to them. Xiao Zai was very happy to see her. The girl said it looked like it was a seal of observations, so they shouldn't panic. It seems that this seal is owned by her mother, and she thought that, but this is considered a violation of the rules. Why her mom? After which she asked that where is Mr. Chu now? Idon said that the mentor now went to the beach to the west of the field. He also invited him with him. Xiao Ling said that then they would go together to look for him. Some woman said that they seem to get along with each other. It looks like they're out of danger, and asked me to look for her daughter. She is afraid that Chu Xin Chen has locked her up. She has always been a stubborn and honest child. At this time, her daughter was fishing with other girls. Seeing her daughter, Mrs. Hao fainted. She asked why her daughter was dressed so openly. What kind of outrage is this? Another girl called out to Teacher Chu and told him that maybe they would go fishing together. Xin Chen couldn't take his eyes off them and said how dizzy he was. The system patted him on the head and told him to enjoy the beauty. Xin Chen thought that if he had known, he would have taken Xiao Zai and the princess with him. Then he was told to look at the sky. The sun had an eye. Someone asked, "What is it?" But at that moment it closed. Then Xiao Ling came running to them along with Xiao Zai. After that, they all gathered a council. Xiao Ling said there should be this warning. They need to get out of here soon. Watching the exam is a violation of the rules. Must be outside the valley. Something happened. They have been here for 6 months, so it's time for them to leave. Mr. Shu said that he really wants to do farming. The princess said that she really wants to cook. Aiden told them not to leave. Xiao Ling said that, but they came here for the exam. Xin Chen looked at Xiao Zai and thought that he was afraid that those two informers had said something and something bad had happened there. Then he took Xiao Zai's pigtail and began to pull it. She snapped at him. Xiao Ling said that it's because they can't stay here all their lives. Then Xin Chen said that it was enough to argue. They should get ready, because tomorrow they would leave the secret world. Aiden jumped up. Xin Chen said that if the informer was to blame, then the Black Swamp would suffer. They should solve this problem as soon as possible. And he told the deputy that nothing could go on forever. Sooner or later, they had to leave anyway. Did he teach them everything he could? They can only rely on themselves. The next morning on the rock of the Swamp Mist Ridge, demons began to say goodbye to people. They said they didn't want them to leave. The demon came up to Mr. Shi and said, calling him Old Shi, that he had almost no sweet potatoes growing there, so let him take more. The demons also hugged Miss Shui, telling her that they would definitely become good doctors. The princess said that it was necessary to provide everyone with good food. Xin Chen wondered if they would have another opportunity to practice farming. He looked at his deputy and smiled at him. Then he said that they were getting ready to go out. Hao Kaiyong had tears streaming down her face. The mentor told her not to cry, because it's not forever. May the water always flow and the mountain grow green, so they will see them in the bright future. After which, they all jumped off the mountain again. Mrs. Hao said that what a shameless libertine this Chu Xin Chen is, forcing her daughter to dress like that in order to fish. Lu Lion came up to Ms. Hao and said he thought she was having fun catching them. It shouldn't be as bad as she thinks, but the woman said it was nonsense. Mo Dai clutched her head and thought that this guy is like, doesn't he know how to keep a low profile? Fortunately, Grandpa doesn't know his name and face. Then they came running to them and said that they were reporting that the candidates from the Black Swamp had come out. This Chu Xin Chen is out. People started saying that he was finally out. They have to show them what he looks like. The man said that he had heard that he was a very elegant man and that he attracted ladies all over the world. And someone asked that isn't he a farmer who is engaged in agriculture? Here they just arrived. Xin Chen was without pants again. People started scolding him and asking if he really wasn't wearing pants. And they called him a pervert. Here, Mr. Shaw saw his mother and was very pleased with her. He said he missed her so much. Mrs. Shu thought, who is this? Zuo Wu approached his mother and said that these were watermelons that he had grown. He brought them especially for her. Then Mrs. Shu asked him that she had ever taught her to keep her mouth shut in front of people. Mr. Shu immediately remembered and thought that for sure. His mother asked what he was wearing. Where are his clothes and where are his earrings? Her son said that he had lost all his treasures to Brother Chu. After that, he said that it was right that he wanted to introduce them to his lifelong friend, Chu Xin Chen. At this time, the guards had already tied him up and were about to take him away. When he saw this, he asked the guards what they were doing, why they had captured his brother. The princess also came up to them and showed them how dare they should release her master immediately. The man told her that this time there was a mistake of the soul of the examination room, and he's the prime suspect. He conspired with the swamp demons and forced her to cook. The princess asked him what he meant when he said that. Frying potatoes is her life's work. In the last 6 months she has been supplying the whole cottage with potatoes. She fried so much weakness in her hands every day. This taught her to accurately determine the temperature and quickly improve her strength. She is already a 2-star martial artist. Mr. Shu said yes, and so did he. He plowed 50 acres of land every day, and his body is pushed to the limit of human capabilities. He is also a 2-star martial artist. His mom and Lu Lion were shocked. Shui Lin said that she treated swamp demons for various problems every day, and every day her spiritual power is repeatedly depleted, and it has already reached 3 stars. Hao Zhen said that she had also reached this level and learned a new technique. Another girl said that the swamp demons inside also helped a lot. It's a lot of fun to do farming. Xin Chen heard the praise in his address and chuckled and thought that he had foreseen this. How could he come out unprepared? Every day for the last 6 months he has been directing the work. He has achieved universal prosperity and progress for all. Will all the rumors be dispelled? The girl asked that they need proof in order to arrest someone. How can they arrest her master? Just because the two of them came up with this nonsense. The two people who reported it said they weren't lying. They pointed their finger at their master and asked if his collusion with the fox was also a lie. Has the fox come out yet? She must have been too scared to come out. He's just a fox. It's just disgusting to shelter such a terrible demon. What can you do with a fox so interesting? The princess did not take out heavy, all of them called. Then a man came and clicked that enough was enough. He turned to the princess and said that everything was fine with her. He was in control. When he heard the news, he thought he was already too late. The princess was very happy when she saw him, because it was her older brother. Her brother told her that now it seemed that he had arrived at the right time. The princess immediately rushed over and hugged her older brother. Her brother told her to be careful. He had heard that she had been there for 6 months. Was she all right? The princess smiled at him and said that everything was fine. She showed her mentor, said that it was all thanks to her master Chu Xin Chen. He saved her from a pervert. He just has a talent. Xin Chen was being led away by the guards again. But still, he greeted his highness. Princess 5 went berserk and asked why did they grab him? Isn't he the man who saved her life? And she whispered to her brother that the master was definitely a useful person. He could help them deal with Lan Feng, so he should help him. Her brother told her that it was because he was her second brother, to which the princess said that she did not have 2 brothers. After that, her brother announced that there is now no law prohibiting cooperation with foxes. He heard what happened in the exam room and the fox didn't do anything wrong, so why are they holding him? After that, people started talking. The man said that, and yes, there are still foxes and skinny horses in the market, but no one cares, does it? The princess's brother said that he also saved the princess, leveled the fortress of the Black Swamp and trained everyone. He has an excellent character and abilities. With his qualifications, he will be able to enter the Divine Moon Academy. But then Mo Dai's grandfather came and said that the academy would not accept such students. The fox is an ancient monster and must be destroyed. He bowed to his highness and said that if he thought they were not to blame, then he had no objections. But as the Grand Elder of the Divine Moon Academy, he has a duty to control the students who will enroll. He looked at Xin Cherry and said that he was hiding a fox and there were a lot of bad rumors about him. The academy won't accept him, and ask your granddaughter if she knows him. To which his granddaughter replied that she did not know, and she herself thought that his highness wanted to recruit Chu Xin Chen. But grandfather, a supporter of 2 princes, will not go on about 1 prince. Then the princess got in, said that he was such a stupid master, so smart and gifted that he didn't need his academy. Then she won't pay to the Divine Moon Academy either, but will go along with her master. Her brother told her that there was no need to be so rash, because this academy is the best in their country. Then Zuo Wu said that he too, a knight does not abandon his best friend. Hao Gang said that she would also go along with them. Mrs. She grabbed her son by the ears and asked what he was saying. But then their instructor came and said that Chu Xin Chen was on the first place of the list, but since he was not accepted. And turning to him personally, I asked him if he wanted to go to Wu Jian's school. Although they are not as good as Divine Moon, if he is such a talented person as they say, then he can negotiate the study conditions if he enters. He can bring his fox to school, because everyone is treated the same there. But then he was interrupted by a young man and told this instructor that he would not understand how to reveal his talent. He doesn't remember that he's recruiting someone. He should go to King Shan. Besides the Divine Moon, King Shan is the strongest in terms of pills, so he can get whatever he wants. The woman shouted for him to enroll in CU. It's full of beautiful women. The man said that if he wants to learn the strongest kung fu, then let him enter the Iron Axe school. Another man shouted that they should grab him. He is very talented. They should get him in previous years. The strongest students chose only the Divine Moon. Now they will get them. The elder of the Divine Moon School was at a loss. After that, everyone began to stick to Xin Chen. They said that with him, the outcome of the academy tournament might be different. He was told to enroll in the Red School. They are in the very center of the capital. He was torn apart and told to go to Shu Xin as well. The spiritual pond will be his bathhouse. Others told him to come to them, because he would make him a hero. But then everyone was interrupted by Instructor Liu. He told Xin Chen that he could farm at school. Xin Chen approached this instructor and said that he would go to him. Someone asked that why did it happen so quickly. Xin Chen was happy and thought that he had enough resources to cultivate. With the help of his highness, he can go anywhere, and even better if he can do farming. The elder, apparently, got very angry about all this and turned around and said that these teachers, examiners, just ridiculous. They won't be in the same boat with them. Then His Highness came up to Xin Chen and told him that the best student in the previous exams had always been awarded by the royal family. He should be rewarded for saving the princess and protecting her. It will allow him to choose treasures from the royal treasury. And I asked him how about this? Xin Chen thought that the royal treasury. Meanwhile, Xiao Zai was still stuck in that secret world. The one who said that the last candidate came out and it was a fox, who said that he heard that she died of starvation, that it was very bad. Meanwhile, in the candidate's room, Xiao Zai was entwined in all the food that was brought to her. Shui Lin told her to take her time and eat slowly. Instructor Lu said that he would take them half a month before the start of the class, so let them all arrive on time. Xin Chen said that he was fine and thanked the teacher. Then the princess came up to him and asked him if she could take him to the treasury for treasures tomorrow. But it's time for her to go, because she has a lot of work. But before she left, her brother asked her to take him with her so that he would choose him himself. Xin Chen thanked her. Then Zhu Wu came with his mother. He asked Brother Chu if he had a place to stay in the imperial city. Why doesn't he stay with him for a while? His mother is unhappy, glared at her son and thought that this brat is taking power into his own hands again. She said he was great, because she could come back and play with them more often. She turned to Mrs. Shi and said she needed her to take care of her for half a month. Mrs. Shi bowed her head and said that it was fine. In the house of Shizuo Wu, she told his brother Nonsense that from now on he would stay here, and Xiao Zai is next door. Xin Chen patted him on the shoulder and thanked him for it. Brother, she told him to rest tonight and get to know him if he needed anything. After Xin Chen was finally alone, he jumped on his bed and said how soft it was. Very good for such a family. The system also praised him and said that he coped with the task perfectly, just aerobatics. Xin Chen looked at the system and said that the reward. The system told him not to worry, because he wouldn't let him down. It will be a new premium, a prop, a charming voice. His words can control the opponent's mind for 3 seconds. This is a great control. Xin Chen said it was a disgusting card. The system said it was a great item. He made it with a bag of artifacts. What can you do? This sick prop is all charm and perfection. But it works very well. The rollback time is 1 day, which will decrease as the level increases. Xin Chen told him that he might as well give him another tractor. The system started hitting him again and told him to hear it. He needs to get stronger, he needs to think about the future. He's a celebrity now, how many people look at him every day? He should not use the things that the old people gave him in public. He must be careful that they don't find out where he came from. It would be safer to use his things. Xin Chen said he knows, and he asked when the bluff could be used. The system said that 3 years, and he is already almost a great martial artist. Each system delivers with a beginner's skill, which manifests itself to be very powerful, and suitable for him as the level increases. Everything he gives him is very useful. He should try them. Warning came. Brother, she came to Xin Chen with his mother. Xin Chen told him to come over to him. After that, he used the artifact that the system gave him and whispered to him that he likes to wear women's clothes. Then he told his mother that her dress was so beautiful. This is she thought it was with him today. And he said that isn't it always. He went up to his mother, said he really looked great. Does he want to wear it too? Can I try it on for him? He ran away and said that suddenly he fell in love with small dresses. He needed a tailor to make them. Mom ran after him and told him to stop. Xin Chen said it was a great thing. The system told him to be human. It will not be effective for everyone, so you should not rely on it. Then a man came to him and said that the princess was waiting for him outside. The princess asked Hao Jin, what is she like? Does she look normal? Is her hair dirty? Hao Gang said no, she is very beautiful. Then a guy came and said that Mr. Chu was already here. The princess said she was fine and ran to meet him. When Xin Chen saw the princess, he thought how cute she was. The princess told him that she would take him to the treasury, and asked that after choosing the treasure, how about going to the imperial city? Xin Chen, I told her she looked so beautiful today. The princess asked, is it really true? She said that when her mom was still alive, she loved to dress her up and compliment her on how cute she looked. And she told the master that he really has the same good taste as her mother. The system told him that the little princess must have fallen in love with him. It's so beautiful. Finally, not sisterly love. Xin Chen said that then let's go to the treasury first. After that, they were brought directly to the treasury. They went inside, and the princess activated some kind of mechanism. Then they were lowered down. The princess told him that he could only choose a treasure from the first level of the treasury. Here are technicians, there are weapons. The treasures on this floor are of the highest quality, but there are also many good things. She asked the master what he needed. She will help him choose. Xin Chen said let him give him a look first. And he himself thought that he did not lack for treasures, but he was here mainly to find the stone that would break the seal. Grandpa and the others gave him a technique that would help him find the stone that destroys the seal with the golden eye. After that, he started scanning the entire room, but he didn't see anything. Is it possible that the stone is on other levels? Then he saw a woman. She ran by and said her people were innocent. She's the only one to blame. Xin Chen was surprised and thought that Aunt Fox. Then he rushed after her. He thought, no, is this young aunt really? How did she get here? Are you a hallucination? The princess ran after him and asked what happened. His aunt kept saying that she was the only one to blame. Meanwhile, the old men were pulling sticks who should clean the house. His aunt said that with Chu gone, there was no one to clean the house. One of the old men said that it is necessary to draw lots and whoever gets the lot will clean the house. His grandfather said he should try. The old man with long hair said that it was interesting how he came down from the mountain. An old man with glasses shouted and asked that why is it him again? Then the senior was informed that the special envoy had arrived. The elder said he was finally here. Highly ranked messengers. This envoy greeted Mr. Lu Lao. Lu Lao said they were finally here. The messenger said that he had heard that there were problems with the pharmacy of the secret world. Lu Lao said yes, they'd better pass. They went inside, and he said that this formation was a demonic black swamp. The pharmacy was deactivated due to a malfunction of the differing souls. They found that the information had apparently been changed. The messenger said that perhaps this was due to the fact that he had not been served for too long. Lu Lao said that they are conducting scheduled monthly maintenance of the formation. The messenger said that since he is here today, he will check all the secret worlds in order to prevent such situations. He had heard that the swamp lands of this secret world had turned from evil to good, hadn't he? Lu Lao said that yes it is. The messenger said that then this secret place could no longer be used as an exam. He will bring the demonic black swamp back to the real world. Originally, these secret worlds were spatial, conquered by His Holiness and the demon state. And I thought it was an interesting candidate named Chu Xin Chen who was able to change these swamp demons. You would like to meet him. Meanwhile, Xin Chen fainted in the tomb. But I've already woken up. The princess has been by his side all this time and said that finally he woke up. He scared her to death. He just rushed where you grabbed that rock and then lost consciousness. Xin Chen got up and thought that, by the way, he had just gone after Aunt's phantom and discovered that it was all from this stone. It's just a stone that's made of resentment. He lost consciousness when he touched it. What did his aunt really go through? She never said anything to him. The princess asked him why he chose this stone. He said that, and thought that then he would find out everything himself. After that, he returned to his brother Shi's house. He was greeted and told that he had an important guest. Brother Shi came up to him and greeted him. Mom quietly told her son to shut his mouth, because there are important bones here. Prophet and those same messengers. Mrs. Shi told him they were messengers of God. They heard his story about the exam, and they want to talk to him. She grabbed her son and told Xin Chen to take his time, they wouldn't bother them. Xin Chen said it was fine. The system told him that something was wrong with these two messengers. There are fake systems on them. One of them asked that he was Chu Xin Chen, right? He heard that he was farming in the secret world. This country is full of talent, but he goes to a school that is worse than the Divine Moon. It seems that Jian has a bad attitude towards geniuses. The best school has the best resources for student development. The system asked that why did he get this artifact. Xin Chen thought that there was no need to do anything rash. He is above the rank of a battle king. The messenger told him that the divine kingdom is so powerful that any educational institution there can compete with God's moon in terms of resources. He has to think about whether he wants to join them. The system told the owner that he had to leave. He's trying to figure out if he has a system. Xin Chen told the messenger that maybe he didn't know him. In his eyes, land is the most important resource. Farming is more important to him than anything else in the world. The world is so big, if they give him land, then he will agree. They should understand this joy when they grow. The messenger said that okay, he understood. Since his heart is not striving for anything, he will not force him. But if he needs help in the future, then let him come to him. Then he touched his shoulder. Xin Chen said it was fine. After that, the messenger, leaving, said that they would see each other again. Xin Chen started complaining to the system and said he was sick. He shoved this artifact right into him. The system said that it still stuck so well. Didn't he tell him to leave? He didn't listen to him, but he has the material. He would like to find 2 more of them. After that, he took out this artifact. Xin Chen said that this person is even stronger and promoter than the guy of the pack world. He extracts the artifact from the air. When did he slip him? The system said that the location finder. But what's the point? Are they planning something? Mrs. Shi called her son and said that his friend had come to see him. It was Shui Len. Brother she came and asked her what she was doing here. Mrs. She told him to invite her. After that, Shui Lang handed them the bag. Mrs. She told her son that it was a medicinal bath that was prepared by Mrs. Shui. He has to soak in it for her for 3 days from today. Brother she asked that why was there a sudden need for herbal baths. Mrs. She said that most of the students went to Wu Giant Academy, while the rest are digging holes in themselves. He has no idea how many invitations he has received from the academy in the last few days. They are going to start school earlier in 3 days because they are afraid that he will be poached. So in 3 days it should have been ready and white as before. Brother she asked that why should he be white? It doesn't matter to the knight, the color. But Mrs. She didn't listen to him and already went to buy it in herbs. Wu Giant Academy is located in the northeast of the imperial country of Jian, next to the boundless sea. There are 10 islands on one hill, and 7/10 of the area is covered by sea rivers. So, the transport that is used to transport new students is a flying ship. Xin Chen was delighted. He said that he had touched the clouds. Zio 11 asked him that maybe he wouldn't be so strange. But then a bird flew past her, and she ran after it. The princess asked Brother She that why is he so tightly covered. Brother She said that after a wood-burning bath, his skin is very sensitive, which is why he can't be in the sun. That messenger was present on that flying ship. He did something, and the ship rocked violently. Someone asked what was going on. Another shouted that everyone should hold on tight. Zio Zai fell out, but grabbed Xin Chen's belt. He asked her why she was grabbing his belt again. She should get her hands off him. Don't grab his pants. Someone said they should hold on tighter, and whoever can help, let him help. The princess flew up on her weapon and grabbed Hao Zhen's hand. But other people also grabbed Hao Zhen. The princess started getting angry and told them not to touch her. Xin Chen told Zio Zai to hold on to him first. But then Brother She bumped into him. Zio Zai asked him why did he relax his legs. Then all 3 of them flew down. The princess, along with other people, also flew down. The princess got angry and said they were so problematic. Then the princess hit the water with all her might. She stood on her weapon and asked if everything was okay. Hao Kaiyang said that she was a great fellow. The princess said it was her duty, but he came out of the water. Monster. Meanwhile, at the Tsin Lao Academy, Instructor Lu thought, why haven't the new students arrived yet? Then a man came running to him and said that something was wrong with the novice ship. The flying pharmacy was blown up, although they managed to land in time. Dozens of students crashed near Thunder Island. Instructor Lu was scared and thought that Thunder Island is a closed school area, and he rarely goes there. He doesn't even know what's inside this island. And he told the man that someone should be sent to investigate the causes of the ship's accident. They should organize search and rescue operations for the students and make sure that the students are safe. And I thought that everything would be fine with them. Meanwhile, Zio Zai woke up and realized that she had caught on a tree branch. There was a monster next to her. She looked at Xin Chen and Brother She and realized that they were still unconscious. She exhaled and took off her cloak, falling to the ground, then ran as fast as she could. She thought that these 2 were still out. If she saw them, then it was over. She had to lure him out while she could. After that, she turned into a fox and shouted a monster, calling him a kebab, so that he would run after her. Zio Zai ran as fast as she could. Then she tricked this monster with a branch on the muzzle. She gave him the middle finger and thought that this boar was big and stupid, but with good use of the terrain it would not be difficult to get rid of it. But then she crashed into a bigger boar. It turned out to be the mother of that little boar. Seeing that her son was in such a state, the boar rushed at the fox. Zio Zai thought with pity that she didn't know there were 2 of them. But then someone came to her aid. It was a huge fox who said it was a shame. Meanwhile, Xin Chen woke up. He looked around and looked for Zio Zai. He went up to Brother She, asked that he was dead. Why is he blushing? Brother She immediately jumped up and looked in the mirror and said that it was because of sensitive skin. Xin Chen was surprised and thought, where did he get the mirror from? Brother She thought that his aunt would yell again. Xin Chen asked him if he had seen Zio, but then he saw her cloak on a branch. Brother She said that her cloak is nearby, so she must be somewhere nearby too. He doesn't know how long they've been searching, but they can't make out the footprints on the ground. All this time, his stomach was rumbling very loudly. Xin Chen told him that he was very hungry. Brother She apologized and said that she happens to have a case when the knight is not all right with his stomach. Xin Chen said he was hungry too and asked what kind of place it was. She said it should be one of the 12 islands, but they don't see the rest of the islands. Is the boundless sea so wide? Xin Chen took a stick and wrapped it with Zio Zai's cloak and said that the school should send a search party soon. He would leave a sign here, and in the meantime they would go looking for the others. After that, he inserted this stick with a raincoat into the sand. But then this messenger came and swept this stick right into the sea. Meanwhile, the princess was dragging the rest of the members on her. She was already very tired and thought that although they had escaped the attack of the demons, they could not find land or water. She's coming soon. But then Shui Lin found them. She used her magic, told the princess to drink this fresh water that she had obtained. She hadn't seen anyone for a long time, and asked if they had seen Zuo Wu. The messenger was picking fruit, but then a man ran up to him and greeted him. He said that finally someone, and he asked that he also fell off the ship, didn't he? There are so many coconuts here. Can he have one? He is very thirsty. He'll pay him back when he gets back to school, and offered him to survive together. Help is possible, it will come soon. The messenger didn't say anything to him. He looked back and saw a huge hole in one of the trees. Meanwhile, Xin Chen and brother Shi were wandering through this forest. Then Xin Chen shouted for him to look at the coconut there. He began to beat him to make a hole and drink the contents, and said that after they climbed so many coconut trees and did not find any, here is one. Then he started drinking. Brother Shi asked if he could have some, but he's already drunk it all. Xin Chen said there's another one over there. The system asked him to calm down, and she asked him if it didn't seem strange to him. Why are there so many coconuts here if there are no coconut trees growing around? Xin Chen pondered and thought that it really was their location leading somewhere. Then they heard a scream, and he said that someone was there, after which they ran to this scream. This was the guy that the messenger had shoved into the tree. He told the monster to help him, holding his head. Xin Chen kicked him in the ass and told him to hold on, because they would help him. He began to pull him by the legs and asked what he was doing there. But then he was drawn there too. He said it was a very strong creature and asked Brother Shi to help. Brother Shi rushed to help and told his brother to hold on, because he was following him. Then I started pulling him by the legs, but then that messenger intervened and shoved him, after which they all fell into this pit. Xin Chen asked that did someone come too. Brother Sheik shouted to this guy to help them better, but then they began to fall further. Xin Chen thought, what kind of monster is this? But when they landed, they saw huge harvests. The messenger said it was a bull-headed ant. Even worker ants above the level of a great martial artist have a strong desire to attack, and there are at least 1,000 ants in this nest. Now he wants to see if he is the chosen one that everyone has been talking about. The ant pinched this guy's head and started screaming for them to help him. Xin Chen came to this guy's aid, helped him get out. The system asked him to wait. Zhu Wu was pushed by someone, and it could have been a trap. Therefore, it is better not to show him the golem's hands. But then Brother Shi came to his aid, who told Brother Chu to be careful. After that, he began to deftly deal with ants, but still one of them managed to sting him in the ass. Brother Shi screamed. The system said it was an ant soldier. He is probably at the level of a battle king. They have to run, there are more and more of them, and they will only appear. After that, Xin Chen grabbed these two guys and dragged them further into the tunnel. He told them that he was leading them, and they should follow him. But then the floor meets them with another ant. Then Xin Chen turned off and told them to follow him. The nests of these ants are connected in many ways, with chambers for various purposes. Brother Shi read the guide about the life of ants. The lower they descended, the fewer were the nests of these ants. Then they finally fell out somewhere. Xin Chen thought that how much more is possible. The man who had been with him all this time said that finally, there are no more chases. Brother Shi also exhaled and said he couldn't take it anymore. Xin Chen was all beaten up and wondered why this layer of earth was so hard. Then I started tapping the ground and found something. These things were round in shape and glowed with a blue light, and also they were everywhere. These three got tools from somewhere and started banging on these windows. Xin Chen asked, what the hell is this? He thought it was like ice, but very durable. Not a single trace after the afternoon of the chiseling. And I wondered if licking would help him. Then Brother Shi shouted that the sword of light could help. Xin Chen rushed to him and asked what was really true and thought that maybe in order to break through him, you need a spiritual force in a solid form. After which, they all started cheering Brother Zhu on. And finally, they fell down. Xin Chen one stood up and asked, what kind of place is this? There were some flags hanging everywhere. He thought, what kind of sign is this? Then he was hailed and asked to look. Brother Shi said there was water here. Then they all rushed to the spring and started drinking water. Xin Chen thought what a dense spiritual force. This is spiritual water. No wonder the ants are getting so big here. After that, Brother Shi took off his clothes and decided to take a dip. He said that it is just possible to buy here. All this time, the envoy was watching them, or rather, he was watching Xin Chen. And he also kept some records. He thought that this Chu Xin Chen was just running for his life and didn't use any special techniques. There are none of the characteristics of the favorites yet, so he decided to try it again. But then a monster appeared behind him. The three of them were already swimming in the spring with might and main. Xin Chen said it was excellent water. The swelling on his face had already decreased. Brother, she looked at his face in the mirror and said that yes, the pain of his face and ass has eased, and he feels chivalrous. After that, they paid attention to that guy and said that his head. And we thought that there were no changes. The guy became desperate and started shouting that it was over. He'll be a freak for the rest of his days. Xin Chen tried to calm him down and said that even if he did not despair, he would be able to return everything. Brother Shu apologized to him and said that he didn't ask his name because of an urgent situation. The guy said his name was Hulu. He met a classmate before he met them. He said there was something to eat in the hole and came to his aid, even though he was trapped. Then someone crept up on them, but Xin Chen reacted with lightning speed. It was a fox. Xin Chen was surprised and thought, what? But this leaf was still able to attack him. Brother, she rushed to his aid, but the fox also neutralized him. Xin Chen, having gathered his strength, called this fox and was about to rush at him. But the fox dodged and, moving behind him, attacked him from there. Xin Chen understood that he was much stronger than him. After that, he used his strength and, diving into the water, grabbed two guys, thought that if he could not defeat this fox, then he needed to run. That Xiao Zai appeared and asked what was that noise. Why is her spiritual power being sucked out again? And she saw Xin Chen and said it was really him. Xin Chen didn't recognize her and, calling her a little brat, asked who he was. Xiao Zai put on her glasses and gave him the middle finger. Xin Chen recognized her immediately and asked what she was doing here. But this fox has already caught up with them. After that, he inflicted huge damage on them. He stepped on Xin Chen and said that the cunning and thoughtful movements. This is a secret technique that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Fox royal family. Where did he recognize her? After that, the three of them were tied up. Xin Chen asked this fox if they could at least get a pair of trousers. The fox asked that a few petty thieves still want to make a deal with him, or what. Xin Chen started shouting that they were not thieves, and calling Xiao 11 a perverted vixen. He told her to explain herself. The fox brought another guy who was the messenger and threw him to the ground, asked what, and who is this? Hulu said it was him. The student who lied to him. Xin Chen thought that he was the one who pushed Brother Wu, wasn't he? Xiao Zai tried to explain to her uncle that Chu is Xin Chen and he is not in cahoots. She knows him well, but her uncle interrupted her and said she didn't know what he was up to. And I asked him where he learned that technique. In fact, he is an orphan. He has been wandering since childhood and is very unhappy at the moment when he was about to die of hunger. A woman with a scar on the left side of her face appeared. She called him her son and told him to look at his amazing bones. Is he one of a kind? She has a secret book here. She will leave it to him for him to study it. That's how he learned. But this apparently made Uncle Xiao Zai very angry and he shoved them all into the dungeon. Xin Chen asked him why did he lock them up? The uncle said that if he didn't want to tell the truth, then he would ban him until he told him the truth. He shouldn't make a fool of him. Xiao 11 grabbed her uncle and said that no way. Chu Xin Chen. Her uncle interrupted her and said that if it wasn't for her, he would have killed them. Had she forgotten their blood feud with humans? She must not forget her. Then they left. Xin Chen said that another biased old man. The system congratulated him on starting a mission called Escape. Xin Chen called the systems, said he was useless, now he appeared there. The system told him not to get angry. He found out that this guy has a fake system. And the partner who was lying unconscious pointed to the guy who was lying unconscious. Xin Che asked that he has a system. The system said yes, it looks like he used something to disguise himself. He didn't detect it at first. Xin Chen got closer to this guy and thought he was a fucking jerk. I decided to hunt him down. This guy followed him all the way. The system asked him whether to deprive him of his fake system. Xin Chen asked him to wait and said he had something in his hands. After our show, he had a diary and asked what it was. After that, all three guys started to figure it out together. Xin Chen asked, what is written here? The system told him something was a secret cipher. He should leave it to him. He has only recently learned to decipher. Xin Chen thought it was a diary, didn't he? After that, the symbol began to change. The system asked him that he still doubts that he is the chosen one. Xin Chen read what was written there and thought that he was constantly being watched. The organization behind this fake system is even bigger than he thought, and their purpose. The system asked what to do next. Then this guy finally woke up. Xin Chen asked him how is his health? This guy, frightened, recoiled from them. Xin Chen told him not to be afraid, because they were his classmates. He introduced himself and said it was Hulu. His brain was damaged by an ant. Now he doesn't seem to be thinking very well. He looked the other way and said that, and this. But he was interrupted by Shi's brother and aggressively said that his name was Shi Zuowu, and he asked that we would be tempted to ask what his name was. The messenger said he was Hu's son Glai, and he asked where they were. Xin Chen said it was a dungeon. They were attacked by a demon while they were steaming in the bath, and then he caught them. First the shipwreck, and then the captivity. What kind of disaster is this? And now they're trying to figure out how to get out. He grabbed after. Tanya grabbed his shoulder and said that they could get out of prison together. When her uncle was very young and they asked him that wasn't he beautiful. Now he can live in peace. He then asked that why are they all leaving? To which he was told that people were still killing them, and they should go out and fight. His job is to protect this place, but he shouldn't worry too much. They'll be back soon. And now he was dragging Xiao Zai in his arms. She kicked and said they really weren't bad people. He should just let them go. He threw it and said that if he let them go, this place would be discovered and the last refuge for foxes would disappear. Does she really want to taste the life of foxes again? Xiao Zai said that Chu Xin Chen would not tell. Uncle said she really trusted him. Foxes found themselves in this situation because they were gullible enough to trust people. They were exterminated and destroyed, and they became enemies of people. So why didn't she trust him? He turned around and told her not to talk to him about these guys anymore. Foxes are known for their agility, but it sucks that pigs used to chase her. He would pass on his clan's skills to her. Does she know the meaning of her name? Xiao Zai asked what the values were. Uncle said that, of course, it's not just about skills. They have been running for hundreds of years, and their language and culture have been destroyed. Xiao 11 is a phonetic translation of a word that means bringer of light in their language. She should remember that. Meanwhile, Instructor Lu was informed that there were no traces of other students on Thunder Island. The princess ran up to him and asked if there were any traces of Teacher Chu and the others. Instructor Gloss said no. They have just been found nowhere. They should not leave. They should now return and rest. The princess said she wouldn't. They need to find Teacher Chu. Shui Lin asked him if he was looking underground. Meanwhile, Xin Chen and the others were still digging. They asked, what does it lead to? Brother, she said, he's so hungry. He's been digging for a few days already. Xin Chen lay down and said he couldn't dig anymore. Husong Glai asked him, what? Why is he lying down again? Xin Chen said that fighting the old monster was too difficult. Then everything depends on Brother Hu. Husong Glai thought that this Chun Xin Chen was just useless, resting and doing nothing. He dug all the way himself. But these idiots do not suspect him, which is why he can use this opportunity to get closer to them. Xin Chen, grinning, thought that did he really think that he was the only one so cunning? Let him continue to work further. Then finally Brother Hu made his way up. After that, everyone got out of the pit, but it wasn't exactly what they were thinking. Xin Chen asked that where are they? Brother Hu asked, what is it? They started to climb the circular staircase, and Brother Hu said that they would finally be able to get out ahead. Brother, she shouted to Xin Chen to go. Xin Chen told them to go first. He looked at the exploits and thought that again all these ruins. He turned to the system, calling him Brother Sun and told him to give him Aunt Hong's stone. He took the stone and thought that it was exactly the same rune as on the stone. It must have something to do with my aunt. Did aunt really leave it all? What kind of pharmacy is this? Then he inserted this stone and his aunt appeared behind him. Then the shaking started. Hu Su asked what was going on. What kind of sudden earthquake? Brother Hu said they should get up, they will leave and be safe. Brother, she shouted to Xin Chen to leave. Xin Chen thought that this formation, why did it suddenly activate? He took out a stone and a cylinder rose from the middle. Meanwhile, Xiao Zai was trying to escape from her uncle, but still he caught her. He clucked, said that not even half of the stick and incense had passed. Today she will have a double workout. Then they also felt this shaking. Xiao Zai asked what was going on. Uncle rushed there and said that it was the heart of the underground palace. He thought that it seemed that someone had activated the mechanism. But the only one who can put the mechanism into action is the princess. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Xin Chen had touched this cylinder and now couldn't take his hand off it. Cao Zai came running to him and asked what was wrong with him. Xin Chen said that a pillar had appeared here and he couldn't take his hand off it. Is he sucking out his spiritual power? Here I was lying at my uncle's and saw the princess, which was behind Xin Chen's back. It was his aunt. Shui Ling asked Mr. Lu Ming what was there. Mr. Lu Ming said that he scanned the local with his divine sense and found no traces. Maybe they are not on this island, or maybe they should comb the island nearby. Then they also felt this shaking. Brother, she already wanted to rush to Xin Chen's aid. Hulu told him not to fall. Xin Chen shouted at them not to come down because he was fine. They have to go outside, he will be behind them. The messenger went first. They climbed to the very top, and he put his hand up and thought that the border was definitely the way out. Xin Chen saw it, said there was a way out. Xiao 11 helped him peel off his hand and told him that he had to deal with his problem first. Then her uncle came up and asked, "What is the princess?" Xin Chen asked, "What kind of princess? He's already sucking everything out of him, and he can save him." He touched some panel at the entrance, and Xin Chen's hand was released. His uncle told him that he was not a princess, his soul was too weak to even keep the mechanism turned on. Then how did he do it all? Why does it have the smell of a princess on it? Who the hell is he? Xin Chen looked at the stone behind him and thought that the smell of the princess. Could it be? And said he understood. So he's one of Auntie Hung's people. He is actually an assistant who was sent by the princess. He saves her, and this stone is for saving the princess. 11 years ago in a hotel. It was winter and Xin Chen was still very young. He rushed to the house and said that one more was missing. He burst into the house and called out to Aunt Hong. He asked her where is his little reed flower? Did she steal it again? Auntie Hong was drunk again and asked what kind of reed flower. What did he call the chicken? Xin Chen said she was drinking again. He's going to get the eggs, and she stole the chicken and the eggs. She had to give him her and the eggs back. Aunt Hong told him that he was so rude to her because of this chicken. She hugged him and said it was a pity that she had already died. And she asked that she wanted her to eat him too and let him meet the little reed. Xin Chen began to call for help. This was heard by one of his grandfathers, who was nearby. He broke into the house and called Aunt Hong a bad old woman and told her that she was drunk again. She shouldn't molest his grandson. Xin Chen hugged grandfather Tianjai. Aunt Hong said they had a lot of fun. Let him not resist. Tianjai told her that she is usually good, but when she drinks, you start molesting the child. He would ask her subordinates to see what she looks like now. Aunt Hong said that how can she meet them? Uncle Xiao Zai asked that he was raised by Her Royal Majesty. Xin Chen said that yes, she also gave him this stone in order to save the other foxes. Uncle said it's no wonder why there's His Highness scent on it. But where is she now and is she okay? Xin Chen at first wanted to tell, apparently, the truth, but said that she disappeared several years ago. He is very sorry that Uncle said that guilt. If she wasn't so trusting, then the fox would have a normal life. But if she didn't have to go back and forth between fox people, she wouldn't have gained time. He's afraid they wouldn't even be able to build this shelter. Then the shaking started again. Xin Chen said that someone is destroying the border. It's not like his guys, it's a rescue team. Meanwhile, Brother Shi and Hulu had already made it to the surface. Someone asked what it was right at the bottom of the lake. Brother Shi got up and said that it was right, there was an underground palace at the bottom of the lake. Brother Chu is still there, they have to go and rescue him. He was told not to worry, because the master had already gone to save him. Mr. Lu Ming stood at the bottom of the lake and tried to break this seal. He thought how strong it was. What is here? But then Xin Chen and Xiao Zai came out of there. Master Lu Ming brought them to the surface. Brother Shi and the princess rushed to them. Brother Shi asked Xin Chen if he was okay, after which, the princess Shi's brother started hugging him, and Xiao Zai rushed to hug Shui Lin. Brother Shi asked him how they got out and what about the old demon. Xin Chen said that he somehow managed to activate the mechanism, and the palace collapsed. They were able to escape the last moment. The old demons were buried inside. Then Master Lu Ming appeared and said that this is a locked zone where all kinds of demons can exist. It's good that they're all right, it's dangerous here, so they'd better go back to school. Xin Chen and Xiao Zai exchanged glances. In fact, the palace didn't collapse, it was part of their plan. Uncle handed Xiao Zai a pendant and said it was a storage and communication device for foxes. They need to get out of here now so that no one has any suspicions. As for Xin Chen, then let him keep this stone for himself. Since His Majesty regards him as his heir to that, let him see what he will do. He wants to help him, and when he gets out of here, he has to collect 10,000 spiritual stones. Xin Chen asked what 10,000. Uncle said that this mechanism requires a lot of spiritual power to work, and they do not have a sufficient level. That's why they have to use spiritual stones. Xin Chen asked what, and what is it for? My uncle said that this mechanism is capable of bringing this island back to life. All the students were returning to school on a flying ship again. They were told they were coming back, so they had to be careful not to fall again. Xin Chen thought that he had never thought that his aunt could do something like this. But he won't be able to collect 10,000 spirit stones even if he really wants to. System Giant told him to take his time, he could slowly collect the stones. And he also congratulates him on completing the mission called Escape. His morale was raised to ground level. Xin Chen asked him how does he manage to be so disgusting in every task? Giant asked that didn't he return the tractor to him. A messenger was standing next to him, and Jian asked him what he would do with this guy. Xin Chen smiled at him and told the system that if he swallowed his system, he would scare off the snake and they could send another one. The messenger thought he was laughing so disgustingly. Then the princess came up to Xin Chen. She told him that this was the main island with the school. From now on, she can go to school with a teacher. She will definitely train. Brother, she said that he wants to spend every day in the training hall, practicing with a sword. Xin Chen said that, and he will be engaged in farming. The square near the school. Master Lu Ming told them that they were suffering, so they needed to rest. The princess told him that they were not tired and asked if they could see the school first. The teacher said it was fine, but he's in a hurry now, and told Wang Ming to guide the students. Wang Ming said he was listening. The princess said that she thought this school was for ordinary people, but it looks very majestic. And turning to Wang Ming, she told him to take them to the dorm first. Wang Ming said it was fine, but when they saw the hostel, to put it mildly, they were shocked. The princess said that what shabby houses. Xin Chen said that they are slightly different from the building at the entrance. Wang Ming said that their school was renovated the year before last, but they ran out of funds after repairing the entrance area. The princess went inside and, horrified, thought that it was even worse inside. Brother, she said it was a bit rustic, but it's not scary to live here. He asked Wang Ming that there should be a training hall here. Couldn't he show it to him? Wang Ming said it was fine. But when brother she came to the hall, he was shocked. Wang Ming said it was a bicentennial equipment hall. Inside should be used very carefully because it is old. Brother she, along with the princess, told him that they wanted to drop out of this school. Shu Lin said she didn't care and asked if they had a library. But when she saw the library, the three of them already wanted to leave this school. Xin Chen told them not to be so demanding, because the main thing is that the land is good. And Ming told you that he wants to see the land they have allocated. Wang Ming pointed it out to him and said that here it is. In fact, they had planted this field before, but in the end nothing grew. Perhaps because they didn't know exactly how to plant. Xin Chen looked at this land and said it wasn't their fault. He was very upset and thought that the land here is even worse than in the swamps. After that, the four of them wanted to drop out of this school. Wang Ming told them not to do that. After the tour, they went to the dining room. They were given bowls, told that it was lunch in the dining room today. Zio 11 started eating and said it was burnt potatoes. The princess was very angry and knocked on the table, asked where the cook was. Does he even know how to cook? Would she beat him to death? Then she rushed to find the cook. Hao Kaiyong went after her and said that this should not be done. The princess came back, all tearful and shaking. She said there were a lot of cockroaches in the kitchen. Xin Chen asked Wang Ming that how did this school reach the level it is at now. Wang Ming said they live relatively poorly. Some of those who come here can't even pay for tuition. This school is supported by aristocratic families and can only count on the help of the imperial court. In addition to assistance, there are calls for the top 5 places in the League of Schools. But they won't be able to get it, because they find it at the very bottom of the list. But this year the deputy director found them, and they are sure that they will take their rightful place. The deputy is very cool. He was the one who looked after the training hall. He taught them all the techniques, the use of the sword and the art of healing. He also works part-time and raises money for school expenses. They all thought it was very neglected. Yu Ming said that the deputy was very kind to them and asked them to focus on training. They have to work hard to meet his expectations. Mr. Lu Ming came to his uncle and asked why he had called him. Uncle said he had to tell him something. There will be no help from the emperor this year. They said the reason. The accident at the beginning of the school year was used as an excuse to stop issuing assistance. Mr. Lu Ming said it was unwise. The cause of the accident has not yet been investigated. Uncle said they accused the emperor of not having the power or authority, so he could just let him clamp down on him. Also, he should not expect help from him either. The Lu family doesn't want to go against the Zhu family. After all, he is a 3-star battle king, and with his family's son Lu, he has a great future. But he spends his time in this lame school for the sake of poor kids who can't afford to attend school. He's here today to ask him to think about it. He has no future here, he has to think about it. After talking to his uncle, Lu Ming went for a walk. He thought he couldn't give up, at least until the schools are tested. Then Xin Chen called out to him. Lu Ming asked him what happened. Have they already finished the inspection of the school? Xin Chen said that the situation is very poor. Lu Ming apologized for the poor conditions. Xin Chen said he looked around and found that the atmosphere here is wonderful, and the students are friendly and motivated. It's just that the school is a little short of money, but he has a great way to make money, and asked if he would listen to him. The student was alarmed, and one of them said that he had heard that there would be no help for the school this year. Another student asked why, Another guy asked that the school wouldn't close, would it? He tried so hard to get here. Someone said that he went to school in order to get help from the emperor. He might as well just drop out of school if he doesn't have the money. Then someone came running and shouted that they were teaching farming there. The deputy said that in the future the school will be self-sufficient. Therefore, it is necessary to promote farming. They even get paid for good work. They should go and see for themselves. When everyone gathered, Xin Chen began to explain everything to them. He pointed at the package in his hands and said it was swamp demon shit. They should mix it with the ground and at the rate of 50 gr per acre to improve soil quality. Brother, she told him that he couldn't believe he still had magic shit. Xin Chen said that's for sure. Magic shit is black gold in his eyes. He collected a whole ring of it before he left the cottage. Brother, she said how far-sighted he was. The disciple who was standing next to him thought that a whole ring of swamp demon shit. Xin Chen, standing up, handed this package to Hulu and said that, however, the ring has limited reserves, and they will only be able to improve a few dozen acres of land. They use all of them to grow spiritual herbs. Spiritual energy here is very little poison, requires manual labor when growing. They must first mix the fertilizers from the soil, and then he will show them how to plant properly. After which, he shouted that a group of his men from the Black Swamp should approach him. After they all gathered in a circle, Xin Chen said that the room was in poor condition and he knew that everyone was disappointed. But poor conditions are never a reason to rest. Wasn't it the same with them in the Black Swamp? He handed them a notebook and said that this was a development plan that he had discussed with the deputy. Currently, there are not enough teachers, and most students study independently, without any rules. He wants to promote agricultural practices and economic development so that they can progress all together, passing on the glorious ideals of the Black Swamp Cottage. If they followed him to this school, then they should trust him, and he should trust them. If they could turn the Black Swamp into a green, beautiful mountain, then they would be able to make the school rise. Unity, justice is always their goal. Then he started shouting that they would be able to rewrite the history of this school. They will do it. After that, some student asked that they would explore the oceans. He knows a lot about it. Another said he was sure he could help them. The princess said it was very cool. Just a few words from her master made them all so active. She wants to be the same as the master. A group of people who stood next to them and asked, why are these people behaving so cheerfully? To which he was told that who knows, there is still some method of growing crops. These rich kids have come to play with them and are engaged in agriculture and cultivation. But who knows? They'd better listen to the deputy director first. After that, they all gathered in the student council of Wu Jian School. Xin Chen sat at the head of the table and said that the main goals at this stage is to make money. Their council, which organizes groups of 5 students to study the cultivation of spiritual herbs. They will be selling spiritual herbs. Hao Jian asked what to sell everything. Won't they leave them for their own use? Xin Chen said that it would be difficult for them to start. Without money they would not be able to start any plans. So they need to sell the grass. Mr. Liu also went to the capital to accept more than 100 assignments. He should be able to earn some money. Hao Kaiyang said she understood, and she suggested that they could borrow money from her family. Her family has money. But Xin Chen said it was a bad idea. At first, he also talked to Mr. Liu about borrowing money for investment. If they help them, they will automatically turn against the Mu family, so they better not embarrass their families. He turned to the princess and said that her parents would probably prefer their school to close and she would have a better school. The princess pouted and said that yes, her brother and father did not want her to perform here. Xin Chen said that there was also a research department. Wu Jian is mainly saline and alkaline lands. They should increase the salt resistance of agricultural crops. Meanwhile, maybe the messenger was watching and eavesdropping. And he also kept some records. He thought, does this Chu Xin Chen really only think about farming? Not much has been done since he entered school. His diary was called the Diary of Observations of Chu Xin Chen. It said there was a meeting to discuss farming with the others in the morning. 3005 told him that the chosen one has 3 characteristics. 1 is strong. 2 is to love and be the center of attention. All women fall in love with him. 3 he has a system. Firstly, option 1 is not suitable, because Chu Xin Chen is just a 5-star martial artist and loves farming very much. 2, based on his observations over the last 2 days. And it seems to fit, but it seems not. As for the system, he hadn't seen him use it during a crisis on a desert island. But is he really the chosen one? But it doesn't matter, we need to keep an eye on him and wait for the Lord's order. This messenger followed him everywhere, recording everything he saw or heard. But Xin Chen saw and understood all this. He thought, why is he watching him when he shits? Does he think he can't notice it? As soon as he approaches, his system appears. Jian told him that he is stronger than him, so he will not be able to change what he manifests when he approaches. Xin Chen thought that now the whole school is working in order to earn money, and this dog doesn't work and even keep an eye on him. He can't do it anymore. He has to come up with something. At lunchtime, they began to confer again. Someone asked what the secretary was. Xin Chen said that yes, there are too many things to do every day, which is why he would like to find a secretary. The girl sitting next to him said that the three of them would help him. Xin Chen said that they have their own blanket. It would not be good to constantly disturb them. The girl said that everything was fine. They will be very happy to be with Mr. Chu every day. The messenger heard this and thought that every day. Then if he becomes a secretary, wouldn't he be able to keep an eye on Chu Xin Chen? And also he will be able to follow his plans. He turned to him and asked if he could become his assistant. Xin Chen immediately agreed and said that it was fine. But the girls were unhappy with this, and one of them asked who the hell he was. How can he steal Mr. Chu from them? Will he do a good job as a secretary? Xin Chen tried to calm her down and said that there was no need to arrange a fight for him. The three of them worked late into the night in order to help him, which does not correspond to their 4-hour work schedule. It's good that brother Hu is willing to help, so he will definitely cope. He showed him to a table where there were a lot of different papers and said that he was leaving it all to him. Brother Hu asked, "What's so much?" One of the girls said that this is only half the daily norm, and they immediately do it. From now on, he must plan Mr. Chu's daily routine and systematize all the documents that are submitted by the departments before handing them over to him. If he has taken up their work, he must do it right. If he does not work well or wants to quit, he should not accuse them of ruthlessness. They'll roast him like a pig at the stake, so it should work fast. After that, he was overwhelmed with work. They approached him and said that this was the plan for making the elixir, which was proposed by the training department. Did they ask him if the application for a new dormitory was approved? Secretary Hu thought that wasn't what he wanted. Wasn't he supposed to be looking out for Chu Xin Chen? At that moment, Xin Chen thanked the girls for helping to divorce him. The girls said they were very happy to help him. Xin Chen mentally turned to Secretary Hu and told him not to see him if he died at this job. The main thing is that he won't chase him. If he doesn't squeeze all the juice out of him, then he won't be Chu Xin Chen. Then Hao Jen ran up to him. She brought him some grass, told him to look at it. This is a new salt-resistant rice variety. If they grow it, they will be able to become a self-sufficient school. Xin Chen praised her and said that she was doing well. They no longer need to sell spiritual herbs in order to buy food. Let them beat up the scientists to follow up on this and the alchemical project can be started. They have to give the earned money from rice to the advertising department in order to buy a photo stone. They will shoot ads. Hao Kaiyang asked what was going on. After that, they started the first filming of their advertisement. The main character was a princess who cooked food. But then she accidentally hurt herself. Shui Lin ran up to her. She asked her why was she so inattentive. She cut her hand again. The princess said it was just a small cut. Shui Lin told her that she couldn't just ignore the small cut. She should try a pill to treat Black Swamp's wounds. This is the secret recipe of the Jialan family, which contains a lot of precious herbs, specially designed for immortal practitioners. The pill tastes sweet. They are effective for both internal wounds and external frames. Even if their head falls off, it will stop the bleeding. After that, the princess demonstrated that her hand was fine now. It's a pill that will protect them and their lives. It is recommended by the princess herself. They can buy it at Wu Jian School. Now, when they were all watching this advertisement, they were falling out of laughter. The Jia family. Mo Dai came to Grandpa and asked him what he wanted to see her. Grandpa asked her how she was doing at the academy. Mo Dai said that the academy is focused on training. Grandpa told her that she was the heir of the Jia family and it wasn't enough just to train. She needs to study people, too. She should talk to Yishan more often, because he is her fiancé. When Wu Jian goes bankrupt, the princess and 2 children from famous families will also enter the academy. Then she should go out with them more. Mo Dai asked what would go bankrupt, but the situation in Wu Jiang seems pretty good lately. Wu Jian was selling their pills with might and main. The guy who was put behind the drag said they should come in and watch the latest hit of the season called Pills of the Black Swamp. Great pills at a great price. The princess says they are great. They should buy pills now and get a free pack of Wu Jian ointment. It is an excellent tonic for hands and face. They should look at the ads if they are interested. People were very surprised and said that they had transferred the photo stone to paper. It's so cool. The other guy laughed and said it didn't look good and they should give it to him. The girl said that there was a shop with cool things from Wu Jian School. Another girl said it was a poor school if they were making ends meet, so they started selling stuff. Is it a disgrace to the royal family? The princess does not train properly and is engaged in such filming. But this is a better wound pill than the others. Pills of this type, he had heard that it was the secret formula of the Zuo family, to which he was objected and told that it was a lie, because someone asked, Mrs. Zui, there is no such secret recipe of this family. The guy said that these secret recipes, these poor assholes must have stolen it from somewhere else. Meanwhile, they all summed up the calculations. Xin Chen said 150,000. They earned 158,000. First of all, scholarships are awarded to students from low-income families and students with good academic performance. Issues that require funding should be submitted to Secretary Hu as soon as possible, and then they will execute the plan of the new product that they will release. He will demonstrate a sheet on which it was written that toothpaste, soap, adjusting cream, cream with caviar. Giant asked him where he got these ointments recipes from. Xin Chen told him that when he was on the mountain, he studied everything. We need to take advantage of this turmoil while no one knows the recipes. Then someone told him that something had happened there. The nearby school suddenly came and started bullying them. One of the students of the school was even beaten. This guy who hit said it was a real school for the poor. The stinking smell of the poor is everywhere here. The students of Wu Jian School said that again these arrogant people. Lu said that fights between schools are prohibited by the rules. Who gives them the right to beat people? The guy asked what to beat people for. He's doing his job. His brother bought them pills, and after taking them, his blood started gushing. They have bad intentions. They sell poison under the guise of the secret recipe of the Zui family. Shouldn't he be dealing with this? The students started calling them names and said that their pills were not poison. The guy asked what is not poison. Then let them show them the evidence. They should show them the recipe. Why should he believe them if they have no proof? The students said they only needed a prescription. The guy asked him what, and what can he do? Would he dare to fight back against him? He has to give him the recipe or he will beat him to death. But then Xin Chen came to the rescue, which he slapped in the face of this guy. His people asked that who dared to hit this young gentleman. Xin Chen said that, but he said to beat him to death, so he does. He's bleeding now, he has to stop it. And I put a pill in his mouth. The young master said that there are no more bleeds. This medicine works very well. Xin Chen said he was very happy. Then he hit him in the face again. And I asked him what, then why the hell did he say that his blood-clotting pills were poisonous? The young master told him not to dare to hit him, whether he knew who he was. He clearly has enough courage. But then the princess came and said that she thought he had too much courage. Did he really think he could insult her too? The young master apologized to the princess, and he said that, but he's not here to pick a fight. His name is Zhu Yuekong. His Highness doesn't know about it. But this blood-clotting pill has been raising a lot of questions lately, and disputes. Many people have had adverse reactions after taking it. He thinks that the school took advantage of her fame in order to enrich itself, and they add something else to the medicine. That's why he asked them to tell the recipe in order for them to protect their reputation. The princess said it was nonsense. There are no side effects. Young Master Zhu said he was telling the truth. Zhu Family Hospital took such patients with side effects. The prince sent him to investigate the matter. First the school ship accident, and now this. The ministry is preparing to check their school, and then close it. The students were scared and asked that it was impossible, wasn't it? Is this the end? But then Mr. Lu Ming appeared and said that this would not happen. He has just returned from the ministry after a discussion. If they take third place in the tournament, then nothing will happen. His Highness the Grand Prince is ready to vouch for their school. Young Master Zhu chuckled and asked, what is the third place? They shouldn't mention the third place, because they didn't even enter the pre-selection, right? Do they think that a few new students will help them succeed, or what? In the academy tournament, there are team competitions with their average strength. It's just ridiculous. If they allow it, then they should hand over the secret recipes. The prince will be lenient with them. He turned to the princess and said that this stinking school was completely unworthy of her. Doesn't she understand that? He told her in a whisper that he had come here to deliver a message from the second prince. She constantly harms the interests of her family. She won't live like this for long. She has to be a good girl, goes to the Star Academy. This is the place for her. The princess asked him what she knew. What? She is sick of up to 2 types of people. One type, this is a fucking 2 prince. And type 2 is a pig-headed dog like him. After that, this young gentleman, along with his army, was beaten and hung right at the entrance to their school. The princess said that he was threatening someone. They are trying to use this person to put pressure on her. She asked Xin Chen if she had tied up well. Xin Chen said it was very good. It looks like she was training. Hao Kaiam, who was standing next to him and heard this, thought that what was he teaching the princess. Then Xin Chen heard that they started talking about them. One of the students said that these freshmen are too impulsive and curious. Another student said he was supported by the princess. That's why, of course, he's not afraid. But the Zhu family won't hold a grudge against them, right? They won't be in the top 3 anyway, so why don't they just hand over the recipe? The princess heard this and asked what was the matter with them. After all, they helped them, they can only grumble. They also want to pass the recipes scary, right? The students were scared of her and said that Banana was angry. Whether they raise it, they can't do anything to them. If they get beaten, they will survive it. It won't affect her training, they're used to it. Today they helped them once, but when they leave, they will be bullied even more. They only want to do it for protection. Mr. Lu Ming came here so that she wouldn't be angry, and he asked me to go with him because they need to discuss important issues. Zio 11 said that he had sucked out her spiritual power again. Xin Chen told her that yes, let her hit him if they dared. Brother, she ran after him and told Zio not to worry, because they would avenge her. Hao Zhen shouted at the master not to run away, but then they all disappeared from sight. Xu Yilin thought, where did they all go? She told Zuo Wu to wait, and then they all fell into their trap. Xing Chen had just then told his team that they would definitely come to kill him first. He will lure them here. The area is surrounded by trees and is perfect for an ambush. Secretary, who is the master of seals and their only great master. They divide this section of the formation into 3 parts and ambush 6 or 10 people in each part. Brother, she and the princess will definitely be ahead, so part 1 of the plan is based on catching and chasing. Brother, she asked, what is it? Xin Chen said that they should mainly attack healers and support, and especially Xu Yilin. They should take advantage of this and destroy her as soon as possible. Secretary, whose mouth started to bleed. He said he couldn't hold on anymore. The attacks are very strong. Then, apparently, they were discovered and almost wounded Secretary Hu, but Xin Chen pulled him away in time. Xin Chen shouted that another team from the other side was coming at them. They should beware of hidden arrows. They should run to the western part. Those 3 are in the woods now. Secretary Hu told him that he couldn't run anymore. He could force him. Xin Chen picked him up in his arms and told him that he was really joking. How could he leave him? On that day they were attacked and Xin Chen repelled the attack by Secretary Hu. Did he tell Secretary Hu that he was being followed? But he shouldn't be afraid, because he will cover for him. The princess told her team to try to escape. Everyone should follow them. Then an archer came up to her and said that they were scattered in an organized manner, and blind pursuit can lead to a new ambush. Their team has just found a battle flag, so they need to discuss new tactics. But the princess, the others did not want to listen to her and ran after Xin Chen. Zio 11 could barely stand on her feet. She said she would take revenge on Chu Xin Chen. Just then, Xin Chen ran towards her. She thought that this was it. She is very happy to see him, so it's time for revenge. But Xin Chen grabbed her by the hood and told her she was on time. He used her as a shield and told her team to keep attacking him. The princess told him that he was treacherous. After that, she shouted to her team not to attack Zio. They should try to attack Xin Chen. Zio Zai started calling Xin Chen names. She said he was despicable, shameless, and shameless. Xin Chen laughed and thought that there was a river in the west and there was a water spell hidden there. But then it was the archer who killed Zio Zai. Everyone was in a stupor. Xin Chen took Zio Zai in his arms and said that they really did it. Zio City is a pity. With the last of his strength, he still showed him the middle finger. He thought how much she hated him. The princess approached this archer, began to shout at her, what is it with her? Didn't she tell her and Zio Zai to run around when she attacks? She clearly could have gone after her in order to save her. The archer pushed her hand away and said that's why she had to do it. They can't let her chase them for free. Wasn't it enough for her that they had already lost so many because of them? They have such a big difference in level, and they still managed to kill 6 people. If they hadn't arrived on time, then she was planning to destroy her entire team, wasn't she? Zio Zai was a shield that is now gone. A point will be deducted, but they have a battle flag and a point advantage, so they don't lose anything. Was it wise to kill her? The princess said that there was no need to kill Zio Zai. She didn't lose a point, she's one of them, like her, could have just killed her. The archer said it was a practical exercise, not a place to demonstrate their friendship. After the people from their team came before to chase Chu Xin Chen, they thought out a general pursuit tactic, didn't they? All this time, Xin Chen was sitting in the bushes and thought, is it really a quarrel? Hulu asked him that they were retreating. The archer kept shouting and asked them what they thought they were playing here. Brother, she tried to calm them down. The princess asked that who said this game. She can't do whatever she wants. Then Shin's brother stood up and shouted that they should stop arguing enough. But both girls looked at him menacingly. Brother, she took offense and went into the bushes to Xin Chen's team. The princess asked the archer that who does she think she is in order to talk to her like that. She's about to hit her with a hammer. The archer said she wouldn't do it. Then Hao Kaiang arrived and told the princess to calm down. Mr. Lu Ming, who was watching their fight, thought that why did it come to this? A feud started in the team. And why is the other team clicking seeds and watching the show? It doesn't matter, he needs to stop. It's only 1 month left. He must first teach the children to understand each other. But then his head began to spin, and everyone went back to school again. Hu Lu asked that why did they suddenly come back. Another student said that the formation was broken, and their master was lying unconscious. It was already morning. Shui Lin was engaged in the treatment of the master. She was asked what happened to him. Shui Lin said that overexertion with varying degrees of damage to internal organs. Generally speaking, this should not be at the level of a martial king. But the deputy was strong, tense. This time he will have to take a vacation to recuperate. Someone asked, what should they do now? After all, there is 1 month left before the start of the competition. Zio 11 quietly said that there are not enough teachers as it is, and the only one who can teach now is sick. This is definitely the end. Xin Chen began to look at Zio Zai. She asked him why was he staring at her like that? Then they came to her uncle. Uncle asked what he wants him to teach students. Xin Chen told him that yes, he had heard that he was secretly training one person, so he. But the fox interrupted him and said no, he had to leave. How can he even think about asking him to help people? Xin Chen said that the team that wins will go to the grave of the sword. Currently, most of the surviving foxes are trapped in the Valley of Remorse. The grave of the sword is adjacent to the Valley of Repentance, and these two valleys have a common defense system. If they can take first place, then he will be able to merge with their teams in order to escape the barriers and make his way to the Valley of Remorse in order to save his people. He knows that he hates the human race. Not all people are enemies, and the students of their school did not humiliate Zio Zai. He pinched her and Zio Zai said that yes, it was true. Xin Chen said that some things were missing, but only by combining all the forces that can be combined, they will be able to achieve a great revival of the Fox clan. So let him come and start teaching at their school. Uncle just kicked him. It was already evening. The girl approached the archer, whose name is Lai Mu, and asked what she was making arrows for, right? Li told him yes. The girl told her that she was too cruel to the princess today. Lai Mu said she just can't stand the smug aristocracy. Even if they earn money, simulations for training are still a luxury. The vice president is trying so hard, and for them it's toys. The girl told her that, but they are really strong. And if it wasn't for them, their school would have closed. This year's team, if they work well together, they will definitely win. That's a lot of money for everyone. Her sister will have money to cure her illness. The vice president is sick, and they can't afford any more internal strife. Lai Mu said she knows. The next day, everyone gathered in the classroom. One of the students asked who will teach today when the teacher is sick. Xin Chen said that if Wu Tu didn't show up, he would teach them. He just doesn't know if his level can convince people. The system told him that he himself knows that he is weak and he needs to cultivate. Then Lai Mu came up to them. She introduced Zio Zai and said she had something to say to her. She apologized for killing her in the last battle. Zio Zai said it didn't matter, but Lai Mu interrupted her and said that she was forced to do it, and she would do it again if she had to. The princess looked at her with displeasure, after which she turned around and said she was done and said goodbye to them. Then someone said that the vice president had come. The students asked if he was okay. Mr. Lu Ming said that since the competition is just around the corner, they should not waste time. He has found a new teacher who will conduct special training. This is Mr. Wu Tu, the 3-star emperor of martial arts. Everyone was very surprised and asked, what is the martial arts emperor? But Zio Zai and Xin Chen realized that it was Zio Zai's uncle. On the same day they started running. Everyone was already flushed and tired. Prior to this training, Wu Tu told the students that he had seen their simulation of a team battle. Someone started lying dead as soon as he appeared. Someone left their teammates, as well as their brains. The princess asked what he was to her. Wu Tu said that others abandoned the plan and just killed their teammates. This was clearly addressed to Lai Mu. Wu Tu went on to say that if the opponent didn't use their comrade as a shield, they would have lost. It's just awful, and he's not as merciful as their vice president. Everyone needs to gather in the square. They will run 10 laps around the island, not allowing any use of spiritual energy. The princess asked Mr. Little, who is this old man? They are very interested in how this run will help them. Does this old man know how to train? Xin Chen told her to be quiet, because he could hear. Then Wu Tu appeared next to her and said that he had heard everything. He said she was gossiping about the teachers, so everyone had to run 5 more laps. The princess objected and said that she had said it, he only had to prove her. Why should they be punished too? Wu Tu said that since they are a team, everyone shares her mistakes. It's like in a real fight, she's recklessly chasing the enemy and her comrades are in trouble. So here, because of her mistake, everyone will be punished. Did she understand? Therefore, they need to run together. Those who cannot run are automatically eliminated. Shui Lang apologized and said she couldn't run anymore. Rather, she told her that he would carry her. Shui Lin blushed and asked what for. Rather, she said that the teacher said that everyone should run, but did not say that it was impossible to carry. And he whispered to her that he could not protect her then, but now he will protect her. Apologized to her. The messenger of the video thought that he also wanted to be carried. At night he deals with school affairs, and during the day he suffers. It's all this Chu Xin Chen's fault. Then Xin Chen ran up to him and asked how he was. He picked him up and told the others to help each other if they couldn't run to keep up. The vice president was watching their training and thought that Mr. Wu had suddenly come to them last night. He then asked this gentleman what he wanted to serve at their school, didn't he? Wu Tu said that, yes, he had been a recluse for many years and knew the old principal of their school well. The vice president was very surprised and asked that he knew the master. Wu Tu said that he doesn't know her well, but he heard that she disappeared more than 10 years ago, not sure if she is alive or dead. Now the school has problems, so he decided to help them. The vice president wondered if he knew her for sure. Wu Tu took a piece of paper from the table and asked, what is their initial training plan? Mr. Lu Ming said yes. Wu Tu said no way. There's only 1 month left. They won't be able to raise their cultivation much. It is better to improve their cohesion and willpower than their cultivation. And his training was too soft. Only blood and sweat will strengthen their will. For their cohesion, he will become their common enemy. A trick of Chu Xin Chen. This is all enough for them to become a real team. Meanwhile, in the estate of the envoys, one of the messengers asked, what is Husong? The man said that, and asked what was there, to which he was told that they were asking for help. He could not find a way to check on Chu Xin Chen, to which he was told that the academy tournament would start soon, and they would check it out there. That's why we need to prepare everything. This year's tournament will be in the Western Islands, just the city of Xiyu. This is a great place for them. Meanwhile, the school was preparing again. The guy who worked in the fields asked why the special training group was not engaged today. He wasn't used to hearing their practice screams. He was told that the tournament would be in 2 days. They're leaving today. The guy said that for sure. They need to go and wish them luck. Brother Shi's mom said that the Western Islands are especially hot, which is why he should take more skin whitening cream with him. There are a lot of scammers out there, so he has to be careful. She turned to Shui Lan and said that she expected her to take care of this stupid boy. Brother Shi said he's actually here. His mother told him that since he had come here, then let him not disgrace their family. He and his father will come to see him. Brother Shi was very happy and asked what was true. Lai Mu came to support her sister. She told her that she had to act and she had to win. Lai Mu said she would. Xin Chen shouted that the time had come. Everyone should get on the boat. They began to wish them good luck and shouted that they should go through at least team battles. They have to cope. After that, the vice president began to forward them. It was a teleportation array. Someone said it was very expensive. If it wasn't for the tournament, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Hulu said it was unbelievable. After that, they went to the Western Island. Xin Chen said what a beauty. The guy who was standing next to him said that the other academies had already arrived. He pointed to the sky and said that the King Shan Academy team was there. King Shan, Xiyu and the Lunar Academy of famous actresses of the best academies in Jialan. The students of these academies wield a sword at the highest level, and therefore can fly themselves. The girl said it was so beautiful. It's a pity that her fighting spirit is not suitable for the sword flying technique. To which the guy told her not to be jealous, because they have a boat, and this is better than a sword. But then a huge building flew past them. Someone said it was the flying pavilion of the moon gods, and they asked how much spiritual energy is needed to make it fly. Xiyu City is also known as the Thousand Lake Sand City. It is located between the sea and mirrors and the desert of madness, half in the sand and half in the sea. Located on the border, it is also a key point of communication between Jialan and more than 100 cities of the Western Islands. There is a messenger on the road, they look at each other, and merchants travel incessantly. This is a city of chaos and wealth, where underground trade flourishes. Then a man approached Xin Chen and asked him if he wanted to argue. Which academy will win this year? Xin Chen said that he would probably refuse. Then a woman came up and said that they were participating students. A man should not molest them. The woman apologized to them for greeting them so late. She arrived from Xiyu Academy and is responsible for hosting the participants of this tournament. and she asked everyone to follow her. Xiao Zai said what a beauty she was. The woman said it was a dormitory reserved for competitions. To the east of the hostel there is a training hall, and 100 meters to the west there is a market square. They can also let them know if something is wrong through the sound stone. So welcome to the Xiyu Academy. Xin Chen grabbed his head, and the system told him that he was a lazy loser and he had a new task. Or he can send it to Xiao Zai and she will do everything. This woman came up to Xiao Zai and, leaning towards her, asked that she was the little fox that the great prince vouched for, wasn't she? She's so cute. Xiao Zai has already fallen in love with this woman and said and asked that doesn't she know. The woman said that how could she not know her opponent when she would fight with him in the same tournament. They're all pretty well-known personalities. She looked at Xin Chen and asked that he was the same Mr. Chu, wasn't he? Did he bring a plant to the tournament? Xin Chen froze and said it was a radish. A woman came up to him and said that the rumors were true about him, and she whispered to him to be careful, because he was being watched. She turned to the princess and said that she didn't need to stare at her, because she wouldn't do anything wrong. She brought them everything and told them everything, so she will leave them to rest. The princess walked up to Xiao Zai and slapped her on the cheeks, telling her to wake up. It should not be conducted on a woman of the Western Island. Wrapped in fabric, like in a dress, they go out to people with a bare ass. They are not good people. Xin Chen asked her if she knew them. The princess said yes, she used to spend some time in the Western Isles. But enough of that, they need to have dinner. The roast meat here is excellent. The others' eyes sparkled, and they thought that meat. Meanwhile, at the Xiyu Academy, the girls staged some kind of competition. They stood up against each other and grabbed with their lips. The berries were supposed to crack it in half, leaving at the same time one small thin piece. One team has already coped and said that it was super subtle they won. They did it, they coped. The other team said that now they will have even thinner. Then that woman burst in and said they were a bunch of dumb girls. What are they doing here again? She's busy serving other academies, and they're playing here. The girl told her not to be angry, so she calmed down. Is her hair on fire again? The woman calmed down and said she was so angry. She needs to meet someone later, so she'll let them go. And she asked that where is the Fen in now? Was she back on the plantation? The girl told her that she had gone to have a snack. Meanwhile, the giant school went out for a walk. They were being watched around. A group of guys said that next to the princess is that farmer, isn't it? They need to take a closer look at it. The princess grabbed Xin Chen by the arm and said that the stewed noodles with mutton were simply excellent. Feng Yin was watching his creation. She said that when they play with him, the whole school threw themselves on the food. They said it was delicious. The meat is very tasty. There was so little meat in their academy, free accommodation and meals. When confirming participation this time, they're going to have a blast. Hulu said that Xiyu City is such a wonderful place. The Mist Flower Pavilion was watching them closely. One of them asked that this was the same Xin Chen. They answered that yes. Then they said that the teacher told them to look after him. Another participant said to keep an eye on him. A 5-star martial artist who wouldn't even be able to enter the courtyard of the Mist Flower Pavilion. It's ridiculous to be a captain with such power. To which he was told that the princess was on his side. They eat countries like that, they've never seen such food. The guy with white hair said that this child's abilities are a complete mystery, so they should not treat him too lightly. He had heard that 3-star martial arts emperors named Mr. Wu were in charge of their special training. The guy in the hat asked what is the martial arts emperor. There are 312 martial arts emperors registered in China. Everyone knows about them. But who is this Mr. Wu? We need to check it out. Mr. Wu was standing on the balcony. He thought that Xiyu, the westernmost. Giolana, from here to the west through the crazy desert through the endless sea. It will be the place he hasn't been back to for a very long time. Then he noticed two more cultivators are watching him. This annoys him very much. 500 years ago, martial arts emperors was not a rare level, but now it has attracted so much attention. A lot of things have happened, and therefore there are very few people above the level of the king of martial arts. Why don't they cultivate new strong masters? Then Mr. Lu Ming ran up to him, and I told him that the draw had already been held. There are 12 venues in the team competitions. Each of them has its own theme. 74 teams from the whole Jia land by lot determined their rivals and exam tickets of the room, on average 6 teams per room. But he was unlucky and got a room with 7 teams. Can Xin Chen look at the list himself? Room number 11 is called the Plane of Wandering Souls. It included such teams as Cu Academy, King Shan Academy A, Misty Flower Pavilion, Huangyun Academy, V Yulin Academy, Esk Shuenki Academy, V, and the last one was Wu Jian Academy. It had no ratings. Huangyan Academy was disappointed. The man hit the table and said that there were only 5 classes schools in Jialan, and they met 3 of them in one room at once? Or what? How is this even possible? The man told him not to panic. You just need to ask them if they are ready to cooperate. This is a tournament. The weak are eliminated, the strongest remain. We need to get rid of trash like Wu Jian Academy first. Bets were being placed with might and main. The man shouted that it was necessary to place bets. The time had almost come. 14 teams to bet on. You can double your money and bet. One of the men said he was betting on King Shan. He was praised and said that he was doing well. The man said that at least he would not lose money. Someone said that he had heard that an academy team without a rating appeared in the 11th team this year. And there are also 3 teams from the academy of the first places in the ranking. The men laughed and said that what's the point of participating in a tournament when they don't have a rating? Let them go back and farm. Meanwhile, in the waiting area for the participants of the academy tournament, Xing Chen scanned everyone and thought that this year's participants were very strong. Apart from them, they had not seen a single martial artist. Behind them was Huangyan Academy. Mr. Zhu told his partner to watch this Wu Jian team, and half of them are martial artists. The man said they were so weak and poor, he had even seen their boat. They laughed and asked that they were losers, right? The princess heard all this and, getting angry, turned to them and asked if they were tired of insulting them. It's very annoying. They should say it to their face if they have the courage. The Mist Flower Pavilion arrived here. Their chief apologized to the princess and said that in the end, not everyone likes to look for superiority in a pile of garbage as much as she does. The princess got even angrier and asked him what he said. Then someone arrived and asked, "What are they doing here just arriving?" It was old lady Kong Lao. She said it's good to be young and energetic, but you need to use it in the right direction. Why shouldn't each of them take a step back? Xin Chen asked the princess, "Who is this?" The princess said that this old lady is Kong Lao. She is the dean of Xiyu Academy. She is at the peak of the martial arts emperor. Xin Chen said, "What a strange name." The princess said she was really a woman. Xin Chen was very surprised and said that why the fuck does she have a beard? The princess calmly said that it was normal for women to have a beard. Xin Chen turned to Brother Shi. Brother Shi said it was quite normal. Then Xin Chen looked at Xiao's eye, and she told him that it was like he wasn't from here. Xin Chen was simply shocked. Old lady Kong Lao said that next she would like to announce the rules. It is forbidden to remove pills, food and the rest for team competitions. The initial score of each team is 30 points and the one whose team kills the opponent gets 1 point. And the one who is killed, 1 point is deducted. And also -3 points for each person who refused to participate. The duration of the competition is 7 days. Killing the enemy will result in getting supplies with air. Although the competitions are well protected, but they can die. And they really hope that every student realizes this. In addition, the format of the competition has been slightly changed this year. An eye will be placed in each room. All their competitions will be broadcast live to the outside world. Additional issues will be decided by external judges on an individual basis. The messenger said that this was done so that he could observe them properly. Everyone sat down in their seats. All the spectators were greeted and told that welcome to the Academy tournament. This is the Xiyu Arena, and he is Bean, the presenter. This year's competitions are broadcast live. Everyone can also watch the tournament through arrays or viewing stones. Someone said it was just unbelievable. The man said that the live broadcast is just a class. Mrs. Shi told her husband to hurry up, because their son will be shown soon. The host said that this year they also have prestigious judges. They guarantee fair and fair competition. Which team from all 74 Cs can win? Will they find out about it now? Mr. Lu Ming was very worried about his students. 500 years ago, a mysterious curse broke out in the far north. The curse quickly spread in all directions and affected the entire plain of the far north, exceed the power of countless beings and wandering souls. Since then, that land has had a new name, the Plain of Wandering Souls. Young Mr. Zhu was there just now. The man who was standing next to him said that the storm started with her on time. The young master said that here they should direct their spiritual energy to protect themselves from the cold. The man told him that he should be careful, because the main thing is not to run into a soul eater. The young master said that how could such a dangerous monster appear here? At the very least, there will be a few low-level ghosts. Besides, and he thought that they knew the starting positions of other teams. There was a misty flower pavilion in the northern mountains. In the northern forest was the Xiyu Academy. Next to the monster river was the Xuan Kai Academy. Wu Jian Academy was located in the northern village. Huangyan Academy was located in the icy mountains. Young Mr. Zhu thought that the person who is responsible for holding the competition is the second cousin niece of his great uncle's second aunt. Having the right amount of money, it is easy to get the right information. First they would destroy Wu Jian's team, and then they would hide and watch the tigers fight. They had already talked to Huang Yun's team before the tournament, so if everything goes according to plan, then they will be able to reap the benefits. After that, he said go ahead and destroy the garbage. Meanwhile, Xiyu Academy was having fun nearby. One of the girls caught a rabbit and said what a cute rabbit she caught. A woman who was conducting a tour of their city asked if there would be a rabbit for dinner tonight. The girl said that it is not necessary to eat it. The girl asked Sister Lai that it was really possible to let Sister Feng Yin act alone. Sister Lai asked that how could she control her. It's just a team battle, she's strong anyway, she can go wherever she wants. Then she told them that she would go play with Wu Jian. Another girl came up to the girl with the rabbit and said that he was cute. But then something happened. Sister Lai told Xiao Tujai to throw the rabbit away. But it was too late. Xiao Tujai turned into a puppet. Sister Lai said that the spell of turning into a puppet from the Mist Flower Pavilion. After that, Xiao Tujai started attacking her own. Sister Lai said that she has turned into a puppet, so she is no longer one of them. Xiao Tujai's sister said that she is her sister after all. It was too much to turn her into a puppet. After that, she slapped this puppet in the face with all her stupidity and called her a useless sister. It's a shame when it's so easy to turn her into a doll. She'll get to it in the real world. Meanwhile, young Master Zhu had reached the northern village. He was surprised and asked if this was really the northern village. How creepy she is. He had heard that the trees were not far from this place where the curse broke out. No one managed to get out of here. Everyone was turned into wandering souls. There must be a lot of wandering souls here, but why is it so empty? Were they all destroyed by past participants? He thought about it and thought that not a single soul was here. Did they really escape so quickly? But then he noticed something. He laughed and said that here they are, they should go after them. He shouted at them not to run, because they would die anyway. Xin Chen is watching what is happening and told his team that attention to all teams, enemies have appeared. Everyone must fight together, and also prepare arrows, and disguise yourself. After that, the shelling began. The man asked what was going on. The young master said it was an ambush. Everyone should be careful. He pressed himself against the wall and put a shield in front of him. He asked them if they thought they could kill them with just a little trick or something. But then Brother Shi removed the stone and pierced the young master with his sword. 1 hour ago, Xin Chen and his team have just arrived in this village, and they saw those wandering ghosts. They were so scared that they ran away. He said how lucky they were to encounter ghosts right away. Lai Mu, taking out her arrows, said that they were wandering spirits. They got to the northern village. They are about on the same level with them, and therefore they need to either fight or retreat. After which a sound attack followed. Everyone plugged their ears. But the system told Xinqi that it wasn't a sound attack. It's a ghost curse. No one in this world understands the language of ghosts yet, but he has learned it, so he will translate everything especially for him. Xin Chen told him to translate faster. After which he began to hear their words and understand their language. The ghost cursed and told them not to hurt his child. Another ghost said they were so scary. He was so scared that his eye even fell out. The ghost who was standing next to him asked that why did they suddenly appear? Has the tournament really started again? These assholes, they always come and kill them. Can't they just live in peace? We need to kill them. Xing Chen turned to the system and said that they were not here to kill ghosts, and she asked me to give it to them. The system told him to talk to him in their language himself. He made it so that he could speak it. Xin Chen blocked his team and told the ghosts not to misunderstand him. They don't want to do anything bad to them either. One of the ghosts asked if he could talk to them. Xin Chen said that and introduced himself. He was scared by their appearance, so he did it out of a sense of self-preservation. They should not be offended by him, and let them forgive him. And they're not here to kill them, they're here to help them. He understands that they are shocked that he knows their language, but they should not worry. Unlike him, other teams destroy wandering souls. They need to understand that they want to destroy their opponents. He won't be able to gain anything from killing them, so why don't they team up and deal with the other teams that will come here? One of the ghosts said it was a good offer, but he wouldn't fool them, would he? Xin Chen told them that he never cheats on anyone. He guarantees it in this young man's name. Brother Shi was standing next to him, to whom he winked and asked him what was right. Brother Six did not realize at first, and then said that yes, what Brother Chu said was true. The ghost said that this man looks so honest, big eyebrows and big eyes. Well, at first glance, he's not lying. She looked at her people and said, well, welcome. After hundreds of years, we can finally talk. She can't believe that someone understands their words. How rare it is. This year they have help. They won't need to drill holes in the ground. Xin Chen asked, what is the hole in the ground? The ghost explained to him that this is a bunch of tunnels in their village. The more they kill, the fewer they become. Now they try to avoid killing and hide when people come. Xin Chen said that hiding without a fight is like being beaten. So the tunnels are not used, they will help them. Xin Chen said that months of experience in digging and building a house were useful to them. After that, they began to widen the passages. Expansion of the defensive cave in the battle tunnel, where you can fight and hide. The whole village will be a fighting fortress. Arrows are everywhere, waiting in the wings, and not only. If the enemy dares to come, he will be attacked everywhere. He won't be able to move an inch. A young gentleman grabbed a sore spot and called them all, said that what a vile attack. The man who sheltered him told the others to disperse in the shelter. We need to protect the doctor. But then their doctor encountered ghosts. The guy ran to her aid and told them to let her go, because you can't touch their doctor. But then he realized that he himself had fallen into a trap. The ghost told Xin Chen that he must have a lot of glasses right now. Xin Chen thanked them. Their enemies continued to hide. One of them said that the houses were full of traps. They have teamed up with wandering spirits. What should they do now? His partner told him not to panic because he had found their tunnels. In the center of the village there is an entrance, and enter. But then the princess attacked him. The strongest cultivators in the team should take the initiative. To begin with, they decided to kill the doctor, and then, when they are in a panic, kill them one by one. But they should not get carried away, because they are in a bad position. One of the enemies shouted that it was a princess, she needed to be killed. But the man who wanted to attack the princess began to be shot. He looked at the tower, said that the archer on the tower needed to kill him. Lai Mu was almost killed, but then Xiao Zai came to the rescue. She told the enemy that he was too noisy, so he failed. The enemy team was in a panic. They said that there were enemies everywhere. How can they fight them? The young master told them not to run away and fight. Do they have to fight? A guy came up to the messenger and told him to kill these jerks. After that, the messenger sealed it and said that it was ready. The young gentleman asked, "Is it really an explosive spell?" His assistant approached him and said that the situation was very bad, they needed to retreat. The young gentleman got very angry at them and called them names, said that they should not retreat. He'll kill anyone who does. The young master said they were just attacked by a bunch of rats, and they all decided to run away. What kind of jokes are these? Are they really afraid of them? And ordered everyone to attack the earth. If they rats like to dig holes, then they can all die in them. He'll bury them alive. After that, they all started attacking their tunnels. The ghosts began to worry, shouting what would happen to their tunnels. Things were really very bad. Everything started to fall apart. Xin Chen told everyone not to panic. He told the doctors to rescue the wounded, and they are activating Plan 2 now. Before the battle with Brother Giant formulated 17 possible scenarios. Plan 2 is Scenario 2, an attack on tunnels. Vine branches were used to strengthen the structure during the construction of the tunnel. They also put their spiritual power into the vine branches. Now they have done it again. Someone shouted, "What happened?" The girl said that they are above her level, so the hardening is short-lived. Xin Chen said he understood, and he told the team with the runes to hurry up. Everyone started hurrying their secretary Hu. The girl beat him and told him to hurry up. If he didn't finish as soon as possible, then he would work even harder. Secretary Hu told her that large formations take time to prepare. But after a while he said that everything was ready. The young gentleman looked up and asked, "What is it?" But then they all fell. The young master got up dissatisfied and said, "What the hell? Why did they fall?" It was explained to him that this formation is called the Imperial Band. Half of them are here, their tech won't work. After that, vine branches began to appear from the ground, which bound all enemies. With this tournament, everyone watched with their mouths open. The presenter said it was just incredible. The Hunyan Academy team was indeed defeated by Wu Jiang. Someone shouted that he was now bankrupt. One man in general got mad and started calling this academy names, saying that he had put everything on them. And someone was very surprised and asked that an academy without a rating was able to defeat an academy with a B rating. The battle was really good, tactics were just brilliant. Someone asked that what is the name of that archer? They want to find her and recruit her. Someone asked that why does the sword of light look so stupid? Some man could not stand it and, turning to the judges, said that he wanted to complain. The other team tricked their team, Hunyan. This Chu Xin Chen. He manipulated the wandering spirits in order to deceive his team. Wu Tu, who was sitting on the row below, asked if there really was a rule that you can't do that. And if we talk about collusion, then why did their team go to the village and know where it was? The man began to justify himself and say that it was none of his business. I need to tell him off. Then a man asked, "What are they doing now?" One of the ghosts began to cry and yearn for his home. Her house was all blown up, now she's so unhappy. Xin Chen came up to her and asked why she didn't contact the construction team. The Wu Giant Academy construction team can build a house very quickly, and besides, it is very strong. Hu Lu started banging his head against the building, said that, yes, he could not destroy it. Xin Chen told him to stop beating his head, and turning to the ghosts, he said that, in short, their team would help them rebuild their home. And they also invite everyone to order their reconstruction services. The man from the stands was surprised and said that these guys really advertise their services. Is this really the Wu Giant School? Mr. Lu Ming even covered his face with his hands out of shame. The envoy also observed their movement and said something to his subordinate. Xin Chen ordered that all the rubble be removed and not let the old people do it. The ghosts thanked them for their hard work. In previous years they had to rebuild everything themselves, but this year they helped them. What wonderful children they are. Xin Chen found something here. It was a portrait of a girl. A ghost came up to him and asked if it wasn't her old portrait. Then this village was still alive, and all its inhabitants were not ghosts, but people. Her friend came to the woman and said that this was a portrait of her daughter. The woman told her that her daughter is so beautiful, she should leave it to her matchmaker, Zhang. She is sure that all young men will want to propose to her. The girl's mother thanked her. The one is the girl who is called and is still called Manhwa, called Dad. Manhwa was very happy to see her father and said he was back. Father said that the hunting party of the village got a lot of things. She should take the things that he will give her together with her brother to send these things to a city in the far north. Manhwa said it was fine. That was 500 years ago. In the northern village, Manhwa and his brother are already ready for the road. Her brother asked her how big is the city in the far north of Baiwang? Manhwa remembered and said that this is exactly the first time he will be there. You can see him even from afar. How big he thinks he is. This is the busiest place in the north. The power they have worshipped for generations is there. This place has been built by countless craftsmen. She had also heard that their young master had reached the rank of martial arts emperors. He can turn a person into a puppet with one finger. In the cultivation world, his strength is a very important thing. Her brother said how great it was. He wants to be a puppeteer too. Manhwa laughed and, calling her brother a fool, told him to dream about it. The brother was offended by his sister and asked why she thought so badly of him. He would curse her that she would never marry. He stole her portrait from matchmaker Zhang. She won't have a husband. Manhwa hit her brother on the head and called him names, saying that he was the worst. But then in the distance they saw something strange. The brother told his sister that Bai Wang had exploded. Manhwa told him to shut up. Can't he stop yelling? Is this some kind of new kind of fireworks? It's coming to them. Then her brother coughed. He said that the black thing in the nose is very painful. Manhwa looked at her brother in surprise and asked, what? She said it was too bad, they had to go back. But the animals did not obey her. They just stood there. She got down from the cart and, approaching them, asked what was wrong with them. Then she scratched her cheek and saw that her skin was starting to peel off. Her brother kept coughing. She thought, what the hell is going on here? Why is this happening? They rushed back home. She didn't know at the time that it's not just a fog, but a curse. The curse of the wandering spirit is embedded in the human body. Soon it corrupts the soul of the human body. The results of the curse worsen from person to person. But, in the end, they all became mindless evil spirits. Manhwa came to her house and carried her brother in her arms. Then she saw that her father had already been possessed by this spirit. She rushed away and thought, why did this happen? God is not just. What evil have they done? Why did this happen to them? Let someone help them. Then a mysterious guy came to the rescue and told her that there was no need to be afraid and sad. Otherwise, the curse will devour her faster. He took out some kind of thing and said that it would be over soon. After that, this thing began to suck, and this red mist out of people. He said that he is called the bearer of the curse and can carry the curse for others. The curse of the self is quantified for each person. The curse remaining on them has now been transferred to the curse-bearing puppet. Manhwa said that it really doesn't hurt anymore. The guy said that the curse would no longer absorb them, but what was absorbed was already irreversible. Those who have lost their humanity will have to be cleansed. That's all. After that, this guy turned around and was about to leave. Manhwa thanked him for his mercy and benefactor. Someone asked, is this really the benefactor of the puppet master of the city of the far north? Young lord. The guy said he wasn't a benefactor. This benefactor was also cursed. Thanks to his blessing they became wandering souls, but kept their sanity. After they became like that, then they decided to stay here. Although they became ghosts, they continued to live as usual. And then time cleared the curse and human cultivators came out to the plains of the far north again. And a secret world was made from a piece of the north. That's how it happened. After she looked at them and saw that their eyes were wet and asked why they were looking like that. Hao Zhen was already sobbing. Xin Chen asked them why are they still happy? The man said that he had seen births and deaths for centuries. The curse had eaten away his brain, and he had almost no memory left. So why should he be sad? Moreover, he cried all his tears and does not remember because of whom. So no more tears. Hao Zhen began to sob even harder from what she heard. In order not to cry, brother, she put his fingers over his eyes. Xin Chen said it sounded even sadder. Manhwa told them not to cry. The story they just told is just a guess from their remaining memories. Much has already been forgotten and is not accurate. They asked, and they answered them. After that, she patted her brother on the head and said that this was her brother she had mentioned. But they shouldn't tell anyone else about it. They don't want to get into trouble. Xin Chen told her not to worry. He looked at the sign and, realizing that they were sitting in the toilet, asked why else would they come to the toilet to talk about it. There is protection from prying eyes in the eye. When you sit in the toilet, it is not visible on the air. The people who were watching them said, "What the hell is this?" The whole team has been in the toilet for half an hour and they still haven't come out. What perverts they are. 30 people go to the toilet together. The girl said that. But this story is amazing. She always thought that the city in the far north was just a fiction. The girl who stood behind her said that this doll, which keeps the curse, accepts the curse because of another. This is too much. Brother Jian told Xin Chen that the city of the far north disappeared 500 years ago. No evidence of its existence has yet been found. Therefore, this city is considered a legend. Xin Chen said that almost everything is true. The old man told him about this doll. The cursed doll is one of the most complex creatures in the doll world. The necessary materials are rare and the techniques are very complex, and the requirements for the creator are extremely high. The most important thing is the person who will be ready to become this doll. Xin Chen thought that man. His old man went on to say that the higher the level of the person from whom the doll is made, the greater the curse the puppet can withstand and the more difficult it is to make it. Xin Chen asked that a living person is needed. The old man got angry at him and started beating him, said that, of course, a living person was needed, not a corpse. He doesn't listen to him well. The only thing he did today was stand and admire his cabbage. Xin Chen told him that he was listening to everything. He was just clarifying. Art that uses a living person is evil. The old man told him that this was not done under duress. If this person is willing to take on the whole curse for the sake of another person, then they must have a great attitude. He hopes that he will never have to make this doll. Xin Chen asked him has he ever made it. The old man was silent for a while, after which he said that classes were over. Just now, Xin Chen asked Brother Jian that it was clear that he was doing it, wasn't it? Brother Jian told him to be more confident and clean up. Xin Chen said that, but judging by the descriptions of the villagers, the young lord is handsome, cool, and unflappable. Why did he become like this? After that, he asked Mahi if she knew where the young master of the far north had got to. Maha said she thinks he went to save the others. This is a secret place, only a small part of the northern plain. If they want to find out what happened in those years, then they should go to northern Jialing in order to check it out. But then they were interrupted by a noise. The host said that the attention of the players of Room 11 has been added to their world by a poisonous fog. Sister Lee asked, what are the additional conditions so soon? The host said that if they stay in this poisonous fog for more than 20 minutes, they will die. The poison spreads from the edges of the world. They should move to the safe zone as soon as possible. Xin Chen was displeased and asked what else to run away from. Shuankai Academy chuckled, and the girl said that the time had come. She asked the man if all the dark lines were connected. She was told they could start. Xin Chen begged that no more was needed. There's already enough for everyone. His storage is already full. The ghost stood over him and held the bag and told him to take more. He has to find a place. Maha, turning to Lai Mu, said that they are used to farming. They can't eat the products they grow, so they can take everything. It's rare to meet people who can speak their language, but it's a pity that they are so fast. Lai Mu said yes. She asked that didn't they want to return to the ordinary world. They are sane. Does not attack people can leave this place. Brother, she agreed with her and asked why. Maha said that wandering souls are not welcome anywhere. Even if they get out of here, the monks will hunt them. They are much stronger and angrier than everyone. Moreover, her face was sewn on. It would be better to stay here. She started hanging Lai Mu with all sorts of medicines and food, and told her that now that there are tunnels here, their life will get better and better. It's the first time they've met people who are so kind to them, so they don't have to worry about them. The poison is coming, so they have to run. After which, Wu Jian Academy ran. This is a constantly poisonous circle, from which it is impossible to get out, even if you go underground. It is clear that this was done in order to remove the Wu Jian Academy. the safety zone of this glorious uncovered plains. Therefore, they will have to take refuge in the forest to the west as soon as possible. But, fortunately, they know best how to escape. The princess said that the snow is so heavy that it's hard to even see anything. Xin Chen said it had been almost 3 hours since they escaped. Oddly enough, it would be reasonable to expect that by this time they would have reached the forest. Why can't even the trees be seen? Then Aiden appeared next to him and asked him if they had really lost their way. Xin Chen said that there is no ellipsis according to the idea. But then he was very surprised and, recoiling from Aiden, asked what was what. Aiden took his hands and said that he missed him so much, and finally they saw each other again. They have grown new types of potatoes, they are so delicious. He has to come with us and he will show him everything. The other swamp demons were also cheering and shouting that the teacher had returned. They were all waiting for him. Xin Chen turned pale and thought that he was in an illusion. But how? He wasn't even hit, was he? And where is everyone else? He started rushing around and calling his team, asking where are they. Then the guy who then pretended to be a girl touched him and began to seduce him again. He told Xin Chen that he missed him so much. Shui Lin thought that the illusion, it's also unnoticeable. Even the commander didn't notice it, so that's it. Then something flashed. She turned around, and I saw Brother Shi. It was an artifact of the past and the future. Illusions can be caused by the refraction of light from snow. The affected area can cover the entire safe zone. The victim is either dominated by the most terrifying memories or they will indulge in the introductions of the future to which they aspire. Unconscious loss of perception of the environment in which they are. This is a high-level martial arts emperor class competition, and no one can escape the competition. And so those who entered the safe zone fell victim to a trap. While Xin Chen was in the illusion, a girl came up to him and said that this loser he can't do anything. Everything goes to a fragile girl like her. She grabbed his face and thought, so this is that incompetent piece of shit, isn't it? It is known that it is difficult to get out of this illusion, even if he is the chosen one. Then his connection with the power of God was severed by the illusion. No one can help him now. He had to show her his secret. But just as she was about to do something to him, Xin Chen threw up. He kept throwing up. But still, thanks to this, he was able to get out of illusions. Brother Giant appeared and said he was out. He asked his master what had happened. He suddenly found himself cut off from the outside world and from it. How is he? Xin Chen looked very scared. He burst into tears and rushed to hug Brother Jiang. He began to call him names and asked him where he had been. He was screaming at the top of his voice, and he didn't come to help him. Giant tried to calm him down and told him not to cry. And the people who watched him rejoiced and asked if he had really destroyed the illusion so quickly. He's so amazing. Who is this person? The man from the stand said that it was, of course, very cool, but he was an adult. Why does he cry so much? The guy who was sitting next to this man blushed and said that he was so sorry. Xin Chen kept crying and said that he had seen that monster. He saw it in an illusion. He wanted to abuse him. He even touched him. The system told him to calm down. Usually there was no such thing. He was given into a dark room when he was sleeping or passed out. This is not an easy illusion. This is an advanced artifact that can isolate even him. Is it all these fake systems? They hid their scent, they were preparing for it. Xin Chen, wiping his tears, began to look around and asked, is it really them again? So where did everyone go? Next to him was the Zio he had grabbed. Then he found Hulu and grabbed him too. He asked that why were there only the two of them left. The system told him that he could unconsciously run around when he was in this illusion, and everyone else could do the same. People don't wake up that easily, so he needs to find out where everyone is first. Xin Chen stuffed Zio's eye into the basket, and Hulu tied him with a rope and said that he would go and find the others first. He whispered that when he woke up, he saw big breasts and a girl. Had he imagined it? Meanwhile, the girl who wanted to do something to him was hiding behind a stone, all puked up. Shui Lin saw Brother Shi in her illusion. She came up to him and asked why he had white hair. She touched his face and asked why was he crying. He said something unintelligible to her, what only she could make out, apparently. She was surprised and asked what. Then something started happening. She looked around and asked what was going on here. Brother, she said something to her. Then he covered her eyes with his hand, and she woke up from her illusions. Shui Lin asked that it was an illusion. How strange she is. Then she noticed Brother Shi next to her and ran to him. Shui Lin ran up to Brother Shi and asked him, where are the others? And how was it conducted? After that, she carefully examined his face and, confused, thought that red hair color suits him better. And why did she have such a vision? Then someone suddenly attacked them. The man attacked her and said that she destroyed the illusion so quickly, it's really impressive. But unfortunately, she's just a healer. Shui Lin defended Brother Shi with all her might. The man caught up with her and said it was amazing. He is impressed that she can run so fast with extra weight. It makes no sense to attack a healer who only takes blows. Maybe she'll leave him and play with him. And he's going to let her live. How is she? Chu Xin got angry and attacked him. The audience was very surprised and said that wow, is she a healer? It's really just incredible how a healer can safely run away from two attacking warriors of the same level. This is the girl from the Shui family. Her grandmother thought she wasn't that good at it. It seems that she has learned a lot in this academy. This man got angry at her and called her names, said that she had so many tricks. He was tired of playing with her. His partner mentally told him not to let her slip away. First, he has to put the illusion artifact into Shizu Wu. Firstly, the artifact illusions are time limited, and if it wakes up, it won't be so easy for them. After that, this man took out the artifacts and began to chase Chu Xin. She looked at them and wondered what was going on. What kind of technique is this? If he touches them with it, it won't be very good. This is very similar to the trick of that candidate in the exams. While Chu Xin was focused on this man, another man hit her from the other side. The girl herself was injured, but managed to cover brother Shi. The man told her that this was all in order to protect him. What a great love. She can't even protect herself. Then brother Shi came to his senses and hit this guy. Chu Xin was very happy to see him. Brother Shi saw the wound on her forehead and became even angrier. Brother Shi was just furious, and he, without understanding anything, rushed to attack them. The man was scared and said that he had woken up. His partner was still holding the artifact in his hands and said he understood. Then he cloned himself and said that now they have two punching bags. Brother Shi took out his sword and said that they would look at it later. After that, he began to unwind. The guy who cloned himself asked, "What the fuck is this?" Another man tried to attack him, but Chu Xin wouldn't let him. Then he appeared behind her back and called her names. Brother Shi came to her aid again and told this man not to even think about touching her anymore. After that, these men began to run away. Brother Spike tried to chase after them and shouted at them not to even try to escape. But Chu Xin stopped him and said that enough is enough, they can fall into a trap. There are too few of them, so they'd better find their comrades first. Brother Shi asked what about her forehead wound. Chu Xin thought that these people were very strange. How did they know their exact location? Meanwhile, Secretary who was lying in the snow and making a snow angel. He thought it was just snow, he was finally free. This sweet, fragrant air. Chu Xin Chen is in an illusion. These three wicked women are also under the illusion, and they will be killed soon. Now he only needs to wait for his colleagues to confirm Chu Xin Chen's identity, and his mission will be over. He will change the mission and the end of this hard labor. He will take a vacation and go on vacation. And Chu Xin Chen will die. Xin Chen came up to him from behind and asked why he was making noise. Chu Xin Chen gagged him and said he stinks. He attracts an enemy who can kill him. Secretary who thought that shouldn't he have been eliminated from the tournament when they found out who he was. Why is he still here? Xin Chen said that he was already tired of all this picking. Is he making a snowman here or something? Fortunately, he has already found several. He has to look after them because they need to be woken up. After that, he started slapping Xiao Zai's cheeks and said that they had been in the illusion for too long. They have to open their eyes. Then he noticed that Xiao Kai swayed. He said that finally. And he asked how she was feeling. Xiao Zai looked at him and said that sister. That sister Li jumped on them, pushing off from them. She continued to beat some monster. She swung and calling this doll stupid hit her. She asked why she was chasing them. The guy said that he had fallen for the trick of the Xuan Kai school and he would not survive, just like her. Does she think she's better? They still win. Then Sister Lai noticed that her sisters were being attacked and thought that her sisters were trapped. She decided to run to them, but the guy stopped her and asked that she still had the strength to worry about others. But then Xin Chen intervened and attacked this guy, covering Sister Lai with him. He greeted her and asked if she needed help. Xin Chen, along with Secretary Hu and Xiao Zai, hid nearby. Xin Chen said it's not bad, 3 schools are fighting. Although Zai Yu and the misty mysterious pavilion are strong, they are not gathered by the whole team, so they will not last long. Secretary Hu watched Sister Lai and confusingly said that she was fighting so well. Xin Chen asked him what was he looking at. Just at that moment, Sister Li walked towards them. Xiao 11 jumped up, her nose was bleeding, and she shouted that her sister. She was joined by the system, which said what a wonderful time. Xin Chen must complete the heroic rescue task in order to get the best from Zai Yu. He should take them all to his harem. He should be as positive as Xiao Zai. Xiao Zai was rushing to Sister Lai. She was screaming not to be stopped. She will give her heart for her sister. Xin Chen attacked that man and thought it was really problematic. Then Xiao Zai hit him and told him not to touch her sister. She hugged Sister Lai and said she would protect her. A guy attacked Xin Chen and told him not to try to escape. Fu Lu came to his aid, who tried to attack this guy with his rocks. Then another guy ran into him, and then he used an artifact that the system gave him and told the guy that his wife cheated on him with him, and pointed at the guy behind him. The man couldn't stand it and, turning around, hit his partner and asked what the fuck he had done. They began to detain him and asked what he was doing. He shouldn't kill his own. But the guy went crazy. He said that he dared to touch his wife, he would kill him. The guy who was beaten called him and asked him where he got a wife at all. The guy came to his senses and said that exactly where did his wife come from. Then they began to look around for their opponents, but they had already lost them. Meanwhile, Wu Giant Academy and Sister Lai were running as fast as they could. Xin Chen told Sister Lai to go down there safely. Sister Li thanked him for coming to her rescue. Xin Chen said that there was nothing he didn't want, but he was interrupted by Brother Giant and showed him a special hint on the task. It was written there that Long Chan is a girl who is bullied a lot, so he should not offend her. He must communicate well with her in order to replenish his harem. Xin Chen said that she had experienced a lot of bullying and he couldn't get past it. Something doesn't add up somehow. The system told him to read more carefully. He needs to get her attention and not just her. So what should he do? And then complete the task properly. A man turned to Sister Lai and asked in a whisper that did Xin Chen suffer from some kind of mental illness. He's talking to himself. Li's sister told him not to be discriminated against. A man saw this bearded old man and asked that he had a question. Aren't there academies only for women? He turned to this grandfather and asked if he was also a student of their academy. This old man asked, "What is grandpa?" He jumped up and asked who he called grandfather. He took off his blindfold and said he was actually a girl. Xin Chen was shocked and asked what the hell. Do all the women on the western island have a beard? This is a strange woman, said she wasn't like that before, it's not her body. She took a vessel and shook it out, showed her real body. She started crying and said it was her body. When will she return it back? She doesn't want to be an old man. It's so ugly. Sister Li said it was her younger sister. She was hit by a soul-changing spell during the battle with the Mist Flower Pavilion. She exchanged bodies with the doll, the corpse of this man. The bound man said that he was not very lucky either. This girl got angry and started pounding him with her fists and told him to shut his mouth. A puppet spell on her sister and a soul-changing spell on her. She would beat him to death. Did Sister Li tell her not to kill him? When he dies, the puppet's corpse will disappear with him. They will be destroyed together. Her sister hugged her and said she was very sick. She crashed with such force that it hurt Sister Li. The girl began to apologize to her, said that she did not control her body. Xin Chen suspected something was wrong and asked her what was wrong. The system chanted. She was told that this was a high-level artifact. He pointed to her shoulder and said that it was an earth artifact called the Traveler. The artifacts of the system are divided into 5 levels, such as Celestial, Terrestrial, Xuan and Advanced, Normal. They come in different forms. The more brother-in-law you are, the more hidden he is. A companion can make a person mediocre by destroying all his qualities and reducing him to death. It looks like someone wants to kill her. Kill a competitor, so to speak. Xin Chen said that again. This is a dirty trick. They need to find a way to deprive her of the artifact. The system said that after the artifact is embedded, it is very difficult to remove it. This requires a device for pulling curses. Again, such an artifact is not only on her. They are still similar to those 2 they were invested during the battle. It looks like there are traitors. High-level artifacts are very expensive, and he seems to know what people with a fake system will do. Lai Mu and the rest of the team were sitting in ambush. She leaned out from behind the shelter and looked at who was doing what. Then she came back. They asked her how things were going. Li told him that he needed to dig further. The girl said it was strange how they could always find them when they were so hidden. Lai Mu said she didn't know that. They continued to dig further, and the girl thought that Lai Mu 1 had woken up after they fell into the illusion. They dug the tunnel in time to avoid the Xuanqi Academy. There were only 13 people, most of them are somewhere far away, so they have to hide. If they had found the princess or Zuo Wu, where is everyone else now? Hao Zhen, carrying the princess on her back, was running away from the enemies. She was surrounded, but she managed to escape. But then she was very badly wounded, and she fell to the ground. Her enemies came up to her and said that she could run so well that they had been chasing her for so long. They thought they wouldn't even catch her. After that, they began to talk in whispers that they needed to hurry up and invest the artifact in which they needed to invest. Princess, this is their goal. This woman can be killed. Hao Zhen wondered what these people meant. What are they trying to do with Her Highness? The princess must wake up immediately. Should someone help her? After that, she gathered all her last strength and covered the princess with her. This man plunged a knife into her and said that what a good dog she is. She protects the owner to the last. Then he would kill her first. But then the princess woke up and hit him with her hammer. She was just furious. The princess killed this man and, turning to the others, said that they had driven her mother to death. They will pay for it. What kind of man chained her up? While the princess was shackled, a man stepped on her, trying to kill her. But the princess did not lose her head and hit him with her head, smashing him into the ground. After that, she started trying to break the chain's nets, but the man tried to strengthen them. However, this did not help him, and the princess broke the chains. After that, she began to kill everyone mercilessly. She is young, they also tried to chain her. Even Hao Zhen was scared to see the princess in such a state. Those who were watching this exam began to whisper that was Her Highness possessed. What happened to her eyes? The woman asked that wasn't it said that Her Highness was born with the ability to fall into madness. But she's clearly not in the best condition. Grandpa Modai said it was crazy blood, a sinister bloodline that was left behind by the late empress. The higher the talent, the stronger the curse. With age, the curse both corrodes the mind and makes a person insane. If you go crazy, then the power of the soul will spontaneously burn out, and the combat power will increase dramatically. But it is the loss of life that is the price of this advancement. Only demons have red pupils. When the Empress's family was exterminated, he advised His Majesty to change the blood of the princess in order to cleanse her of impurities. His Majesty, however, considered that the princess was not injured and refused him. Now the whole world is laughing at the imperial family. Such a crazy princess is simply unbearable. Having dealt with all the enemies, the princess, looking at Hao Zhen, went to her. Hao Zhen was very scared and asked the princess what was wrong with her. She needs to come to her senses. And then the princess hit her with her hammers. Everyone was very surprised. But Hao Zhen was saved by someone. This girl said she couldn't just watch anymore. Is it really necessary to attack your teammates? It was Kong Feng from Zaiyu Academy. The audience was crazy about Kong Feng. Someone said that this girl is again a generation of the Western Island Academy is already a martial artist. She, along with Wen Mao of Qinshan, is one of the most likely contenders to enter the Emperor's Kingdom in the new generation. The guy said what a beauty she was. The girl next to him asked that where had she been before. Grandpa Modai said that although her looks are always more striking than her strength, he turned to Mrs. Kong and asked her why was she so surprised. Ms. Kong said that this girl always kept a low profile. She never thought that she would have to face Her Highness. And she herself thought, what is she thinking about? Why would she get involved in this? Kong Feng asked the princess, can she really recognize her even when she is insane? So, is she so valuable to her? The princess was angrier than ever and told her to close her mouth. Kong Feng approached her and asked, what is it? She whispered to her that if she rages and kills someone else, it means that her mother died in vain. After that, Kong Feng started throwing it around the territory. She said she doesn't fight crazy people, so she'd better cool off in the wind. Well, don't let her worry so much, because she knows how to control the wind very well. Hao Zhen ran up to the princess and asked how she was. Then the princess came to her senses and asked Hao Zhen, is she really injured? What happened here? She looked at her hands and asked why her hands were burned. Kong Feng came up to them and asked the princess had she finally woken up. Hao Kyung stood up for Kong Ken and told the princess not to touch her because she helped them. The princess said she didn't ask for her help. Kong Feng deliberately let out a tear and asked why Her Highness always condemns her actions, whatever she does. She just wanted to help her, didn't she? Hao Kyung told Kong Feng not to get upset. After all, the princess does not wish her harm. She told the princess that at least Miss Kong had helped her. The princess was very angry and asked Hao Zhen that how dare she speak on her behalf. Is she one of her people or one of Kong Feng's people? Hao Zhen clung to the princess's leg and did not let go of her. The princess called her a traitor and told her to get off her now. Then Xin Chen contacted them. He asked to be answered when he was heard. The princess stopped being angry and was very happy to hear her master's voice. Xin Chen, hearing her, said that it was fine. The sound transmission spell is working again. He asked if everyone was awake. Do they have to report their location? They should take care of themselves and gradually get closer to each other. He asked Brother Shi and the princess that they were attacked by the Xuan Kai Kai Academy, right? Brother Shi said he had met them, and he asked how he knew about it. Had he met them too? Xin Chen realized that things were bad and thought that they were attacking all the young masters and wanted to invest artifacts in them. Then I told them to take care of themselves and it would be difficult for them to score points. He told the princess that especially she, because she is the strongest attacker of all of them. So don't let her take any chances. Also, they are currently cooperating with Yu Academy, so there is no need to do anything extra if they encounter them. Kong Feng appeared behind the princess and said that they were now partners. The princess got angry again and said that who would want to work with her. Then another group of them said that they were requesting reinforcements south of a small bridge. They were attacked. They were attacked by the Yuling Academy, and their Iranian numbers far outnumber them. Right now they were beating up Lai Mu and saying they were a bunch of rats. The man, continuing to beat her, asked if they really wanted to make a hole in the ground. The girl transmitted over the communication channel that Lai Mu had been caught by them.